Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to give you faith. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Got to
Welcome, everybody, in to another edition of the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we are running right through our new Split 2 format here. The best of one double round robin group stage is officially evolved into its latter half as we take a look once again back at Group A. I'm joined, as always, by Alk Battery, one of my good friends, and always fun to be on the casts with here. Alk, I'm excited for this group. We got a good old mix of another historical bout, and then some new young potential with some of these other squads.
That's the nicest way to say, and everybody else. So, yeah, that's true. Again, some of these orgs are not what they used to be, but are hopefully trying to compete for a spot in that group ascend. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We got a lot of stuff to go through and a ton of graphics before the start of the show.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best, Dog. Let's just jump right into it. And this is the most important graphic I'd arguably say we're going to run all night long. It's the Split 2 format rundown. I know there's a lot on the screen to take in here, but we're going to try and walk you guys through it. Obviously, on the far left, you see our 4 groups we're currently sitting with. It starts out simple. Top 2 of each group is moving on to that coveted Ascend group across the 4 groups. Your 4th place team out of every single group straight into the lower group, Nirvana. And then when you get to those 3rd place teams, it gets a little bit more complicated when it comes to dividing the 2 teams into that Ascend or Nirvana group.
Yeah, it's a couple of best of series, double elim, and very importantly, and the top 2 of those 4 teams are going to go over to the Ascend, and the bottom 2 into Nirvana. Now, the other half of this format is going to be the regular season that we'll see going into playoffs. It's 8 teams, double elim. If you're bottom 4 of the play-ins, you're going to end up being eliminated for the rest of the split. The issue is the bottom 2 teams of the regular season here in Split 2 in Group Nirvana are eliminated for the rest of the year. It is one of the most cutthroat formats we've seen for international play across domestic leagues, and to see 2 teams gone in June is pretty tough. I think it's a very tough pill to swallow for any of the 16 teams trying to build themselves here in the LPL, and especially in that Group Nirvana, it makes every single series matter.
And you can just see, one of the coveted things this graphic points out is the power of just making it to the Ascend group. Making it to the Ascend group is going to save you at least an extra split of LPL action. So if you're really, talking about competing, obviously for top 2 spots here, with that, I think we'll get to it. I don't want to spoil too much, but we're going to bring a lot of extra focus into those qualifiers for 3rd place spots. And if you can get into that Ascend group, because I think that is very important for some of the teams that we will be talking about in this very Group A. But let's take a look at all of the groups across the board here and how they currently sit as we move into the second half of the double round robins here. And well, Alk, the last time since I chatted to you, we obviously got to bring in a bit of a shocker to Group B. Yeah. Obviously the most competitive group so far there, but we are gravitating back towards Group A to see if the standings will shake up at all compared to expectations.
Yeah, Group A was the very first group that we got to see here in Split 2 placements, and like I've been saying with almost every one of these, the results do not necessarily indicate the contents of what happened here. Again, we had so many close games between some of these teams. The fact that this format is double round robin best of 1 is very, very intense, and it's been honestly very fun to watch, as I think not only has the gameplay started to evolve, we're also getting meta adaptations as we've gone throughout the tournament. So every single day, I think, has added something a little bit newer here to the LPL in Split 2.
I know we definitely have some very big takes when it comes to some of those meta changes you're talking about. I want to save that champion discussion once we start rolling some of these games out. But yeah, I mean, talking about Group A here, I think one of the main focuses, and just in general about this format, now that we know, Alk, that we're just going full Fearless the rest of the year, I'm kind of enjoying the fact that we are not really having to talk about Fearless for a little bit of time here, especially as you and I have. We already got experience before their Tier 1 level did with Fearless, so it's always nice to take a little bit of a break around those discussions.
Hey, again, like we've been joking, every best of 1 is Fearless still, so, you're getting some of it. It's just, it's been kind of nice to see a little bit of a break from Fearless, but honestly, as someone who really loves the competitive aspect in anything I do, best of ones is only so good. It's only going to get you so far. I can't wait until we get back into best of threes, and more specifically those best of fives they're going to be seeing throughout Split 2. That's really where my heart's at. I'm glad that we have them here just so that we can get through all these games and really get the placements done, but I'm ready for Split 2 group stage already.
Well, we're already more than halfway there at this very moment, so at least you've got that to look forward to. But speaking back on this Group A, it's time to focus in on our first matchup of the day here, and we will talk about. Oh, actually, I guess are we doing our own Marvel spin here?
Yes, unfortunately,
this is what you were alluding to a little bit, Ulk, right? About how different this group really could have looked.
Man, this is one of my multiverses, okay? So the reason why we have this, and no, we don't just have iCrystallization or Kelsey Moser running these graphics for us. This multiverse is one where in some of those best of ones, EDG going up against BLG and Weibo had positions where they could have played. I think that the BLG one is maybe a little less favored, but those first 15 minutes from EDG looked so good, and we could be living very closely into a reality where EDG are top of this group and are contesting for a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, we got some awesome clips, I believe, to show off exactly how close some of these games were. And one of the prevailing things that I do want to talk about when it comes to EDG right now, and you'll get to see in some of these clips as well, is just how much of a fix bringing synergy back, especially to a bottom lane, can be for a team here. On and Wink were definitely, there was a lot of impressive moments. You're seeing now ZDZ being able to really help outplay a dive, but across their 3 games, that bottom lane synergy really is what, for me, gave them a lot of early leads and gave them a lot of potential moving into these mid games to compete against the Weibos, the BLGs. They're going to see them go after against once more.
And hey, you wanted to talk about, different synergies. Well, ZDZ and Xiaohao are also a duo that we've been able to see for a pretty long time now, at least for the last 2 years. So not only that, but bringing in On, like you were saying, it feels like this bottom lane for EDG are starting to contest at a much higher level. Wink was already starting to kind of get there this year, but it seems now with the change with EDG, they're trying to at least make a push to get themselves into Group Ascend, which I think if it would have said to any of the LPL fans from years prior that EDG are struggling to get into top 10, they would have just laughed at you or been incredibly sad. But now we're in a situation where this org is not where it used to be, and especially within the last 2 years, they have been kind of all over the place, not only in their roster building, but also results.
It's all about just building back up from the ground level here and finding players you can really commit to and build around as cornerstones. Definitely even in Split 1, start talking about Wink as one of those guys and helping him out by giving him a familiar bottom laner. That is a good step forward. We gave you a little bit of a free sampler, if you want to call it, for all you mall-going fiends. But let's take a look at the entire enchilada, the whole roster for EDG, Edward Gaming, the first team we're going to talk about. We've already been talking about a little bit here in their matchup. ZDZ in the top lane, Xiaohao in the jungle, Angel in the mid lane, On and Wink to round out this bottom lane. And it's important, obviously, Ulk, to continue to talk about EDG. When we reflect back to all the formatting we just saw, what we expect this team, the route to take, they will be through the format.
Man, it's so tough because we talk about what our predictions were going into the first day, and it was like, okay, EDG are very securely third. Maybe there's a chance for them to upset second, but that would cause a lot of different. They would create way too many issues in this group, especially for one having Weibo and BLG. But when you look at this team, On and Wink, previous synergy, been playing together. On actually, unfortunately, not finding a team for the start of the year, so was already separated from his boy Wink at the end of 2024, and then just wasn't here to play. I'm glad that we get to see this duo, and I'm glad that they're already hitting such a good stride early on into 2025.
It's very impressive. It's very nice, but the important thing is, if we're going results-based analysis, this team is 1-2, and for part of that reason, it is our other team matching up on the red side against them. Let's introduce Weibo Gaming, talking about the roster that you all at home are pretty familiar with by this point in. Breathe in the top lane, Tian in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, Light and Hong going to round out that bottom lane. And for all the talk we've had about the EDG hopeful discussion, we're on a whole different level. We're talking about expectations for this Weibo roster.
This Weibo roster already kind of showing that, when we talk about the names, especially in that top side with Breathe Tian and with Xiaohu, they should be a top 4, top 6 team at the very minimum. And with the format that we saw in Split 1, they were out at 8th place. They immediately took an early exit to a BLG in the lower bracket. So I think when we talk about this team and in another group where they have to play against BLG, they need to make some upgrades. They need to be able to improve. And hopefully with the level experience that they have, they should be able to push themselves and kind of find that, especially in a format that has best of ones.
But yeah, it is important that they start finding some of this consistency here. And it is very funny to me to still react to the fact that we could say, and I'm good. It was obvious I was going to push the agenda as this guy on the LPL English broadcast, that TT finished ahead of Weibo like that. Like you mentioned, right, Og, saying like if you went back a couple of years and told EDG fans where this team would be at, you know, a couple years down the line, how they'd react. If you told Weibo fans they finished behind Thunder Talk, I think the reaction might be a little bit crazier from the Weibo fans.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't believe you're doing this to me, dude. Like, we don't even have Thunder Talk. They lost when you were on the broadcast last time we saw them. Pretty embarrassing fashion. So maybe this is your way of getting back for the boys, but let their gameplay do the talking. We don't got to do enough yapping on this broadcast here.
I wanted to get one in, all right? I got my one in.
Fair.
Unless
okay.
it is a very funny or clear angle to do so again. Not going to talk about them again. Let's talk predictions, though, because we've kind of highlighted some hopefulness for some of these other teams and the stakes for a team like Weibo. But when push comes to shove, this is a rarity. All of your casters tonight on the LPL English broadcast are united on the very same front. Can't say that for, I believe, all the broadcasts until Group A before.
yeah, we had some differences, but I think this is fair. I think this is also what the community is expecting, and it just sucks to see legacy orgs like EDG and WE. Unfortunately, someone has to come third, fourth, and when we talk about our format, again, it's that third place slot that is so important to be able to avoid potentially fighting off against a potential elimination from the LPL. I don't imagine that EDG is going to be one of those teams, but WE is struggling currently going into this year. And you think about the other third place teams coming in from other groups, if the standings were to lock immediately right now, our third place qualifier matches would be EDG, RNG, FBX, and LGD. This is literally like a nightmare fuel for a 2014, 2015 LPL fan. What do you mean we're in elimination series already?
That's a good point. I think this is just going to be. I hope this is a running gag that we do on the LPL, especially as one of the newer guys that doesn't have as much historical rooting in the LPL just yet. The fact that, like, the old adage where all you sports fans can recognize, it's like the most bro-coded thing you do is like sit around a campfire and name as many random standout college team players or like pro players and where they went to college. We can literally sit around a campfire here at the LPL English and just jokingly talk about where some of these teams are compared to just 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, even FunPlus Phoenix joining in 2017, like they eventually became darlings as they ended up winning a world champion and bringing a trophy home to the LPL. But it's just so sad to see. And again, they can change their fates. They have the ability. All of these third place teams are 1 and 2. You have a bunch of games still to play. You have 3 left in this group. And for teams that are sitting in 4th, that's kind of where it gets a little bit interesting, but we don't have to talk about them right now. EDG versus Weibo has to be a must-win matchup, not only for both of these teams, if they want to continue their placement in the standings.
That's the interesting thing, right? Because it's a must-win for 2 very different reasons. It's Weibo trying to chase the one that got away, feels like historically recent history, which is BLG in this group, and then EDG. If they can really find a win against either, Weibo here or BLG, it really solidifies potentially the talk you had about them stealing a second-place spot, but more importantly for the current EDG right now, just locking up that third-place spot so they don't have to worry about even having to see Nirvana Group for, well, at least another week or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for sure. The fact they have to play elimination is very, very dangerous. I want to look at our teams as we're getting a walkout here. A bit of a change in scenery. We're no longer in Shanghai. We have made it all the way over to Suzhou, the home arena of LNG. They'll be playing later this week as part of their group, but glad that a lot of the teams that do have arenas are able to kind of show off and give us some, again, change of scenery, get new stages, potentially newer fans, more of them coming through.
Change of scenery, not a thing for the good old Weibo players here. Still rocking the same fit. I think I've stressed this on a ton of the broadcasts I've been on.
Yep.
I'm still waiting for the fun. I guess are they dead by this? You can tell me if they're dead by this point, Alec. But the cool walkouts that everybody would hit some of these iconic poses. Now we're going straight fit checks. I will say for this one though, it's never a bad time to dip into the old black versus white fit. I mean, it's a staple matchup across the LPL.
Yeah.
So many
Their classic
so many other
colors.
Regions.
Very,
And look,
very powerful
look,
as well.
Our lovely announcer, he got the program here. That's a dripped out tux.
All of our
white and black.
All of the LPL hosts immediately always come out insanely dressed up, whether it's them or Candace and the like. So shout out to all of them for putting a little bit more
100%.
effort into the dress. But
As I stand here in a
man,
t-shirt.
it's so hey, look, it's okay. It happens. Look, we are a fan-made broadcast, okay? I don't sign enough money into your paycheck for you to be dressed up like that, okay? It's a best of one. If this was best of 5, maybe we have an argument for you to dress up a little
Collared
bit more.
shirt, maybe? Collared shirt discussion? Yeah. We'll
Maybe
get down
not
the road to
basketball
this.
shorts underneath.
Nope.
That's
Nope.
an
Good guess,
online
though.
remote. That's a remote broadcast special for everybody at home.
If you were in basketball shorts listen, all you remote broadcasters out there, if it's basketball shorts, it better be very hot in your room because sweatpants have got to be the move every single time. I don't think I've ever been on a broadcast talk where I've worn basketball shorts, and I own a lot of basketball shorts.
Do not tech the TexComs channel in a second. I have a feeling I'm about to get outed. Coming into this game, though, some things to expect. The fact that with our double round robin best of ones, both teams will be playing at least one game on either side. Last time that we did see this matchup, Weibo was on the blue side, so EDG are expected to be on or they should have side select at the very least. Probably going to be seeing them on blue side. And the meta is kind of changed so rapidly from the first day. First day, it was blind Jace, blind Mbessa every single game. Day 2 brought in a Gwen. We finally gotten a Fury in days 3 and 4. Do you think we're going to get some newer stuff, or you think we're getting just kind of more of the same from what we've gotten already 4 days through?
That's a big question to answer. I think going back to formatting, best of ones create such a rigid environment that I think when you find things that work and you see them replicated by other teams, you kind of want to commit to them. So I think we're still going to be landing a lot of blind Gwen. I think we're going to see, as much as it hurts me, more of this poorly designed Fury champion if it's left open. We'll have to see, though. So far, both of them make it through our first phase of bans. And, I mean, yeah, Ulk, it feels nice sometimes to be right. Immediate Gwen lock-in, and there's that Mbessa like you mentioned. So we get a little bit of the new developments and the day one already in this first draft.
For sure. Wonder how much more we're going to be able to get from our two teams here. Gwen has been the breakout answer going into Mbessa, especially now with Renekton already taken away. Like you're saying, the Fury still on the table and definitely able to kind of get down and dirty. I think the fact that she has so much more gank assist does make her a little bit stronger. Weibo showing with the Mbessa, specifically I think the Varus allows for so much flexibility. They can go for a poke style composition or allow for Mbessa and Varus to play a front to back.
But here on the EDG side, this is a staple comp of the last couple of days. You talked about the Gwen, but we've seen a ton of Sejuani, Yone, Prio. So this should really enable shoutout to play aggressive early on. You get those extra melees. You bring in a lot more stuns. We'll see how aggressive the Sejuani becomes as we get I would argue a new Xiaohu staple champion. This Aurora, 1, he's played a ton of it already. 2, it wins a lot of the time, Hulk.
That's sure. You know, Aurora's a very strong champion. As we get through the second phase of bans, what I want to see from EDG is an AD carry that's not only going to be able to contest Varus on mid-wave, but also have a little bit more mobility. So Corki and Ezreal immediately come to mind for EDG. They are going for a composition with two very very potent side laners in the Yone and the Gwen. With the added benefit of the Sejuani, I think what you just need is to make sure that your AD carry can be safe from what is an all-in burst potential from this Weibo squad. Aurora and Bessa, say goodbye to your backline, you just jump right on through.
I'm very intrigued to see if we get maybe a Nocturne ban to go, just target Tiana completely for that dive ability. There's a lot of good options. The Poppy, always a good pick into 3 champions already showing with dashes, so you can always take away that punishment. Wonder if this is the Nocturne, because I do think as much dive ability as Aurora and Bessa provide, you kind of need that first fire starter type of champion that usually comes in the jungle. But it's never a bad thing to pick up one of the most powerful skirmishers in the game right now. So the Xin Zhao will be locked in there for Tien.
Yeah, I like the Xin Zhao a lot more. I think the fact that you have the Crescent Guard just allows you to sweep away all of your opponents, makes it so the 3 melees that we're seeing from EDG have a bit tougher time of actually getting in. I'm glad that On is kind of hovering some very fun champions on one of our older Draven aficionados. Don't know if it's exactly we're going to be seeing, but while Ziggs does have, I think, some of the ability to be safe, without the dash, you're really reliant on your satchel charge or an incoming Zhonya's. I think that the item slots might be a bit contested in this game, so we'll have to see as EDG are going to continue to round this out. Love the Leona for Wink. It definitely plays more into his style of being able to lead the team from the front.
Yeah, they've got a clear-cut objective through these fights. They can play reactionary to the dive potential, especially as Hong locks in that Rakan. So you got the, you're looking maybe what you get out of the Nocturne, you get now out of the Rakan here. Does have to be a bit slippery and is prone. As fun as Rakan can be to watch, you do have to be careful with timings because you are squishier than most of your other engaged support pairings. So we'll see if Hong can play this correctly, because I know we talked about this, especially a lot of the sentiment around where teams like Weibo especially have been coming up short. It has been Hong, and this is a big spot for him to show that he is in a new form here in Split 2, because he's going to have to be pivotal for all these engages for Weibo in my mind.
Yeah, EDG have put themselves on a timer. They're saying, look, if at 20 minutes you do not have an overwhelming gold lead, we are going to smash you with our strong side lanes and the ability to outrange you and demolish structures. I need to see Weibo within a very, very strong early game. Otherwise, it's a potential upset on our hands.
And we'll have to see here as we're getting set to go to the Rift here. I am a better fan of EDG being able, just kind of from an ease of execution and pressure on this certain comp, right? You have 2 clear engage lines. You're going to just rely on shoutout and Wink to play really aggressive to set up these engages. So you could set up for a lot of side potential, playing into
Slayer,
those strong lanes as well.
I have bad news for you. We have to throw it to a short break. Sorry to everybody. We'll be right back with the gameplay. We need to be able to fix up our stream very momentarily. We're going to send it to a short break, and when we're back, we'll have it with game number 1 between EDG and Weibo.
Appreciate everybody's patience as we get through the tech delay, and we apologize for the fact that we are jumping in to the middle of Game 4 here. But luckily we haven't missed too much on the Rift just yet. As I say that, though, I thought shoutout was potentially looking at a gank here. Breathe is really toying with potentially in this ward down into the river, but he will avoid the gank, so I'll break down everything we missed here, because I know you always have an eye for those finite details.
Well, alongside the fact that the first 3 minutes didn't really get to see all that much, there's a little bit of action. It seems like Breathe lost his flash very early on, so hopefully that doesn't end up kind of biting him. This Gwen matchup is particularly very difficult, and like we said coming out of draft, if this game does go later, if EDG are able to secure early grubs, that is something that's going to potentially be very back-breaking for this team, as they're going to have to deal with the fact that these two potent side laners in the Yone and the Gwen are going to cause so many issues and are still incredible team fighters.
Looking on for some proactivity, as we mentioned from draft, with Weibo. Looking especially do that through TN on this very powerful skirmishing Xin Zhao. Definitely brings a lot more power, especially pre-6, than this Sejuani will. Do see that the grubs are coming up about 45 seconds. That should be the first point for Weibo to really try to flex their muscles over those scaling threats you're talking about, Alk.
We're already seeing, so ZDZ is going to recall here. Xiaohao is on the top side of the map, and we're starting to get our supports roaming on towards the top side here for these grubs 30 seconds before this has started. And can already see EDG, I love what On is doing. He's getting right into the face of Light. He's pushing in this wave, and then he can drop into Fog of War to potentially threaten a numbers advantage for his team.
His way up that river, but further up the creek. Especially with a fight already breaking out here. Xiaohao does aggressively position himself, try and punish Hong for hanging out in this lane. On does make himself known to be on the mid wave, throws one of those bombs out, which does mean EDG are going to have a pretty clear man advantage for these set of grubs. Curious how aggressive Weibo really want to get to try and stop the 3 grub stack. As Hong is going to immediately dive into the Grand Entrance, cancel out the Fate Sealed. Between Rules was used, Flash has to come down as well, as Tien nearly finds that kill, and all of a sudden Weibo can now look a lot more competitive for these grubs. Xiaohao is going to have to back off and give at least one of them over.
Well, I'm still going to like this trade for the time being. Like we just said, I think EDG may have had a mis-execution in the mid lane from Angel, but you think about what was gained on the opposite side there. I mean, they were able to grab 2 grubs for EDG. I think the biggest winner out of this is the fact that they did have to sacrifice some of their carries here, as not only does Angel continue to go down in this laning phase, On also had to give up a full wave versus Light.
Ooh. ZDZ showing the might of the Gwen. One of the most feared B1 picks currently in the LPL here. All trying to set up Xiaohao for a potential dive, as he does take over to level 6, but has a really well-placed pink ward that might just save Breathe here. His flash is available. He's not backing off the turret, so I wonder if Xiaohao might just pull the trigger here, but Xiaohu is waiting not far away. This could be a double trap being set as Breathe now becomes the one baiting in EDG. Gonna dash back in. Glacial Prison still gonna land despite the dash. Clean dive from Xiaohao. Gives first blood over to EDG, but Xiaohu is hunting, trying to find a trade kill. Good dodge from Xiaohao though. Keeping himself alive. Gets the stun back down, and Xiaohu will find the trade, but at a cost. EDG with another impressive early start to a game.
This Gwen is now 1,500 gold up. Not only is she going to have half a level up for her lane opponent, those 2 kills and the 2 plates. Massive advantage for EDG's top side here, with that play going into their advantage. I thought that's pretty risky. Yes, Xiaohu is able to grab the kill onto Xiaohao, but he has no ultimate during all of that play, so definitely cutting himself off and giving back some of the lead that he was trying to have over Angel.
All that time, like you called out a bit, Angel gets all of the time in the world with this mid wave, gets himself a solo plate, crashes a couple of waves in here. But as you called out, nearly 1,500 gold to ZDZ as we get to see the fancy footwork from the boar being piloted by Xiaohao.
This first part of the dive is great, and while it's unfortunate that Xiaohao takes a little too much damage from Aurora passive, I love that we got to see, talking about this from draft, the combo with the melees with Sejuani, the fact that ZDZ gets both of these kills It was a very tight timer, similar to the grubs there. We needed to see EDG kind of fire immediately onto the grubs, and they ended up making a pretty good play off of it.
Now looking forward here, that sort of ticking time bomb that you mentioned, Dog. The 20-minute mark was the one you pointed out, but now does that feel a bit exacerbated that maybe Weibo have to be even more proactive than we thought they'd have to be in these early frames from draft?
We cannot get even more aggressive than we already are, unfortunately. They did make a trade during that top lane dive. It was the Dragon. Breathe has the ultimate and the flash. Wink no level 6 here does make this a little difficult, and you look at what they're losing. They're losing positioning on the mid wave. There is a grub in 50 seconds, so I think what they might be trying to prioritize is a few more turrets or a few more of these plates, maybe get a recall in from ZDZ to be that much more powerful, but only now are EDG really opening, and we're kind of seeing Breathe recognize, hey, they are all missing. I feel like something's going on. So
I actually think we saw the observers toggle the fog there. Breathe, I think he might have spotted the jungle pet barely outside of the brush to avoid this dive. But we already got another dive brood on the other side. Angel uses the spirit form. Fate Seal does buy him space, but he gets away from his turret. Q3 dashes back. Turret aggro doing a ton for EDG's mid laner. Xiao, who's taking up way too much of the turret. How is Angel alive? He's going to try and TP out. Hog going to cancel it. Tian going to flash over the wall, so they get the kill. But that was far from clean for Weibo.
Okay, I want to give Angel his flowers there, as he has been, I think, one of the members of this team mechanically not up to snuff in some of the fights. That right there was a masterclass in the Yone. Great job from him. He does end up losing his teleport, but it turns into a first brick for this Gwen. So much gold, and now the potential for 5 grubs with a team that has a fed Gwen and this Ziggs. I think EDG are in a fantastic spot going up against Weibo here.
That alternate universe you talked about all for EDG could have maybe been at the potential top of Group A. A lot of their games to start that discourse looked a lot like this, and you can already see just, you can mention it as synergy, but the different level of approach to these games, and we talked about it with so many teams from Split 1, when they exited, could we see them step up and kick into a different gear, especially with the stakes heightened for your season potentially ending after this split? EDG have certainly answered the call so far in gameplay, and now just comes down to results-based analysis. How can you push this lead and find a coveted win? 5
grubs, you still have 3.5 minutes before these grubs, or 2.5 minutes before these grubs or these plates are going to fall off. Who on Weibo is going to be able to deal with Gwen in a side lane? Now with Ziggs, they're going to take this turret. They've already TP'd multiple members over here, so EDG are making a strong-armed play for this next Dragon. Such a good opener coming in from EDG. Again, so many years now where they've kind of fallen off on the wayside from the top of the bracket.
Whoa, ZDZ
just getting some damage.
Yeah, he's getting aggressive here. Forces Tian took completely out of his jungle with the Glacial Prison with the accelerated itemization of the Gwen. Nearly knocks Tian down. He has to commit the Crescent Guard. Got some more ultimates flying on out here as Light does commit the Chains of Corruption. Hung gets a big knock-up. Solar Flare immediately cleansed by Light. Between Worlds is going to trap EDG in, and maybe they just bit off a little more they could chew. Infernal Bomb comes back down from On. Angel shows up to our party a bit late, holding on to that Fate Sealed, but won't commit it. So Weibo aren't going to let EDG just push them around everywhere on the map.
Big mistake missing out on some of those needleworks does slow down the game in favor of Weibo, and also Breathe slowly starting to chip away. He got a few plates and a few waves to himself there, and with Gwen moving away from the bottom side of the map, we are expecting for Weibo to now take this Dragon. Great response from them, but a bit of an overforce coming in from EDG.
Does really stunt a lot of their play towards that Dragon like you talked about, trying to overload towards that bot side. The kill is a nice spot for Weibo, but they're going to grab the second Drake. So despite all the scaling and ticking time bomb conversations we do have for Weibo, they are steadily tracking towards what will potentially be a Dragon Soul here, as a Mountain one as well. Very pivotal also just to make sure the EDG don't grab that one, because Mountain Soul is a death sentence for champions like Lethality Varus.
Yeah, I will, kind of caveat that I think out of the souls they could have gotten, the fact that the first 2 dragons are Hextech and Infernal are pretty unfortunate.
Stinks.
They would have really appreciated being able to have that extra burst potential that comes with the soul for either of these. But a Mountain Soul, the combat stats that does allow, if you can grab that shield, is nice. We'll see if Weibo are able to grab that, because that is one way that they can keep themselves relevant with the draft. Tien on the flank, but Wink is here.
Yeah. There we go, public execution. Angel gonna have to go back to that spirit form at some point, but he's gonna use all of his dashes to create enough space. And Hong is there to at least make sure Tien can't dash on top of him. The valiant support of EDG, bodyguarding as always, but will it end up costing him his life? No, it's just more ultimates off the board here, so EDG not really gonna be able to be as aggressive on the map here without Glacial Prison, Fate Sealed, or Solar Flare for the next minute or so.
Right, so gold going missing, as EDG are trying to focus on, can we protect Angel and make sure that he's able to grab his far and keep even with Xiaohu. Now we have what I think is going to be the most important objective for the next 5 minutes here, is going to be this Herald spawning in a minute and a half. A team with having all, again, with this Ziggs, if EDG are able to grab it alongside those Grubs, they can very easily blow open this game and explode to, I think, a very massive gold lead. Whereas for Weibo, being able to get this Rift Herald stalls the game out and at least gets you closer to that Dragon stacking soul.
Love to see Weibo try and flex some of their pick potential in this composition with these ultimate advantages coming across here. Light with that Chains of Corruption, you've got the quickness charms, you've got Between Worlds to really lock EDG into place, and they've already shown a bit of a predisponence for over-aggressing into the Weibo jungle here. So they're already marking that Rift Herald that you called out so eloquently there, Alk, and Wink is at least trying to keep some vision in control of EDG, but there really isn't a world where they can compete here. Don't have any waves pushing in their favor as well, so should be a spot for Weibo to try and open more of the map up with good old Shelly.
Something that Weibo tend to do a lot is play so much through their solo lanes. This time around with Breathe being behind, it seems like the focus for Weibo is protecting Xiaohu. We'll see, as you can see on the minimap right now, Hong on the top side of the map getting vision, getting wards to protect his mid laner so that they can get these waves. Same thing usually by placing Light in the mid lane, leveraging the fact that the Varus is so safe and so proficient at clearing minion waves that he can just say, look, I'm clearing, and then immediately I can drop into Fog of War. And a big item spike power coming through for Weibo in a few minutes time with what looks to be a second and third item lethality from this Varus. EDG under no contest are just going to grab the Herald.
I mean, you called it out as a coveted objective on the map to really advance this next phase of the game, and really intriguing to see that Weibo, the team we pushed as the ones that need to be more aggressive in this spot compositionally, but also just knowing this matchup. Weibo are the more favored team, known for a lot of aggressive play style. To see them slow down like this is a bit perplexing, knowing everything staked into this one singular game.
Well, when we did see them in the tournament, just a few days ago, it was when EDG, first 15 minutes, they win a 2v2 on the bottom side. Xiaohua was actually reinforcing the bot lane to try to find the 2v2 kills. And when that was actually occurring, there was a moment where EDG had a massive enough advantage that they could potentially have continued to further that and have the potential to win that game. But Weibo made really clutch team fights. Tien was on top of it when it came to smiting the objective and making sure that he had that for his team. So that is going to be where I am looking for EDG to have improved in those last 4 days. Can they make sure that they're calling and setting up objectives correctly? Can they mark the right targets at the right time? And that is going to be, I think, the big difference changer between them potentially going, as a losing the expected match against Weibo and making upsets happen and pushing for a second seed.
And to accomplish that goal, if we take a look at some of these item breakpoints that are starting to come through, you can see some clear advantages for EDG when it comes to this side laning. The fact that Angel already has his Blade of the Ruined King done makes him a very good 1v1 champion from his kit. And ZDZ is not too far away from this Nashor's Tooth that's likely to come through here. The side lane threats can really stretch Weibo thin, but for now we're just going to see Shelly crack onto this mid-tier 1 turret. Nearly does drop it down, but does allow for EDG to set up around this Mountain Drake that they really need to stop Weibo from grabbing.
I think they need to take control of this bottom side river ramp. As long as you have access to that, just escort your Ziggs in, satchel bomb this turret, and call it a night. This one ward onto On is providing a lot of information, Breathe is here, and so what Weibo will look to do after this play is probably look to teleport after they've found something here, getting a little bit of damage onto Angel, but all of the carries are nowhere near this dragon right now for Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo have done a really good job at separating the solo lanes from the rest of EDG. This Gwen and Yone are the pivotal start points and finishing points for EDG's composition as they're currently designed, but instead they're allowing for this these battle lines to be drawn across the river here. Dragon slowly getting taken down. You can see Angel and ZDZ both setting up camp to try and go for flanks as Angel's going to jump in with that spirit form onto Tien. Xiaohu is waiting for him to return to go for 1v1 of his own. There the quickness comes out from Hong as he does get jumped on by ZDZ, but the Rakan is really slippery. Stun still lands. He has to quit the flash away from the Zenith Blade. So Key Summoner going to come off of Weibo's side. Angel very low on the HP, and we're getting one of those 50-50 smite fights that you were talking about here, but it's just EDG that are getting bullied out of this pit. Weibo are unrelenting in their quest for this Mountain Drake, and they're going to pick it up. Secured by Tien, and no reason to fight any further.
That's a tough fight there for EDG. I didn't like the positioning on it, and now Weibo, they get access to mid first, they can go for these resets, and when they hit base, they're very easily going to be able to teleport to whatever lane they feel like they can push. As we get a replay of this, Angel getting some damage onto Tien is nice, but this solar flare missing, and there was a flank here from Z2Z to try to reposition, but too many ultimates have now gone missing. The needlework, the first cast of it doesn't land. The Sejuani ult doesn't land. So many skill shots missing from EDG that now this fight is incredibly difficult, and Xiaohu almost veritably secures his objective for the team with this Between Worlds.
There was a lot of missed ultimates in that fight. Sorry to call out my fellow AD carry, Light, but that Chains of Corruption, maybe one of the most missed skill shots when it comes to ultimates in the game of League of Legends, but Mountain Soul now seems to be a big pressure point for EDG to deal with. They are starting to get some move with this Ziggs here, those satchel charges, and knocking down a mid-1 turret. That should really help to open up the map here and allow EDG to try and set up for this Octocon, as we do get a ruinous one for our first game of the second round of Group A.
The fact that they were able to grab the top tier one at first and then continue their control definitely helped them already put vision into the top side, so getting rid of this mid-tier one does make it easier for EDG to kind of just say, hey, look, we can give up some of the mid waves so that we can play for objectives first, as that turret can kind of stand there and clear at least one of the minion waves before Weibo are looking to punish. So from this point, Weibo, this feels like a really big inflection point in draft. I had called out that at 20 minutes, you need to have an overwhelming gold advantage. But here with 3 dragons, in the next 3 minutes, we will have to decide whether Weibo will have a free Mountain Soul, or if they're going to have to potentially, you know, have that delayed and potentially look down the barrel of seeing 3 item Ziggs and a Gwen.
It's a really big point to test the decision-making of Weibo, a team that has so much veterancy across its roster, a team that we talked about coming into today, highlighting their matchup against BLG. But for now, EDG is definitely making this a contest, as they're going to teleport in Angel. Looking for Tien, who's trying to get back to cover his top laner. Wasn't ready for Xiaohao to be waiting up ahead of him, so let's flash out of the Xin Zhao, and this should be EDG taking a pretty big command of the map. It's going to be all tier 1 turrets knocked down with ease.
And how much more can they get from this? Xiaohu does have TP. He's going to get this mid-tier 1 with no one contesting him. You already see that through mid lane, Angel is cutting through the jungle after clearing this mid lane. And how much more can EDG get? Because they are starting to give up some on the top side. And right now, I would like to see them put a little bit more priority to not only stopping Xiaohu, but potentially setting up for that. But as you can see, visions galore light up Weibo's side of the jungle. And they are just preemptively putting themselves in a good spot so that this dragon in a minute and a half's time is going to be at least coming in with more information for Edward Gaming.
It's allowing them to buy more time to continue to play this strong side lane threat. We talked about ZDZ already having access to those 2 items. He gets the Nashor's Tooth done. Angel's not going to be far behind him once he takes this next reset. So 2 items on these very powerful scaling solo lanes is allowing EDG to play their style of game and force Weibo to answer them top, bottom lane constantly when, like you mentioned, the Dragon's up in a minute 15. Baron is only 30 seconds behind it. So this is going to be a map state where you have Otacon, Baron, and a Soul Point Dragon to play for.
Tien.
Unless EDG look for the fight now. There's a TP coming on the top side. There's the stuns getting chained together. The Crescent Guard, the Solar Flare, everything sectioning Tien off away from his team. He's trying to chase down a desperate kill, but the pick has been found. EDG sprung the trap and find themselves a very critical pick.
And they have Gwen. I wouldn't be surprised to see them on a rip open an Otacon with Tien down. 40 seconds means that he will not be alive when the rest of the team is already set up on the Dragon. Great find from EDG. And I wonder how much more, because, I mean, we're kind of looking at it. Big item power spikes for me are going to be the Zhonya's Hourglass, or the Seeker's Arm Guard, I should say, that is in currently ZDZ's inventory. That is going to be a make or break item activation for him in these fights. If he can get in, use the mist, have the ability to kind of cause chaos in the backline for Weibo. I want to see how Weibo are going to set up. What lanes are they going to be looking to push out first? And I mean, they need some cheap combat power. It seems like we're already getting some of those tier 3 boots enchanted.
Xiaohu gonna teleport into this pink ward to try and just put up a fight here on the Vision Wars for this Dragon. Xiaohu, though, getting a flank done with ZDZ between worlds, having to use defensively. It's a key ultimate out here for Weibo, and with them being in control of the Dragon stacking, I think that alone, yeah, is just gonna push them off of this Dragon. So EDG back to making the smarter moves on the map here. And they're going to shut off a pretty big win con for Weibo.
If EDG really wants to, On can just throw a couple of ultimates and just get rid of minion waves, start clearing the opposite side. Weibo maybe feeling a bit of desperation. The pings are going out. EDG want to try to push their advantage on the map, and Weibo going for the Otacon. This will give them so many blood roses and try to spike them back in power against the EXP and Adaptive Force.
Yeah, but their mid and bot waves are not in favor of this play. This is going to cost them likely 2 tier 2 turrets. At the very least, this bottom one that ZDZ and Angel are already whacking away at. EDG maybe not going to greed for this mid tier 2 turret. Don't want to give away a threat of a potential Baron player. Or maybe they'll look to potentially wrap on these resets.
They're too late.
A lot of pings going down to that mid tier 2 wave. Yeah, I think they just had to go for this tier 2 turret, especially with the Zig Satchel charge.
If they wanted to contest Otacon, they would have had to wait a lot earlier. Again, you have 5 grubs. It is so easy. They still throw down the satchel.
They still get it.
That is an insane amount of blood roses. It went from like 5 and 3 to 40. You can already see some of the experience differentials. Tien up a level and a half on his counterpart. And while it's helpful for Breathe to try to stay ahead of ZDZ, this Gwen is 3,000 gold in front of their lane counterpart. And against a Baron, against any of these Elder objectives, it is such a meaningful amount of damage to be able to have max true damage versus them.
Weibo really trying to force potentially an issue here, look for a fight around this Baron River, or at least control it so they can threaten the Baron. Because that's what's really going to decide this game, it feels like. How credible can you be threatening the Purple Worm to pull ZDZ and Angel off of these side lanes? Because like you mentioned, it is 3 items now for ZDZ.
Oh my
he just
God.
does not, he's not in the same territory as Breathe, but EDG need to stay resolved.
Oh!
Don't need to commit into this river, because that's exactly what Weibo wants to do, and they're just going to stay true to their game plan.
Oh, that's a Chain of Corruptions missing on a completely
missed that.
blind target. They had a ward there and everything. Light not able to grab that. They're getting the teleport here. ZDZ wants
ZDZ.
some action.
He's got the teleport in, but doesn't find an angle. Flash, not instead of Ghost, so ZDZ can't chase down, and that really does kneecap EDG's ability to sort of contest a Baron play now. Angel is going to get his teleport up soon here, so maybe he can play towards that bot side wave, but you really want it to be ZDZ with how much further ahead he is compared to his lane counterpart.
That is a pretty big waste, especially the fact that they couldn't get anything, but they are also corralling Weibo around this mid lane wave. Weibo are going to be
Solar
forced
Flare
out.
finds
ZDZ.
nothing. ZDZ, is he just getting sold out by Xiaohu right now? The charm comes across. That is a huge pick for Weibo. They've knocked down the raid boss Gwen, and that should make it a pretty immediate Baron angle.
That's a shutdown going over to the Aurora. Almost level 15 now, and like you were saying, going for the Baron, you have to imagine Weibo, they have so many extra combat stats right now, not only with tier 3 boots potentially upgraded on some of their members, but the Otacon giving increased rewards from epic monsters. So 3 dragons in their back pocket. They'll have a Baron buff that potentially runs over the timer of this dragon. Can EDG mount a comeback in a situation where they were ahead so much?
They're going to have to do it without critical abilities here. No Glacial Burst and no Solar Flare, so how do you get in? Angel's going to try and create an avenue with the Baron damage. Tien is the one that has to flash out, including Xiaohu. So right when we thought Weibo had an angle to break this game open, we return to that same stalemate and buy time for ZDZ to return to the Rift.
Jeez, so tough. We get a replay of what exactly happened here. This was, watching our two solo lanes of EDG sit down. I wanted to have them both corral into this mid lane, sit in Fog of War, and let their team force, but ZDZ walks straight into a full combo of Xiaohu on this Aurora, and then afterwards they're just able to snap right onto this champion. And while it does take some of their ultimates, you can already see that for Weibo, they have to overinvest just to kill one member. We've already seen some of these team fights go the way of Weibo Gaming. Can they make more of them appear, leading behind the charge of their legendary star mid laner?
I'm glad you pointed it out, because in the most desperate times for Weibo, they are always going to turn to Xiaohu, his
the general
understanding of the game, the general, the leader of this squad. And now this Aurora really does have the capabilities to threaten either of these solo lanes. Obviously, getting an enemy to walk right into your entire combo is going to help, but the Aurora has been a pivotal champion for him, that he has a very high win rate, especially so far in 2025. So we'll watch for Xiaohu to see how he can impact these fights. Doesn't have the flash, but does have the Between Worlds available as we're setting up around this dragon. Another soul point secure potentially in about a matter of seconds.
Every single fight from here on out without Weibo securing this dragon is going to be a very, very tightly contested one between these two teams. Angel is tending to the mid wave. See how much more he's able to grab. He's going to join the rest of his team, and I think EDG are a little too segmented. Wink no longer in the pit. Angel on and Xiaohu sitting in the top side of this river. They're going to try and reconnect. I want to watch where not only ZDZ are, but where is Breathe. With that ultimate, that public execution, you can dive right into the back line.
I would have rather them maybe played more towards that mid-wave, but instead EDG are going back to something that's burned them so far in Split 2, trying to 50-50 on these major objectives. Tien has already stolen away some big dragons away from Xiaohu. And EDG know it. The dragon being tended to very cautiously, below 3,500. The Chains of Corruption gonna land onto Wing, not finding anybody else. Inferno Bomb comes across. Tien is very, very low, but he goes in, steals it, secures Mountain Soul for Weibo Gaming, and now they can look to just pick off the stragglers. Flashes will not save you from the might of Breathe and Xiaohu as Weibo Gaming explode in the very first big fight of the game to find a clean sweep of kills across the board.
And they might even just go to Baron after this. EDG collapse in the moment that they needed to come together and help their jungler secure the dragon. It's a mid-tier 1 falling. They're trying to delay the recall of On. He'll get away safely, but at what cost? EDG looked all over the map there in that fight, and I don't know what to say. The team fighting has not looked all that clean, especially for our topside duo, ZDZ and Xiaohu, not being able to connect in this fight. As we jump into the replay, my eyes again on these two solo laners. Xiaohu on the bottom side of the map. They're trying to make this play, but we're not seeing Gwen reinforce with the rest of the team. Hong now gets to come in and kind of delay this back line. The fact that Tien gets that smite is so legendary and back-breaking for Edward Gaming.
And then it's all bets are off. You can see how many flashes were burned in a matter of 10 seconds. Especially some, like we mentioned, without flashes, we're going to have to rely on the satchel charge to keep himself safe as that critical scaling member. But Weibo can really exert their will across the rift. They still have that XP advantage. They're starting to barrel these waves into these remaining tier 2 turrets. It's important to mention, though, Alk, that at this point in the game, from draft, as we just see on their Glacial Prison whiff for Xiaohu, we felt like EDG at these item breakpoints would be the more threatening team, but not with the team fighting they've had so far.
No, it has not been good. And potentially ZDZ fall. Oh my god, Angel just barely doesn't go down.
Hong at least keeping Xiaohu at bay, but all of that poke was just to get these turrets down, so the Baron already cashing in pretty heavily for Weibo Gaming. Grab a top and mid tier 2 turret. but they're looking for more here. They've got the waves to support it. Tien and Breathe are going to section off to go for a top tier 3, but look at the play from EDG. They're going to cut off the other side of the Serpent's head. It's Angel going in with a Fate Seal. shoutout steps around it somehow. The General of Weibo avoids the engage and sets up Breathe to just run amok in the backline. Angel down first. CDZ needs to go huge with this Gwen, trying to heal through all the damage, but he can't do it through the full might of Weibo Gaming. It took 2 fights to do it, but Weibo are going to find themselves the 3-1 to start on the second round robin of Group B.
Xiaohu saw the calendar. He says, oh, it's only March? Well, guess what? I can still be the spring tiger here for the team. Weibo are going to take a back-breaking win up against EDG, and like you said, see themselves 3-1 here in Group A.
It's another what-if scenario, it feels like, Ulk.
Oh, man.
Your alternate universe, I mean, we got to go back to it. Is there an alternate universe where EDG are 4-0 in your mind in this group now?
Not anymore. I think we're just straight up snapping that one out of the timelines, guys. That one is getting plucked and put away straight into the garbage. It sucks because, again, such an early game advantage garnered by EDG. ZDZ had 2,000 gold over his lane counterpart for the entire game and was unable to transfer that into a win. It's going to be something that I think haunts this team as we go forward, and I want to continue to see what EDG are going to iterate on. I mean, Weibo, I know we kind of avoided talking about this team for a pretty long time in that game with how it was looking, but Xiaohu with 100% kill participation, really leading from the front as this Aurora, like you had noted, a standout and breakout champion for this guy.
Really impressive. It is important to remember, though, for Weibo, they're not going to be able to rely on Xiaohu to just bail them out of weaker early games when it comes to some of the opponents they're going to be looking at. We'll talk more about who they're playing next in this group. But now, Ulk, looking at this group picture, we came in today talking about how this is put up or shut up time. I think now with this win specifically, we do clearly have first and second versus third and fourth when you look at these this Group A bunch of teams.
Yeah, barring some upsets, it's not completely locked up, but if this continues to go as we see it, Weibo and BLG are looking to take easy buys into Group Ascend, and EDG are looking to be our third place team. It all comes down to their matchups later on today. The rest of this group will be played concurrently, just all back-to-back, so I'm very scared for them. It's so weird to just see, you know, you have the scaling advantage, you get off to an early start. You would have thought they would be able to close that one out, but I mean, look, Xiaohu's like, you guys may have left the roster to ZDZ and Xiaohu, but I still own you guys, okay? There's a reason we got Tarzan and Breathe coming on through in summer.
That's a good shout, I can't lie. And what really stings even further for EDG is, you know, we've had our fair share of draft gap games in the LPL already so far. A couple playoff games are coming to mind, but this was a really good draft, especially for the meta. I mean, the Gwen win rate right now in Split 2 is really high. The Sejuani Yone ability is really, really potent. Outside of maybe getting on the Ezreal instead of the Ziggs, I felt like this was one of the better EDG drafts we've seen in 2025.
Yeah, then they did nothing with it. I hate to say it.
That's what stinks.
It's so sad to see the potential of this. And I will say, some criticism does need to be levied towards our top side. Again, Gwen having such a massive advantage, but never really able to kind of continue or push that forward or even generate it for the rest of the team. We saw them eventually start to move around the map, but it felt like EDG were more focused on, hey, when can we win a fight? When are we looking to try to go for an engage than necessarily playing the bigger picture and looking at the Summoner's Rift. So I don't know. I feel like with the levels of like experience that you do have on this team, again, Wink and On playing for such a long time, Angel just by himself, I think when you talk about the experience of this one player, I would think that, especially for someone who has, I think, typically in the past gone towards playing towards the rest of the map, I think that Angel's Talia has been perfect in years past. His Twisted Fate has always been a kind of a pocket pick. The fact that we're not really seeing him and the rest of the team be able to like really warp around this and play you have 5 Grubs, 3-0 Gwen, and a Ziggs. This game should be wrapped up when you have that kind of lead.
You can win games with this very team composition, never 5v5. 5v5. 5v5 is the best. 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 5v5 is the best like never full-blown fighting. And yeah, I'm glad you pointed out so well, Alk. We're not going to get too much of it in the replays because it's going to be a lot of the fights, but even in the most pristine moment for them to lean into strong side laning, we saw that hesitation. I keep going back, Alk, to you called it during the moment, the real desperation play from Weibo, which was that Atacon. That should have costed them at least 2 tier 2 turrets, which it did, but maybe even more with the Ziggs, the Yone, the Grubs.
Yeah.
It's just EDG never committed to this side lane threat, and they just weren't synced enough on the team fighting to make enough of a difference against how their comp was designed.
I think it's so poetic as well for Weibo. When we looked at this team at the beginning of the year, they were early on one of the early adopters of like, hey, we actually don't need to fight immediately on Otacon spawn, or like we need to be constantly hovering it.
True.
They were one of the first teams in the LPL to actually drop the ruinous Otacon and instead try to trade out on the map and play, getting all the structures and weakening them so that the next 2.5 minutes were not as useful. So I think it is so funny to see them in a game where they actually grab the Otacon, trade 2 turrets, and then you look at this game, they have a ruinous Otacon that gives them the bonuses to the Elder Dragons. They already have 3 dragons in their back pocket, so it was a really good example of Weibo, I think, being able to out-macro their opponents, and then come down to the clutch fights. Tien made it happen. Tien made those kinds of smites.
Yeah.
He got themselves the objectives. And then he gets to turn to his right, turn to his left, and be like, okay, cool. So I'm just going to get carried by Aurora. That's okay.
That's okay. When it's Xiaohu, why not? I'm glad you called out some of the split 1 tactics there with Otacon. My boy Alk is about as tapped into Weibo as Xiaohu's about to be tapped into this MVP pick. It's got to be him, by the way, in case anyone was wondering in chat.
Yeah, I was wondering what kind of champions we were going to get from Xiaohu coming into this year, because he's been able to fluctuate between playing some of his mages and then moving back into the marksman meta when we were seeing him on things like the Tristana. But here on the Aurora, he feels like the best new addition to his lineup, and it's been so impressive to see. I think he's one of the best Auroras early on into the year, and I'm glad to see him continue that trend.
For a man, the general synonymous with so many amazing picks in the mid lane, it is cool to see Xiaohu continuing to evolve his game. Aurora being one of his, I'm stamping it, his staple champions for the LPL. Very deserved MVP there for the general of Weibo Gaming as they move on to 3-1 in Group B as we start that second round robin. But you all know what's coming up next. 5 more games. The next one, you can already tell where we're going to be going here. Get to see the other 2 teams from Group A. So we're going to take a short intermission on the other side, take a look at BLG taking on Team WE. You won't want to miss it.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to kiss your face.
Welcome, everybody, back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we start off the second half of double round robins. But in my hastiness to get to break, I forgot one of the most important messages I have to bring to all of you at home, and it is a shout out to all of you guys supporting us at home. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and the content creators behind the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, and seeing your name on screen once a week. That's a deal you can't pass up on all. Oh,
Nice. You know what? That's what I get for trying to flex on the Coffee viewers.
That's- you know,
I
I
forgot
hope-
to
yeah,
unmute
you-
in VMix, so that's it. That's just straight up punishment. Okay, that's my bad. I love all of our Coffee supporters, especially Aaron Soup. This guy keeps dropping 50 bombs on us, and
Dude.
again, not only him but everybody else that's been able to help with whether you are simply just a viewer or a chatter, maybe even an anonymous lurker. Every little bit has helped. Every bit of the community kind of showing out for the LPL English has been very, very nice and heartwarming to see.
And our reward to you in the immediate is our next matchup here from Group A. So let's not waste too much time getting into this one. We'll introduce our first team coming in here, and it is a very well-known squad by so many metrics. It is going to be Billy Gaming coming in here for the BLG side. You know this roster well, but I enjoy getting to read it out to all of you at home. Bin in the top side, Way in the jungle, Knight the mid laner, Elkin on to round out a squad that needs to be a competitive threat, not just in the LPL, not just for the title, but internationally as well as we look forward in 2025.
And we have a BLG that should, rightfully so, be a little angry with their performance early on. Taking an early loss in the bottom side of the bracket when we talk about Split 1, only barely making it to like a 5th, 6th finish. Very, very upsetting for a team that we had expectations to yet again hoist the trophy and potentially go towards first stand. Now here again, they are, already starting off with 3-0, but in this matchup need to be as dominant as we have seen them continue that streak, as, keeping, expectations very, very honest with ourselves when we look at BLG here domestically.
I know we've come into this, Group A discussion at the top of the show, being a bit nice to EDG, talking about, what Weibo getting back into form. We've kind of coddled some of these other teams, but I'm glad you kind of said it all. BLG, we're not messing around here, all right? This needs to be a improvement moment. They were the 2-time champions for so long. What do they look like after they get a peg? They get taken down a peg here, especially, for guys like On. I know Alk, you mentioned as a guy you're really looking to step up after a lot of criticism has come their way for the recent performances of BLG.
Yeah, unfortunately, On is always going to be On. Even in prior kind of organizations, when we saw this guy play, he was someone that, while on like Weibo and a little bit of Suning, he kind of was very hit or miss. The joke is like on and off. And it hasn't really left here in BLG. I think that I think not only his level of play, but also just having better teammates definitely helps in that instance to just say like, hey, I'm going for this engage play. I'm hopefully going to be, someone's going to be able to back me up. And the ceiling on this player is insane. There have been moments during the year when we watch this guy in domestic where he is one of, if not the best support in the world. The problem is the consistency between him and Elk as a bot lane duo. Sometimes they like to falter in lane, and that has, I think, been a big crutch as we get further and further throughout these series. On, now that you've had some time to develop, you've been on this roster for at least 2 years, we need to see that level rise. We need to see him performing as a world-class player and hold him to that standard.
Yeah, you said it well. World-class player, that carries a very high ceiling, a skyscraper-esque one, and we want to see those guys and the rest of BLG return to that form. But it's time to go to the other side of the coin as we flip it on over and introduce the challengers for this matchup, which is going to be the staple organization, Team WE, as we do have a Kube in the top lane, Monkey Jungle, Karis in the mid lane, Taeyun, AD Carry, and Vampire to round out a squad all that is the exact opposite agenda when it comes into expectations and results looking into this split in 2025.
It's so weird to see because for some of our older LPL fans, they see Team WE and they're like, well, why is this team floundering? It's been a while, like some of the exciting pieces of this roster have already gone away, like the Shanks experiment that we saw from them a couple of years ago. And now they've brought in some different pieces, swapping out Tianjian after Split 1, bringing in Monkey, now having these two Korean carries in Karis and Taeyun. I just feel like, where exactly are we finding kind of like the next stars of the LPL? I know that Monkey has been kind of touted as one of the next up-and-comers, really finding a lot of success on EDG's youth team, but their first games were not particularly pretty. I don't think Monkey, adds a ton here. And so far from the carries that we've seen, Taeyun has been consistent, but I think the rest of the team is just not really finding their stride so far in Split 2.
And it's been disappointing and for some fans heartbreaking for the other parts of this roster, even into Split 2. I know coming into the year, a lot of people were hyped on Vampire. Those expectations quickly extinguished.
There was one person hyped on Vampire, and he's not here right now. So
okay, all right. There was more than one out there for playing the numbers game, but yes, I had one very clear voice in my ear for Vampire. But he was shaky at points. He had some good moments, but let's look at, let's get out of the negativity for a second here, Algan. Let's look at the good that we found from Team WE.
Yeah, there have been, again, some moments, some shining moments, especially here in Split 2. Again, Taeyun in particular has been, in my opinion, one of the best performers. And, it's tough to see because Cube is typically a player, when you look across the board, Cube has always been a player that kind of tends to be a middle of the pack, if not bottom middle half, and usually plays with a lot fewer resources. But for this Team WE, you need to be able to step up, especially in a meta where solo laners are so important to dictating your success in a game.
Seeing some clips of some of those big spots that WE were able to find, juncture points. Dives have just been questionable out of this group, I'd like to say, so far. When it comes
a
to
WE special. It wouldn't be a failed dive if we didn't have Tien somewhere in there, so...
That's true. Unfortunately, that almost completely held up in our last game from Weibo. But, yeah, it's just the important thing for here to mention for Team WE is just developing an identity. And that is a term that can be used when it comes to draft a lot of the time. But for teams and organizations that are just, starting sort of over, starting fresh, you obviously, when you make a roster, commit certain players to being focal points, to being leaders. And I want that for WWE to just show in some of their drafts here. Keep competitive games, playing a certain style. We'll have to see here because it's definitely the tallest of tasks to try and find that up against BLG here as we welcome in the other two teams from Group A to the arena.
Yeah, this is like David versus Goliath, like times 10 here. BLG, incoming World's Grand finalists. You also have two-time champions coming in as well. And some of the most legendary players to touch the LPL and play in this league versus a Team WE who have some fresh faces. I think have a lot of journeyman players, especially when we talk about players like Karis and Taeyun coming over from the LCK. And I think that part also goes a little unmentioned. The fact that with two Korean players, the level of their proficiency in being able to speak and communicate with their teammates is a question mark to be held over this squad. So without any talents that we're seeing that are really like breakout stars and are almost 1v9ing a lot of games, I think it's tough for us as a broadcast and for fans to find ways to connect. And it's tough. You have like those memetics, right? Where you're like, okay, we're here for Vampire, haha. Like I don't want to have that be like the butt of the joke. I want to see individual players thrive in these scenarios and take places and take spots in good rosters.
That's what we're looking to see here, and it's just sort of first foot forward for WE as we do get set for this game 2 draft of our night, the first draft between our two teams. And now is a more important time than ever, all to revisit the conversation we had earlier. BLG, on the flip side, will be, in their first 2 games, playing blue side. In this meta that you talk about has been evolving ever since the last time we saw them. Remember, this group played on day 1, so a lot has actually changed in the meta since then. How are you looking to see them adapt in this spot?
So early on when we saw BLG, I wasn't really a big fan so far of Bins and Bessa, which sounds weird to say when he has been so proficient in years past when you think of his career, not only here but internationally, of all the different melee mids that he's particularly good at. But now that we're adding things like the Gwen as well, he's obviously played a bit of Gwen. His most recent games were in 2023, also helped play that during their MSI run. But we haven't really seen it in a little bit, and I am mostly curious as to how far are they willing to kind of get out of that comfort zone of, I think, the champion pool that Ben has really been so expert in, which so far has appeared to be in this meta to be Gnar, Jax, and Rumble.
A couple of those, or sorry, at least one of those, could be a B1 pick here as we do dive into this draft. Immediately calling out the Rumble ban comes across. Jace continues to get screened away from teams as a blind top lane answer. This last ban, we'll see if it goes towards the Gwen, and it does. So Skarner gets through on red side. Is Wade just calling a slam this home?
I'm sure. I mean, if you think about the other junglers that we've been seeing first picked, it's usually been the Vi. So, I mean, yeah, probably WE are going to be able to pull that for themselves. If they want to be able to take away strong champions from some of their counterparts, I think maybe going for the opted trade of the Sejuani Yone on red side could be something that they are looking at.
Good call. That could be a potential. It's very clear, though, that WE have pointed out that they want to limit Bin here in this matchup with those bans, and maybe likely knowing that they could come back with the Mbessa. So it's actually Team WE that ends up blinding for Cube. So he's going to grab the Mbessa. This would be a lock-in. I don't see this coming through. There's a lot of, I think you called it out. All the Sejuani's going to come through here, and you do this knowing that BLG aren't going to just lock Knight into the Yone. It just doesn't fit their comp they've already made. So they're just going to allow Bin to pick his counter pick into the Mbessa. We saw the Renekton band away in game number 1. Do we get the Giga Bin on the old Croc?
I think this was the original answer into Mbessa, and typically we see it banned. So while the Gwen is nice, I think the fact that WE snapped up the Mbessa without really, I think, respecting the fact that Renekton could be coming through as an answer either means to me that they're going to be potentially looking for something later in the draft that's going to help them deal with this, or maybe they go for a swap. Maybe we do a thing that we saw from TT, right, where they threw the Akali into top side, and I'm going to immediately lose that as they're starting to hover Karis' random assortment of mages.
Silas would be a melee, so all right. They don't go the Yone route. I don't hate it with the Mbessa topside, so you've got that sort of aspect covered. It's another game where we're going to see a team with double melee in their solo lanes. I like this as we try and establish who really wants to pilot WE in these games. They're making it clear that their newest addition, Monkey, is going to be in a prime spot to get a lot of stuns down, try and threaten these solo lanes. So look to this Sejuani early to be a big pivot point for WE as we move into this second phase of bans. And what AD carries are you expecting to see taken away here, looking at both comps so far?
I think we do have to potentially ban away an Ezreal. Elk, by and far, has looked like the best Ezreal in the region, if not contested by someone like Pays so far. And just the fact that he has so much mobility to get away from an Mbessa, Sejuani, or Silas from what they're showing. Team WE, the problem that I have with this is In mid lane with the Sylas, usually the way that the matchups go right now for Sylas is you have to trade very heavily in the minion wave, and Aurora's totally fine with that. It has so many ways to kind of
100%.
get away from that. Similar to like an Akali, you have to be able to get underneath her and really deal a lot of damage in short amounts. Otherwise, her passive kind of rips you to shreds. So BLG have so much great champions to kind of manipulate terrain around fights with this like Aurora as well as the Skarners. So I think it's going to be tough for WE to walk into fights. They're going to need something that's going to be able to hold down opponents. And I like this Ezreal takeaway for Taeyun.
Yeah, I was immediately going to point to that, right? With the Ash and Misfortune bans, you got to do that liking one of the Corki Ezreal on the flip. So they end up with that coveted blonde True Shot Barrage-esque play champion in the Ezreal. So Taeyun will grab that one. I, personally, after getting the front row seat, we both did, to Jachi's amazing Kaisa. Let's see, like you mentioned, one of the best AD carries in the LPL right now on that champion. Elk's going to lock in the Kaisa. I like that pairing. Now you have some people able to follow up with this Skarner as looks to go in. The Renekton that's always looking to cut back down towards the back line, and the Aurora. BLG are going to look to try and flip a fight on its head whenever they can find an angle.
We are seeing some of the effects of the Sylas early. It does kind of pigeonhole some of the supports that BLG did want access to, because if you go for Leona or Alistar, those are very clear options for Sylas to take early in a fight. So going for the Rel instead, I feel bad for Karis, because despite the lane matchup and maybe what we get in side lanes, I feel like this Sylas is not going to have pick of the litter in terms of like perfect ultimate choices. So for Team WE, what we're expecting here is, you know, some ability to skirmish, but you lose on top side. At best, you could try to argue that mid lane is a skill matchup, and then maybe you're fighting for 1 and 2 items on bottom lane. Whereas BLG, I think with the fact that Wei gets Skarner, one, you know, very understated fact of this draft, you have winning lanes, and you also have the ability to scale with a Kaisa. I feel like BLG's got everything they wanted and still have a lot of playmaking.
I'm glad you pointed out as I came to learn it joining the LPL, the Kelsey Moser staple logic for BLG, especially in the best of one. Winning lanes usually results in pretty clean games from one of the pillar orgs of the LPL. So we'll see how much Knight especially can get ahead in this lane. And as we transition on to Summoner's Rift, I just think it's so poetic. We talked about it in this group, holding 2 of the most famous mid laners in LPL history, and they're both playing the same champion to start off the second phase of the round robin.
Yeah, but last time we saw them play an Aurora matchup, Xiaohu got absolutely bodied. They were playing Galio versus Aurora. It was unfortunate, but that is also a matchup that we will be seeing between Knight and Xiaohu later on tonight as we get through the rest of our double round robin here. And again, coming into this, BLG massive favorites to be expected, and Team WE kind of need to get miracles done here if they want not only a chance at being able to beat BLG, but not being sent immediately to Group Nirvana, where potentially 2 teams will leave the LPL for the entirety of 2025.
Big stakes here for Team WE, a mountain to climb here, all compacted into one singular game as we ring in some Murmuring Gyos and hit the rift here with Wei, already looking to maybe try and identify a spot to get some wards down, as the 5-point start from both teams does open up some poking and prodding. Wei swinging over towards mid and maybe try to hover him, as Cube does get some decent chunks in. But Ulk, with 2 jugglers that are really well-known champion-wise to want to look aggressively for early ganks, what are you looking here for starts? Because Wei and Monkey are still face-to-face as minions start to spawn onto the rift.
I think it's a lot easier for someone like Monkey to find ganks just by the advantage of having solo laners that can apply the permafrost. The thing that I will be watching for with Wei is, with this Skarner, can he be there to not only cover for his team, but where exactly are we getting and kind of positioning ourselves? Because against so many melees, Skarner gets a lot of damage done. The Quaking passive on this champion, if he's able to kind of get that applied properly to like someone like Cube or Karis and Monkey, you are going to rip through this front line, and also has the Aftershock, so going to be increasingly tanky on engages.
Already a ton of trading going down on this bot side. Certainly like that on the side of the Ezreal. Has a lot of potency in these early trades. It's a good headbutt. Actually interrupts On's crash down, but Elk's doing a good job to cover. Vampire taking a pretty decent chunk. It's important as we see this trading going on to spot out our junglers who are clearing bot to top. So this bottom lane, as volatile as it's looking, not going to likely see a lot of support for a couple of minutes here.
Okay. Just taking a look, I mean, Monkey's already kind of sitting on the same level of clear here as Wei, as early vision immediately spawning Wei. Same will be done for Monkey. Kind of looking at this bottom lane, can they trade very early on with the fact that you do have this Kai'Sa and Rel? You'll have a bit of extra damage around those plasma procs, but Ezreal Alistar, once you get a couple more levels, does start to kind of be able to have trading patterns and fight the opponent.
Vampire already going in for some of those trades, with the plasma stacks, like you called out, coming through, making that trade pretty precarious. As precarious might be the same sort of sentiment shared in this mid lane trade, as we already see Knight exacting his will. Golden left hand of the BLG Empire, just casually starting to scale himself up here, as he's already forced to teleport out of Karis, with both junglers finishing up their full clears, looking to see what they can get done on the Rift. With Bin getting a pretty big shove in towards that top side, so I wonder if we're going to see Monkey at least pay attention towards that side of the map. But on the flip side, these bottom lanes know that they can focus on farm here, because, man, we are trading galore.
And that's a pretty big win, I would say, for WE, not only getting a lot of the health pots out, but also the Ignite here from Vampire, potentially setting up for something. Taeyun's getting such good damage, and Monkey is pathing towards this lane. We'll see if WE are able to get a little bit more out of this trading. Seems like instead what it's going to do is get some early plates here for Taeyun and Vampire, which is, again, one of the strongest moments for this team. Can Wei and Bin do much? I think you're playing against them best. She has the flash still. Yeah.
Yeah, the wave was, I mean, we were down to 3 caster minions before Wei even tried to turn the corner for that dive. So good hover there from Monkey. WE having the ability to lean into their bot side to get a very clean reset off. So far, those big solo lanes looking for huge wins. Just amounting to some creep score leads, as Bin does go in for a pretty big trade. Thought Cube might have an angle to turn back in there, but you know, respect the level advantage and the threat of Wei potentially being nearby. So a ton of attention now going to shift towards that bottom side, as Dragon is soon to spawn, and we've got 8 members of the 10 in the game on that side of the map.
Maybe bottom lane is important, guys. We have actual junglers coming on through. Not a large advantage coming through for both teams, but BLG is doing a very good job of, again, playing through these lanes of advantage. Bin having a small CS lead for himself. Same thing with Knight, like we said. These are, again, I think, going to about prescription. Karis now has to be so careful.
Yeah, I tried to trade in that minion wave, but I think Knight just might have the solo kill, and it's as anticlimactic as it can come there. One fleeting auto, no flashes burned, no fancy footwork, but the same sort of result we've seen so many times from Knight. It's first blood, a solo kill for him to kick it off for BLG.
That's so tough, man. Like, very dry solo kill as well. Not much really leading up to it. This is part of the electrocute changes, but I think that right there is kind of what we should be expecting from BLG. Individual lane domination from some of these players, especially for someone as mechanically gifted as Knight. And that's just going to be so good for their map, as now it opens up an advantage for them. Oh my god, Vampire.
Ooh,
Vampire, please.
Man, does he have his health bar off with some of these engages? I respect the hustle, but definitely putting Taeyun into a pretty precarious position. This is the one lane where Ezreal Alistar, as you called out, definitely can have a lot of control. But they've allowed Elk to sort of regain some tempo. Got a Cole, so he's committed to the farm. They have a gank spurring in the mid lane. Ult's coming online for the mid laner's Knight. Immediately commits to the Between Worlds. Flash available for Karis. He's going to use the hijack Between Worlds. Great enough distance. Does give the respect flash. But the pressure point Knight continues to create is expanding the lead for BLG.
And he'll just be able to get a plate for himself here if he really feels that, you know, confident for it. He still has the flash as well. Karis has no TP for this play. This is just gone from bad to worse. He's already having a small lead, has Dark Seal stacks ready to go. Maybe WE can make something happen on the crash here. You see that Vampire and Monkey, but Monkey's just going straight towards the Dragon. This is going to be a plate for free from Knight.
Maybe Vampire just trying to make sure Karras can get a couple of CS. I mean, he gets one caster minion, though, and Knight forces him onto another reset. BLG definitely win the trade of Grubs as well as a team that's looking to pilot through solo lanes, getting ahead, or just strong lanes in general. 3 Grubs for 1 Dragon. Take that trade any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Maybe they actually contest them on all of these objectives. It takes way too long for Monkey, especially without his level 6. BLG are going to be walking with a level advantage, with an ultimate advantage, and now they're going to be able to win this. I mean, Wei, you have the smite. I feel like they're not comfortable because Knight does not have ultimate.
They did have ultimate advantage, though, on Wei. I mean, the Impale's available, but they're not going to over-aggress, something we're pretty standard. We were caught standardly talking about with BLG, but they'll take the Dragon trade instead, and now this is just going to further exacerbate some of these solo lanes, and I want to make sure everybody's getting enough attention towards Gigabin himself. For all the love Knight's gotten with some of these kills, and the attention his jungler is giving him his way does pay another visit to mid lane. Bin has himself a 20-plus CS lead on his top lane island.
He's playing Renekton in top lane by himself. Oh, they make an engage on the On. That's free.
On. Yeah, that should be a catch. He does have the flash, though. Gonna get over the big wall, and Vampire nor Monkey are going to follow. It's actually Taeyun that takes charge here. You don't see that a lot from AD carries. The flash, heart gain shift, and Taeyun gets WE on the board.
Okay, cool. You got 1 kill, but so many resources invested towards the bottom side of the map. Wei is going to at least be able to take at least one of these camps. And now with Rel being able to reset, we can see that On is making a movement towards the top side of the map, getting a little bit more vision. Maybe wants to open up and protect his jungle's camps. Seems like instead BLG are going to continue their top side dominance. Wei is trying to fight him here, but he's going to very easily just get out. Oh, we are using the flash. He does not know where Alistar is. He's like, I'm not taking this chance.
No, doesn't have the Impale either. So key engaged tool losing critical summoners. That's a good little break point open here for Team WE. But the fact of the matter is they are going to be pretty behind, especially in the solo lanes department, when these grubs come up in about 2 minutes. It's hard to see a world where BLG don't at least get a hold of Void Mites, if not the entire kit and caboodle known as 6 grubs.
So Skarner is pathing towards the bottom side of the map. On is also resetting. Bin is by himself. He has the ultimate. He has the flash. Can he make an outplay?
All right, Ben, that is the wrong way off rip. He's going to try and use the minion wave to slice and dice. Gets a big heal, but tanks turret aggro, and that is a gifted kill to Taeyun. So quietly, one of the more impressive players you pointed out, Elk from... Not Elk, I'm getting switched up. Ulk! My lord. Taeyun, though, I know you've been impressed by. And he is quietly now 2 kills deep on this Ezreal.
It's okay. It's been really fun to listen to some of our non-American folks, specifically either from Australia or EU, pronounce BLG's bottom laner's name, especially when I'm trying to listen and I just hear Elk all the time. It happens. But making sure that they're getting gold for him is great. You do see that on the bottom side. It is Elk going 1v1 into Cube. Maybe they make this play onto Knight. Does force his flash. So at least WE are making plays to get summoner spells, gain advantages, but I don't think they are progressing the game enough.
You know, 3 sides to a triangle, 3 mans on the dive against the cube. Does create enough space dashing out, but the Impale comes across. Does Elk have enough damage to just burn through this Abessa? It's taking a lot of time here. The flash is committed. Elk picks up the kill, but BLG on the wrong side. They got a teleport coming from behind here. Karras trying to get in towards this Kaisa. Elk flashes back away, but the first kill comes across on to Knight. Teleports galore as Ben shows up to the party, pops his ult and says, boys, we're not done here. We're pushing for more here. I want kills on top of kills, and I don't care if the enemy's got my own dominance. Knocks down another kill. BLG narrowly come out in front on the skirmish.
I'm going to say that that's a pretty weird play to make. It does put them at 2,000 gold in the advantage and give over some kills to someone like Skarner, but this is just solo gold going over to Taeyun. I feel like with so many people splitting the turret plates as well and the investment that BLG made in that, especially I think Bin's TP was an overreaction. As we get into this replay, like you said, takes so long to kill Cube. A great job and something that we're seeing time and time again from our Mbessa players. If anybody remembers Cassante early on, well, this is feeling very similar to that. I feel like after we see Karras make this TP, if Bin's not going to commit to this play, after we grab these kills and win the fight, that should just be it. The fact they're able to grab all these kills is nice and definitely helps when, again, we're talking about Taeyun getting all of those resources for himself.
Gotta shout out Vampire there is... Oh,
Oh.
Okay, all right. Hey, in case you guys knew, we're on the LPL English broadcast where we watch Ben die into a 1v3. Again, is it Groundhog Day? Anybody? Can I get some help?
I feel like we are in such a weird spot. You know, Ben usually one of the better players when we talk about the Melee champions. His Renekton is somewhat feared. I don't know what's going on here in this game. He's getting kind of owned. He was doing well enough for himself in the laning phase, but mechanically, I think making some mistakes here and overextending. We saw bits of this in that Rumble game earlier on into this split. So I wonder if that's going to be a continuing trend for one of the best players and most consistent players that BLG has been able to helm. So now with 6 grubs, we didn't get to see because we were in the replay. BLG will finally take the first turret of the game, just barely missing out on Karis there from Wei.
Trades ult for ult. They get the tier 1 turret down. That should set them up pretty well for feats of strength. I know a lesser talked about Season 15 adaptation that a lot of teams aren't too keen on playing for, but it was actually Team WE in that bot side skirmish that grabbed the feats of warfare before BLG found that 4th kill. So it is going to be tightly contested, but what's not contested right now are the item breakpoints, really. It's Taeyun for WE once again that's going to brunt a lot of the burden with that Triforce completed, trying to get some waves and poke down into Elk, but maybe pushes his luck a little bit too much here. That Arcane Shift might cost you, my friend. The Void Seeker going to land. Elk thinking twice about going in with the Killer Instinct, but it's on that's actually going to commit first. Taeyun going to have to burn the Flash as everybody pulls up to another party in the mid lane. It's a key summoner off of the main damage focal point for Team WE.
It's a good look as well with Herald spawning in 2.5 minutes. They're going to look to try to utilize the fact that Taeyun is missing his summoner spell. He still does have Arcane, you know, the Arcane shift, so should be able to get out of situations. Cube, however, does get caught, potentially.
Yep. Public Execution goes across the Between Worlds, but picks off away a very tanky Skarner. Knight in melee range does have to create a bit of space here, but the Golden Hand keeps his shiny coat on, even through Vampires dive forward. And maybe I spoke too soon here as Monkey flies on in to find the kill on the Knight. And they might have just shattered the Golden Hand and get a second one as Wave falls next. Team WE springing onto the bot side of the map. They're going to get 2 kills in a turret.
It might be witchcraft here, but it's the right play from Team WE to make a response over onto Knight and Wei. I mean, yes, the Aurora is strong, but I feel like we are kind of misplaying some of these fights. BLG still wavering early into this 2025. I know we were kind of hinting at some of their playoff results from Split 1, the fact that they did take an early exit, the fact that they did lose that best of 5 in group stage, we thought was a mirage, right? We were thinking, okay, it's a one-off series. You didn't prep properly up against Thunder Talk. Happens. They smashed them again in playoffs, so BLG able to right that wrong. But we are seeing small mistakes here from a BLG that, honestly, again, we're coming out of them being in Worlds Finals, 2 back-to-back LPL championships for them, and it just feels like, you know, individual mistakes are slowly starting to bog this team down and make it a bit difficult for them to continue with their lead. I mean, they were 2,000 gold up at a moment.
It's all but evaporated and allowed a lot of other members of WE to catch up in the item points. Black Cleaver, Hearthsteel, and a Proto Belt have all come through since the last escapades. It's really even out the footing between these 2 teams. Keep your eye on Rift Herald spawning here in 25 seconds as Taeyun continues to impress me with how he utilizes windows for this Ezreal to slam waves into Elk. The one shortcoming of this Kai'Sa is just gives a lot of space for Ezreal to do whatever he wants, constantly getting mid-wave prio, and that's a good thing if you want to turn your attention towards good old Shelly if you're WE.
It's a very big objective for them to have to contest here. 6 grubs for BLG with a Herald would automatically be a win. I mean, look at where Skarner is. Skarner's on the bottom side of the map. They are trying to protect Knight to make sure that he's able to get to his second items, get those resources, but by giving up this objective, you're kind of leaving Bin in an awkward position where now with no top tier one, he kind of has to push this and then drop and potentially go back, look out on the map. You're never really, doesn't seem like they're getting much push down in mid either. So a lot of emphasis on getting Knight his resources. Gonna see if that pays off for them. He's already has his individual lead versus Karis.
Now they're getting some pressure on Taeyun. Doesn't have as much cover in this mid lane, and the Ixtal's impact lands into the Impale. That is way too clean from Wei, who says bye-bye to Taeyun and bye-bye to all of the Tier 1 turrets. 6 grubs is a hell of a drug.
They knew, right? We talked about from that play earlier. No flash on Taeyun. Can we maybe try to punish that? BLG find a moment in mid. Will grab themselves a mid-tier 1 as well. And by them recalling now, they're going to try to get some items, finish off some of the inventory in them to look towards the dragon in a minute's time and stop WBG from stacking. They were able to get the first 2 dragons, but now with where we're seeing it, take a look at this replay. Taeyun just kind of takes an early cut through the mid wave and doesn't have the shift, so that's kind of a death sentence immediately here for Taeyun. Not much else to see here. I mean, the fact that it gets tagged by the wall is a bit much.
Right,
and that is ultimates that are going to be missing for the dragon fight.
There's some of that dive ability, though, we talked about from BLG through draft, so like to see that Wei on this very coveted Skarner pick when it comes to the LPL junglers tier list is continuing to be proactive on the map here as they now turn their ire towards this bot side. Team WE, remember, we're trading the dragons early for grubs, so as unfortunate as the Cloud Soul is, it is good here for BLG to put some emphasis towards stopping the stacking nonetheless, and with the lead that they're holding in mid lane and in the gold department, they're going to try and play for that dragon, but I like this from Team WE. Drop Shelly and make sure if they're going to take the Drake, you're at least getting a mid-tier 1 out of it.
Don't have a minion wave after, which does make this a tiny bit difficult. Instead, we're seeing the TP. Cube doesn't quite know about it yet. He's going to be able to answer late.
They don't want to give anything, and Bin is coming in from the side. Vampire's already down to a quarter HP, holds the Unbreakable, instead decides to burn the Flash. That should all but lock in this Cloud Drake for BLG here. Don't have to worry about side lanes or a threat of an Alistar flying on in, so they'll take their dragon and leave.
Please tell me they get at least the top tier 1. Let's see, Ezreal ultimate. Nowhere near this dragon. Simply just a passing shot at Elk. They didn't even get the mid-wave turret either from dropping the Herald, so very minimal gold gained here for Team WE, and with all that damage, like you said, onto Vampire, cuts them off from being able to jump. I thought maybe there is an angle because the fact that you have the Cloud Rift, the speed around the buffs of each jungle camp do make it a little easier to move through the jungle and to out towards these side lanes, so WE are making a concerted effort to try to get a little bit of gold onto some of these individual solo laners, but I don't know if it's going to amount to much. The guy who has really been focused on getting resources is Taeyun, but you're playing an Ezreal. It's not like you have a Kai'Sa or a Jinx. It's going to be, I think, tough to be able to punch through not only Knight and Elk, but also deal with the tanks in Wei and Bin.
Does help that we're seeing Elk adopt the very similar build path and rune choice that we saw from Jachi's MVP Kai'Sa performance. This is going to be likely pretty fully intensive AD, at least at the start. Could see a Nashor's Tooth come out for extra poke, but the point being here is that Taeyun is on that moral mana power spike with the Trinity Force. This is one of the most potent points for Ezreal. Maybe you could argue the Spear of Shojin coming in a bit, but this is still where Taeyun has some control over the Marksman v Marksman matchup. The more important question becoming, how does Team WE further try and leverage this as they are slipping on the mountain that is trying to overcome BLG in this game?
Well, for one, you're probably going to have to wait for a pick onto one of the members of BLG. There has been a tendency so far in 2025 of On and Wei getting caught out. This might be it.
Stun and Impale, but On gets a big crash down. There's the hijacked Impale to hold Wei in place. Let Taeyun get a ton of Mystic shots out.
Oh,
Wei is going to barely slip out, but here comes Bin flying on in, but doesn't find anything because Elk gets the first kill. Flash forward from On, sets up the killer instinct. Vampire goes down next. Knight TP's in just to be with the squad as they turn their attention to the newly minted Atacom.
Man. Well, we thought it was going to be Wei getting caught there, but they make the turn. There's just not enough damage. If Team WE, and more specifically the solo laners, were just a little bit further ahead, if they were able to keep on similar item spikes with their opponents, maybe this is a much different fight, but instead it's going to be some summoner spells blown, 2 members going down, and an Otacon, a ruinous Otacon, giving themselves the increased amount of potency. Now all of these Blood Wars are going to come in and exacerbate, like you've been saying, all of the gold and the experience.
We'll say 21 Petals on the side of Team W does make it at least a little bit closer, but As you like to point
BLG
out,
went from 6 to 35.
Yeah.
Okay, man. Nice. Nice. Cool one, right?
Oh, yeah, my mid laner's down 2 levels. That's a tough spot. Knight is very clearly much further ahead of this Sylas pick as we get to see the replay. This is the funniest part, by the way. I love when this happens. Watch. Impale into Glacial Prison. Both my jugglers are frozen.
And now I can do my Impale. And we're doing some damage. It's great there, but the fact that Karis goes for this just too overextended. Yes, you're going to get the kill onto the... In the best world, you get the kill onto Sylas. And then what? You are a flashless Sylas that is going to be, already behind, not be able to now access a full health Kai'Sa when your team might need it. I think too many mistakes here from Team WE, despite, I think, BLG giving some freebies earlier on in this game.
And they're continuing to just allow Knight to soak up these silent waves and scale towards infinity. Doesn't have any stacks on his Darksteel since these last couple of deaths, but gets the Shadow Flame Lunes combo done. A lot of big item breakpoints coming through for the solo lanes of BLG. The Eclipse of Spear Shojin on the Renekton, and we do get to see the Kai'Sa isn't full AD from Elk. He's going to get that Gnasher's Tooth. The next objective to look for here is that Cloud Drake in about a minute. Curious to see how much BLG maybe try and overload the other side of the map, mid and top, to try and flex these 6 grubs onto turrets or just take the dragon that's very likely to be given to them by Team WE.
I think the dragon is a lot more likely, especially now that they have the Otacon buff, that giving them the increased rewards from the dragon. It's not a ton, especially because it is Cloud, so some of the combat is a little bit lessened, but you do want to go... Oh, Elk!
Oh, Elk, my friend! How long can you stay alive? The Killer Instinct, the flash! Elk gets out, and that's a big impale from Way to hold everybody under the Tier 1 turret. Bin goes in, but here comes the golden left hand of the BLG Prodigy. Knight drops the Between Worlds, forces everybody to bail out of the fight from Team WE, but Knight's not done. Flashing forward, gets another kill off a single auto. Taeyun and Karis have to fly for the hills as BLG exact their revenge in the mid lane.
Yeah, there it is. They got the dragon after it too. Man, the BLG, once they get into their groove, once they start to find fights, it just looks over for them. WE could not pounce quick enough. They could not find that kill with Elk. And after that, it just turns into an all-out win for BLG. It was some summoner spells blown from them. Most importantly, the fact that Elk will no longer have flash, something that they can revisit. But look at this. Monkey, we're going in. Cube is in Super Narnia. Karis is still flying over from said Narnia to join the rest of his team. And by that time, Elk's already put himself out of harm's way. Now, as you can see, the rest of BLG fly in from the wings. Knight with this Between Worlds just completely cuts apart the fight in two and is going to continue to get resets and just destroy the rest of Team WE.
You know it's a problem when you have a comp with a Sylas and a Bessa and the champion following up a Sedge engage first is a arcane forward shifting Ezreal. So I want to give some respect over to Taeyun because I think given the stance of this game, I still think he's making very proactive plays, but the reality is a couple good Glacial Prisons and some decently damaging Mystic Shot combos is not going to be enough at this point to really assuage BLG from anything on the map.
It's looking very tough, and this was the expected outcome when we came into this match, right? It was that BLG, dominant favorites for this group, should look to be dominant against Team WE, and that's about what we are getting, right? There were some mid-game mistakes that I think are very much BLG flavored, but for the most part, this game has been so good from them. Again, their solo lanes kind of using some of that laning advantage from the draft to have advantages against their opponents. And then you just get into team fights, and these guys are monsters, really relying again on the mechanical prowess of their team. It's BLG now. They'll use those 6 grubs, continue to take away all of the structures here, and with Baron on the table, I can't imagine that this game is going to be going on for much longer. Maybe we see another fight around the dragon, but I think Skarner Kai'Sa can just rip apart a Baron at a moment's notice.
And at a moment's notice, that very duo can find one Impale and a Killer Instinct, and that will pick off, at this point, with a 3-item Kai'Sa, whoever falls into the clutches of Wei. Like that BLG are indexing those grubs even more here, trying to fight for control of the vision battle towards Baron, but also knocking down some of those turrets that Team W really just can't contest for, and like you mentioned, it feels like we are not far away from the coveted matchup of today and Group A. As BLG are definitely using Team WE as a tune-up for the Weibo matchup.
Oh, man. Well, Team WE, it's been good. You're probably starting the second round robin 0-4, which doesn't quite lock them up. I think it prevents them from getting first place and potentially even second now that I think about it. There's a lot of games you still got to be able to make. We only have 2 left after this, so at best, Team W are looking at a 3rd place finish if they can take some upsets against Weibo and Team WE later on tonight. So I got to close this one out. BLG posturing around the Baron. They'll have a small numbers advantage as Cube does join them in the mid lane.
Ben has a big bottom wave to answer under the tier 2 turret, but does have teleport, so a 4v5 won't hold for very long if any sort of fighting breaks out. BLG just going through the motions, though, going to take control of the mid wave and set right back up and try to threaten a Baron that Team WE have very limited eyes on.
BLG are just fishing right now. They want to see if they can get a summoner spell, force out something from Team WE before they start this objective.
They do have every summoner up available except Cube. Oh, no, that's a bug. Cube's got his flash, so Monkeys is coming up very soon. But they just can't get anywhere near this pit. Like they had to buddy up, just get a pink ward into the river, and all this time Ben is taking control of the weaker side lane, and well, why can't he just run his way up to Baron?
Just wants to save the TP. He'll be able to TP afterwards if he really needs to. Seems like BLG now taking resets. They did get some more items. 3 items completed for Bin and Wei. Very, very big and important for them, especially when we're talking about trying to accentuate the lead that they have. Almost level 16 across the board here, especially for, you know, getting those 3rd rank ultimates. Now that shield for the Killer Instinct is going to be much more massive. Knight is going to be able to deal more damage. I wonder if they're just going to be able to start this. Monkey is in what is, in my mind,
a covert
the
operation.
most like, yeah, this is like a Niket flank right now. Niket over at RNG would be doing something like this, except he's not supposed to be the jungler, so when and where is Monkey going to find his angle? Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, so don't think that's going to be an answer here for Team WE. Maybe they find Knight.
Knight?
Oh,
Oh, Monkey, we got to commit.
sorry, observers.
That hurts, man, when you're so far down the enemy jungle and just end up going with a back. Enough time has passed. The BLG are just going to take themselves another free dragon. That is going to be 3 Cloud Drakes in a row, and they'll actually end up on Soul Point with that one. And now we'll head back towards the Baron dance. Maybe Wade looks for an angle in here to try and punish some of these W members. On's going to flash Morgan a 2-man stun, but it's onto the tanks. Vampire headbutt and then pulverize his way back towards his Ezreal, who's starting to turn a ton of damage out. The Impale only going to find the mark of Monkey. Public Execution going to whiff from Cube, though. Can't find the engage. They do go on with the Glacial Prison, and now BLG starting to crumble. They need their soul lasers show up big, and boy, do Knight and Bin do just that. 2 ults dropped, and 3 members of WE drop off the map in an instant.
That should just be the Baron being ripped immediately here for BLG. Skarner has some pretty low HP. Does it get tagged here? Oh my god, so close. Maybe there's a honey fruit. Maybe trying to use some of the jungle privilege, but I mean, they just do way too much damage. This is 3.5 item Kaisa, and BLG take a resounding gold lead up against Team WE here.
It's going to push itself over the nearly 10K mark at this point. BLG looking poised as ever in their first match after a bit of break here, and while Team WE do feel like they've had some moments, right? Monkey has found some good engages. I think this last replay does show them playing pretty patiently, but the reality is they're just too far down in this one to keep it competitive.
Yeah, all the crowd control's already done, so why are we just very, very dryly ulting as Mbessa? The hitbox is already very tiny, so you need so much setup. And now look at this. Look, like, we are stuck fighting a Skarner and a Renekton, and the entire time Elk is free firing on this Kaisa. You now have Knight who's able to join at the end of the fight. It's a tough look here for Team W, especially as a historic organization, but BLG do more of the same of what we've been seeing them in years recently, which is just dominating throughout the laning phase and being an overwhelming presence in team fights.
You can already feel their eyes looking forward to the matchup ahead that would likely decide the top team in this group. Just going through the motions once more, knocking down these tier 2 turrets. They've got 6 grubs, they've got a Baron wave. It will really just take one more convincing fight for the former 2-time champions of the LPL to get themselves a 4-0 start in Group B.
BLG are also going to be playing directly after this match
Yes.
that we've been setting up for that match against Weibo. So want to make sure that they got a lot in the tank there. A team that is used to having to go very long in series. Wave finds the kidnap onto Monkey. This will be the flash for the Sejuani. How much more can we really get here? Everything's missing. Okay.
Yeah, nothing really coming across there. So key engage ultimates to maybe assuage BLG's aggression with these Baron waves are now cut off, and inhibitors feel like a given as the temperature dial just continues to stay maxed out. That is a very good TP flank ward, but again, how do Team W even commit to it when they don't have any engage ultimates available? Well, maybe some Hex flashes. Cubes looking for a public execution angle. Gets it onto Wei. They do have Kara's flanking. Hijacks in between worlds. Night and Elk are going to exit stage right. They are going to be able to pick off Wei. Good True Shot Barrage does rake over the rest of BLG. So despite some ultimates being offline, Team W for now are going to be able to save most of their base.
It's 30 seconds. It's the last bit of the Baron, and with that, BLG were able to accomplish some structural damage, getting an overall gold lead of 2,400, but I mean, they got a little bit more damage chipped onto the bottom tier 3 inhibitor turret. They almost opened up the inhibitor in mid. I think just playing on too many lanes at the same time, and that flank ward does buy WE some space, but you're 10,000 gold behind at this moment. You're going to need multiple miracles, multiple hand me's from BLG for you to even be relevant in this game. We're well past the point of saying, oh, maybe you can hit some of those great power spikes. Really, it's just Taeyun right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that damage graph when we get out of this game is almost entirely this WE80 carry.
It's definitely not going to be Karis. The Silas pick is flopped pretty hard.
It's been tough. It's been tough.
I mean, it's up against Knight in a matchup.
We said it was going to be difficult from the
Yeah.
matchup, right? We said in draft that this was going to be something that he really needed to be creative, and we didn't see too much either between him or Monkey in the early game. So BLG now rushing through mid.
Impale lands onto Monkey. Sejuani's dead. Bid has a GA, so you know he's heading straight for the back line with no regard for his own safety. Tons of stuns landing, and this is going to be about as clean as it comes for BLG. The hijacked Impale means absolutely nothing. This is the difference between one of the top squads of the LPL versus the now 0-4 Team WE. BLG send themselves up for a big-time matchup against Weibo for the top spot in Group A after a dominating win over WE.
So far, one of the few flawless teams here that we have in the LPL when it comes to their standings in groups. And it'll be 2 more matches that they have to play. One immediately after this, like we've been teeing up against Weibo, and the second to last match tonight against EDG. Can they get the 6-0? We have only gotten one other team. We've got 2 other teams that are sitting at 3-0. So we'll see how that develops as we get through the rest of our groups. But that just means that they need to take every single game from here on out.
And for BLG, that would be pretty big to start to quiet some of the noise that came around this squad after the 5th to 6th place finish for the first time in years of the LPL. It's for this squad, and they are pretty primed to be in a good spot if they can find that win against Weibo, team that they, in recent history, have performed very, very well against. But Ulk, on the flip side here, I don't want to set this up as like kind of a obituary to Team WE, but now sitting 0-4, we do kind of feel like, do you feel like the bottom of the group is pretty locked into place after this one?
Yeah, I would say just from what we've seen, I would love to give EDG another pass, but I think if we're being realistic, their mid games have been a bit sloppy, and against a team like BLG, who, while their early games can be hit or miss sometimes, we do expect this team to really scale up as a game goes on and show a lot of that experience coming on through. So unless EDG somehow come out with a banger strategy that just completely wipes the game at 20 minutes, I have a hard time seeing any other team outside of a team like Weibo, who did take them 3-1 in the lower bracket, but still ended up losing that series. So it's going to be up to this next game to see whether or not BLG are going to be top dog. Even if they lose against So I'm trying to like think about the matchups here. So if Weibo win, they would then be tied. They would be 1-1 in in like head to head. Then it would come down to game time, and that's where it gets a bit tricky.
Yeah, that would take some math that I do not have clearance to even try and attempt around this broadcast. But I guess that's a conversation for you to have with Mark once we get around towards that point. How we feeling though about the BLG blue side approach, right? Because we saw that they did get banned away from some of like the bigger picks that we've seen evolve, right? They didn't get access to the Gwen, but they did get themselves some pretty good solo lanes, and it's important to mention that they are going to be on blue side in the Weibo matchup.
Well, I think part of the draft is kind of ignorable, as one team did get Skarner. So,
that's a good point.
You know,
I didn't calculate that.
That is one thing. While I usually am kind of I will say I'm kind of a person that tends to shy away from like blue side, red side. It's very obvious that a lot of teams are prioritizing blue side. The ability to first pick is nice, but especially in the LPL because of how many best of fives and how side select was kind of wonky with our 1v1s. Red side was becoming like the highest win rate by the fact that the better teams would typically have to play on red side against the weaker opponents. I'm not going to chalk it up too much to draft. I think that they really just out-executed, and Team WE had way too mechanical errors to really kind of pull them back in.
I think that's a good take. I was just curious the overall BLG approach to the draft, but I think that's a good point that they were gifted a lot of power picks with the Skarner and then an Aurora in the Silas matchup. Yeah, this is. Ooh, all right. Shout out Taeyun, man. That is a 40+% damage performance.
I would like to actually see the numbers again. I know we can't actually like grab the graphic. I know someone probably from the YouTube stream could do that. But I'm like fairly confident that Taeyun has literally all three of his top sides combined damage, and I would say probably give or take a little more, a little less than like 5,000 on either end.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, when you use it, I just think that Ezreal's a weak champion, to be honest, that he has that damage share and he can't win the game. Riot, we should be buffing Ezreal, no bias.
Wow, insane AL Glaze. We literally gave you a call that LPL English ended up taking on their Twitter, and you're going to say it's the Ezreal that's the problem. Ezreal needs to be buffed and not the play. All right, man. All right.
Listen, I campaign for one thing above a lot, and that's to get easy LP when I lock in Ezreal and solo queue. All right, come on. Can we not all relate to that at some level with our own favorite champions?
Just put the vote in the chat, dog. Just
vote. You did not just put the fries in the bag, bro. Me with vote
you are just who is MVP, man? Who are we giving MVP in this game?
Who do you give MVP to this game? The entire team at this point? I mean, this one. There we go. We can throw the stats up. I guess these are percentages, so we do have to do some quick math. All right. Oh, unfortunately,
I did the math. I'm down 7,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say percentage-wise, you're down about 7%.
Okay, but like percentages, we don't. Thank you to our observers for showing this. So we did the math.
Percentages. It's the math supports your math. Our math is on the same page.
If you add all up, Karis, Monkey, and Cube, Taeyun did 7,000 less damage than all three of them combined. I, as a man who loves to round up, I'm going to say that that's basically what I said. Because I said I said 5,000 give or take, and again, this is the shining star on Team WE. Taeyun has been by and far away the best player on the team, and I think games like this reflect that. It's unfortunate that no matter what he does, it feels like the game kind of just devolves around him.
Multiverse math. Oh God, you know. At least when we talk about the multiverse, you guys don't have to wait through 2 irrelevant TV shows and a 2026 marker to hear about us talking about multiverse. I'm calling you out, Marvel, nonetheless. But yeah, I mean, those damage numbers from the top side of Team WE are arguably more disappointing than Jack Harlow's recent discographies.
You know, considering I like Jack Harlow a lot more than I like Team WE, I think I have to go with our boy Jack is not looking good right now. It's not hot.
All right.
We never decided the MVP,
though?
by the way. Okay, cool. I'm glad we're both on the same page here. I think Wei played pretty well. I think Wei's Skarner was pretty good. It's good to see. I want to give it to Knight because he played like the early lane pretty well. I could be convinced. I could be convinced either of these two.
I'm going purely off agenda here that we're going into BLG Weibo, and if both mid laners, two of the most legendary mid laners in the LPL, both have MVPs off of Aurora games, that would make it pretty fun. LPL voters and make it pretty fun. All right. You know what?
Yeah.
Way, you deserve it. Way gets his MVP.
Nice
Skarner.
pivot, dude.
Skarner. That's all I have to say.
Yep.
It should have been. All right. It should have been Knight.
JPEG.
All right. You know what? It should have been Knight. This doesn't even go to Way. It goes to Skarner. How about that? Is that what you want me to say? Is that what you wanted to hear?
Sure, man. Sure. I'll take it.
All right. Well, all you at home, as much as we're joking through this jovial win for BLG, unfortunately, we do have to go to a break here. The positive being on the other side, we have the most exciting match of the rest of Group A. For the second time in Split 2, for one of the many times in history, Weibo Gaming and Billy Gaming will go head-to-head to likely decide who tops Group A. We'll see you guys on the other side of the intermission for this Titan v Titan matchup. Welcome, everybody, not just back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast, but the best match you are going to see all day or night, wherever you are across the globe. We once again get to visit Weibo Gaming taking on Bilibili Gaming. But the extra pressure is added to this matchup because this is going to be one of the rare times you see these two teams matching up in a best of one for, likely, all of the marbles when it comes to seeding out of Group A.
Yeah, and, you know, we already have one team decided for Group Ascend, Bilibili, by taking that last win in 4-0. They can't end anything less than second, so really cool to see that they're already making it on through. And for Weibo, they want a chance at being able to have first seed in this group. They already lost to Bilibili 4 days ago in the first round robin, and here and now is where they really want to try to kick it into overdrive and have their best game of the season, at least for right now, because in these best of ones, being able to not only avoid Group Nirvana in that elimination match, but, you know, we are having this as a potential shadow box of one of our future playoff matches, because we do expect these teams to make it very deep into the year.
That is the expectation. Interestingly, with two teams coming off arguably their worst finishes in LPL playoffs. As a reminder, if you missed Split 1, Weibo left in 8th place. BLG didn't do much better as they grabbed a 5th, 6th spot after being the two-time defending champs off of a World's Finals appearance. So this is very big to see where these teams are at tempo when it comes to tempo and just what, like you heard Alk mentioned, the rest of Group Ascend will look like.
It's so interesting because BLG are coming off of that last game. Weibo will have had time to at least cool off in between and be able to watch a little bit closer upon their opponents. It's just tough because you look historically, especially more recently, BLG have been the winners of this matchup between these two organizations, whether it was best of threes or best of fives in years past, and especially the men in the mid lane. I mean, Knight has had the better of Xiaohu's number for multiple years now. He has been such an exciting player to watch, and for Xiaohu, who has been having moments and pieces of LPL splits where he looks like he is kind of recapturing some of that former glory, has not been able to have, I think, the same level of team strength around him like someone like Knight in recent year.
We'll have to see if he can overcome that in this matchup. But another big focal point, I know you were talking about, Alk, before we got into this matchup, and it comes to the scrutiny that's been leveled towards both of these teams' lackluster finishes. We already kind of talked about in the last BLG matchup, but I know Hong also not safe from criticism recently with Weibo's performances.
Yeah, Hong has been a bit of a roughie, and it's kind of going to be up to him and On as to whether or not these teams are really going to be able to make or break their performances. In these are some clips of Hong's performance so far here in Split 2, and while he has had some lowlights, I think part of the reason why they have taken a player like Hong is to kind of eventually mold him into a really strong support player. We have seen him in really excellent spots when he has these hook champions, but I think part of the reason why Weibo find themselves in really, really disastrous mid-game scenarios is Hong gets caught out in the middle of a fight, or he's a little too early to an objective, and so he tries to play his HP bar, and unfortunately, in a fight like this, he gives over early grubs to the enemy team and gives BLG 6 grubs.
Yeah, and that was really what you can't do against BLG, especially, not just because they're one of the title contending teams, but most importantly, because there are a few teams like Bilibili Gaming that can exacerbate early leads, especially in their solo lanes. We kind of just saw that right up against Team WE, but enough chatting about Hong. Let's see how he looks on the Rift here as we have hopped straight in to our Game 3 draft here. Notably, Jace continues to receive bans. Weibo continue to take away Renekton from the board, but Gwen gets through. And we'll have to see if it's gobbled up by Weibo or if they go for the other former blindable top lane of Split 1, which is the Rumble.
Can be odd to see. Again, Renekton gone, so like we were saying, kind of enforcing potentially the Gwen. If we are going to see it, I think it's going to be more likely from Breathe. We haven't really, again, seen Bin be opting into the Gwen matchups, especially blind. It seems like he is more facilitating a lot of the engages and trying to be a front line for his team. I wonder what his answer into the Gwen is going to be. We have seen, obviously, the answer before be just Sejuani Yone Slam, but I think Jax, especially for someone so well known for this champion, can be an answer for BLG.
Instead, they'll go towards maybe potentially molding into an aggressive bottom lane. Kalista going to be picked up here for Elk. So you're already starting to think, oh, what pairings do you really want to get alongside this champion? Renata's been a popular one, but you obviously can also lean towards some of On's more engage-oriented supports. Instead, they'll go back towards a bottom lane that has been very potent at turning bottom lane 2v2s on a dime.
Yeah, On's Renata has been so great so far this year. 2 of their games in the first day playing it and had such big team fight influence. And this 2v2 bottom lane, they have so much practice playing Kalista Renata. You remember the year when they were playing with Shun in the jungle, they were just diving bottom lane. They were incredibly dominant all season long. They looked like one of the best bot lanes in the world when their jungler was in tandem with them. And so here for Weibo, the answer, especially for a player like Light, can be interesting. He has been someone who does tend to go for some of the weirder champion pairings, similar to like a Caitlyn potential here for him. So I wonder what kind of tool in his toolbox does he have ready to go.
Very intriguing to see the Nico already taken here for Weibo. I'm glad you shout out the Caitlyn. That could be a pairing here, but you really need to look for an aggressive AD carry to pair this with. I'm surprised that they aren't looking to lock down the bottom lane now. Do you think that signals potential flexibility with this Nico? Oh, I don't even...
Don't get hover baited. Come on, man.
No, I'm not. Dude, this champion right now, is it even hover bait? Like, this thing
it was hover bait for the first 2 days of the tournament, man.
Okay,
that's why we got Rafa to pop off on the stream, and he kept crying in chat in the server. Oh, the Nefiri games are never in my block. So I don't
want them
I'm just
in my
waiting.
block. You know what? I don't want them in my block. Good. Get the Rumble.
Whatever.
I don't want them.
Anyway, BLG now they've picked up the Rumble for Bin, which should be pretty good. We'll see how he's able to operate that into Breathe. Now on the backside of this draft, I think that BLG can get rid of 2 or 3 different AD carries. In my mind, I think you're kind of rotating between the Misfortune, the Ashe, and potentially even the Caitlyn, like we were marking earlier. To be seeing what BLG is already. They've gotten rid of one of them.
Don't want to pick Ezreal. Champion's too weak to really play here, unfortunately. Jokes aside, wouldn't really work in this competition for Weibo. You need to get something that accentuates this aggressive bottom lane when you have the Nico flex there. But what do Weibo really want to try and take away here? It is the big question on a lot of people's minds. The Rumble already being available. Maybe you want to take away, some dive ability champions alongside it. Nefiri, the dogs are going back into the kennel. We're not going to deal with that one. Maybe just a jungle focus here for Weibo Gaming in the second phase, trying to take away some big champions for Wei.
I think that Weibo are looking for champions that are going to allow their team to actually properly operate, because as is, if you try to make an engage onto Billy, you have the Renata. You also are fairly short-ranged with what they're already showing from Weibo, so Rumble Equalizer is also going to get a lot of value. Weibo now, I think you're kind of looking at a mid laner that could potentially engage at a pretty decent range. Maybe we get a Syndra out from Xiaohu.
Nocturne going to be last banned. So Weibo are making it a point to take away dive threats in Wei's champion pool. We'll see exactly how BLG want to pivot in that marker. And this is what I want, right? We saw both these guys play pretty powerful Aurora games. And we already talked about out of the first Weibo game how Xiaohu might have his next pinnacle champion with the Aurora, how he's been able to perform in it. So the guy that you mentioned has been running their matchup of recent metrics is now going to pick the Aurora into Xiaohu. This does, though, likely allow a counter pick for one of the most staple mid laners when it comes to the LPL.
Yeah, I just imagine this is going to be a Galio, because that has been kind of the standard matchup going into Aurora. Talia, I think this is really risky. Weibo trying to operate for a strategy that, yes, they can be very strong as the game goes on. I think BLG, though, have so much burst up front, it does become difficult for them to play if this game goes on a little bit later. So whatever this last pick here for Bin, it's going to be, for Wei, it's going to be that Poppy. Can be helpful into the individual matchups and trying to lock down some of the immobile champions on Weibo. But this game goes late. I'm looking at Breathe on 3-item Gwen, and That's a really big problem to deal with if you are BLG.
I think Bin may be signaling that he's going to kind of handshake this lane with the Gwen and exacerbate his team fighting threat earlier on, right? You can become much more powerful on Rumble on less items with that equalizer. That's where Ben potentially is looking for here. I always love seeing Poppy because when games are close, like we were hoping this Weibo versus BLG matchup is Ulk, one clutch, slam into a wall, one clutch steadfast presence, especially into like a Nico, a Gwen, a Xin Zhao with this dash as well, could really give the edge to this BLG side.
Yeah, and I'm now interested to see how BLG are going to operate because we've already said that some of their early games have been a little bit questionable. They haven't been as sharp a team. And so coming into this game, they now have a strategy where, I mean, you get to 3 and 4 items and you're looking down like a huge Jhin performance potentially coming in from Light. You're going to have to now deal with that Gwen as well. As in terms of insurance policies, Weibo can eventually outscale their opponents. I just don't know about this strategy from Bilibili. If they do end up winning this, I feel like it's going to be a resounding stomp. Otherwise, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail around the 25 to 35 minute mark if they want a chance at being able to push this game and take their undefeated group.
I'm with y'all. It's very much so an aggressive stance when we talk about how BLG usually successfully operate. We talk about the solo lanes endlessly with Bin and Knight, that they are early game wise leaning on Elk and On to get ahead with this Kalista Renata. But it won't be the easiest of matchups. I think this is you talk about dichotomy of bottom lane identities. Kalista and Renata and Jhin, Nico have two very different approaches to this lane.
Thankfully, they're both ranged, so their identity can just be, I'm hitting you with every single spell in the face. There's nothing you can do. Are Weibo going to be able to... Oh my god, that fan vote is insane. 91%.
Wow.
They are wrapping all the way around Talia and them. Oh no.
They're ready. They're ready. Weibo maybe have seen the fan voting, and they're already pissed off. Double snare going to come across from the Tangle Bar for a honk. But Light can't get over the big wall. Xiaohu was a bit worried about stepping up any further, and somehow, despite the secret wraparound, BLG come out a bit healthier. Knight now has positioning for cutting off Xiaohu from the mid wave, but definitely taking a pretty blunt trade. Tiana is watching all this, by the way, trying to desperately get to level 2 first. We're already having Summoners play out. That is heal, barrier, heal, all gone in this bottom lane already.
Guys, maybe BLGWE was the better game. What do we think already? What's going on with these two? I mean, sure, you're trading those. I think that's a huge win for Weibo's bottom lane. Even in mid, Knight did get a pretty big trade for himself, so we'll see if he's able to do a little bit more as more electrocutes procs come on through. And they did get the level 2 first between Elk and On. But
hey, those are those skills hitting you're talking about, right there.
There we go. That's nice, but I'm gonna need to see a little bit more coming out from BLG.
Through all that chaos, both junglers have had pretty tempered starts. You see them both mirroring each other. Way. Good to see him prioritizing, looking towards his bottom lane to maybe grab some summoners or at the very least hover if the wave begins crashing into their favor. Again, likely to wrap up. Oh, he's actually completely skipped some camps, I now realize. This is a intriguing path. Is this going to be an early reset from Tien to go catch his red and Krugs? Is he going to walk?
No. Yeah, he's just going to walk. I think he was giving himself the option of potentially walking into mid, because remember, he did kind of want to see if he could try to flex into top lane around Bin and Gwen.
Whoa.
Like you see, shows in mid, tries to at least offer Xiaohu a little bit of relief, but that does mean that Wei is going to be ahead of him in the clear, and he will have a timer to eventually show up bot before Tien.
Wei's looking to get a little crafty. Fortunately, he's spotted going into the red side jungle. He saw the level Tien was on and knows that his clear is a bit broken, so he's trying to hound him on his own red buff, but Light swung over first, and that's another BLG member burning their flash.
Oh, wait a minute, wait, the red's resetting. I was thinking maybe with On coming on through, they had the vision ward there, but big win for Weibo yet again. Knight losing Flash in the mid lane, same with his jungler. Some small mistakes. It seems like I'm pretty sure Knight actually just used his to almost get a solo kill onto Xiaohu. Close stuff here for BLG, but no cigar, and you know we're talking about Weibo wanting to be the ones that scale. I think for the time being, you're happy with where you're at.
Still though, want to look for Tien to maybe punish this flashless Aurora, now without summoners, and potentially Wei as well. One thing we skipped over with all the antics towards the bot side is Breathe is going for one of the more evolved Gwen summoners, mostly markedly shown by not having flash, but the exhaust TP Hulk. I mean, explain to me why we're seeing that here from a guy like Breathe.
Well, you look at where BLG are going to be operating. They're going to be operating in the range of exhaust. So I kind of can see it, especially in the 1v1. It does mean that Breathe is going to have extra kind of 1v1 prowess as this Gwen. Having that additional combat summoner spell is going to be important. And because you can reset her with your auto attacks, I think the fact that you basically have a free dash is not that bad. I like the adaptation coming out here from Breathe.
Already using it. There's the exhaust down. Been in an overheat. Conqueror proc. Breathe. Likely going to find his solo kill here, or at very least a flash. Has been blinking health bar, limping away Weibo. Finding win after win, albeit marginal, but still a win in this early game.
And the wave was pushing away. With the 3 minions here, however, that does mean that the wave is going to eventually bounce in favor of Bin, but they're just setting it up for a crash. They're going to let Light and Hung go towards the top side, play for these grub spawning in 20 seconds. It's going to be a bit of a delay on that as Tien is resetting, and they are, again, moving that TP immediately here from Breathe to the bottom side.
No time for BLG to really react to this. Bin TP'd up towards the top side. He's going to get the crash through and immediately get himself in a pretty dire spot trying to CS. This Rumble does need some resources to become a threat here. Interesting to see Weibo weak side the Gwen, but like you mentioned, they're trying to scale up, and does look like Breeze might just try and overload towards this top side to help for a clear 3 grubs as Light and Hong are starting to land more of those spells you were talking about and markedly keeping Bin off any XP range on this top wave.
Look at what Weibo are doing, though. They already have moved Breathe up to the top side here. What is the play? They're going to go for it. They have to go for this dive on top side. Bin's going to have access to level 6 as soon as this wave hits the turret. And if they can't get more from this, Kalista Renata are going to destroy this turret with Poppy.
All right, watch to see level 6 ticks over here for Bin. He's desperately trying to get it. Gets level 6, drops the equalizer. The stun still lands, and the crit shot from Light is enough. The barrier saves him from a trade. The dive, anything but clean, but it's Weibo on the board first.
And it's a single kill going over, but one plate now taking over the top side. They're going to split this map. BLG taking control of bottom side in response. But I am still favoring how much gold this is going to give over. This is another play going over to BLG's bottom lane. How much more can Breathe get out from this? It was a good job from Bin. We would at least cut some of that wave, but we'll have to see the exact effects of this. And I've already saw what happened with ZDZ and his Gwen.
Breathe. Actually heard a bit more. They were trying to trade with Bin. It's important to remember while BLG have been a bit lackluster with some of these flashes they've had to take on the top side, the ultimate goal out of draft in this early phase, Alk, was to get Elkin on ahead with this Kalista Renata. So
yeah,
while they've given over a death with Bin, they get some of those flashes back up now, and Elkin on are going to get a 3rd turret plate, if not more, and it might be at the cost of Bin once more.
Knight can't shift on over. You are seeing that they're moving. Bin was one of the best members during the lane swaps of being able to hold his temper and also clear waves. Not a very big wave coming in from Weibo, but a second one to follow. They're bringing 4 members again.
Here we go. Crested Guard committed. Stun's going to land pretty clean this time around. Light does take the turret aggro, and Caster Curse nearly comes across as Breathe takes an errant turret shot. And now we have the most fun race in League of Legends. No, I'm not talking about Nunu's drifting across the map at light speed. It's raking down turrets. Who wants that coveted feat of strength? It's going to be Weibo coming out on top.
Wow, 4 people constantly just to try to grab first turret. It's a lot of great local gold going over. It's about 1,000 split between Breathe and Tien. We'll see if they're able to utilize this in a more meaningful manner But a single kill after this from Weibo will give them also the entirety of Pizza Strength and give them some of that early game power. If you look at that gold, it is our 2 AD carries, Elk and Light, and that's only going to be furthermore increased by this turret going down for BLG finally.
Here we go, though. Weaver's Wall. Our mid laners have been in the back of the stage here, just quietly farming up. Knight able to use Between Worlds really well, so he doesn't have to burn a flash. Gets himself to safety. We can focus our attention back towards these AD carries. It is important to remember, while Light does have a lot of gold, this isn't a lethality, cheating, power spike Jhin. Light's going to go with this Collector, which does have a lot of first item value, but he is looking to scale alongside this Gwen for the later game with a likely pretty crit-oriented build.
So what I'm going to be looking at now, Dragon spawning in 2, the second set of grubs in 1, and that topside objective needs to be a focus here for Weibo. I think that obviously with the Dragon timer being despawned, they're most likely going to allow for Breathe to get a really far, really deep shove on the bottom side of the map and look for a TP into this play. Give him an out. Who on the side lane is really matching. I love Breathe is doing his thing, but hold this right now. No flash from Hong is a massive win.
That really handicaps the eco engages. Knight takes a huge chunk out of Light. Not so easy to hold the mid wave there, Weibo bot lane.
Yeah, and that means BLG should have priority, although we're seeing with Light, he's able to get a little bit more health. Now with Tian and Shaku on the top side of the map, they can very easily push into the river and look for a little bit more. Knight is on the opposite side of the map, and there is no ultimate coming in for this Aurora for the time being. So a short bit of time before Weibo are really going to be in a world of hurt.
Zhao does not have the Weaver's Wall trying to escape. Good Keeper's Verdict throws him in the air at first. The Equalizer, enough of a threat to get the flak out of Xiaohu. That should set up BLG to make sure they don't surrender those coveted 6 grubs. I thought we'd get a game-defining brawl towards this grub pit, but without mid-prio and top prio, might just be a split, 3-3.
I don't know. You kind of see that Weibo are starting to move. Breathe has already committed walking over, and he's going to cover the mid lane wave. Billy cannot fight back without the Keeper's Verdict, without the Equalizer, so BLG tried to make a play into Xiaohu. That will be his flash and his teleport invested, but it's going to be 6 grubs going over to Weibo.
Wow.
And who is matching on side lanes versus this Talia, versus this Gwen? Now with Gwen having an exhaust as we get further into the game, she's only going to get more and more potent throughout this. So more of a bit of a timer being placed on Billy. Can they match on the side lanes, and can they stack enough dragons quick enough in this game? I don't think they're mounting to an overwhelming gold lead. They're actually down versus their opponents.
They've got the backdoor win con of this Hextech Soul. That's always the lesser hyped up trade of the 6 grubs. Obviously in the moment, not as good to just have 2 breaks, but if you get to this Hextech Soul, definitely can help with the timer that you're putting on Billy Gaming, but I'm right there with you all. Especially with Elk soon to get this first item in the pocket of the Callista, you really want to play around this champion as soon as possible in any skirmish you can get.
One thing that I think will change movements around the map are these Hextech portals. It's so much easier to get off to a side lane or kind of where you are on the map like out 5 or 10 seconds. So things to be keeping an eye on as both teams are basically neck and neck. It's a slight lead to Weibo, and we do favor them as this game goes on, but I have to say, Aurora is such a disgusting champion to deal with as this game goes forward. Not too many mobile carries from Weibo, which will make this a lot easier for Knight to actually get all of his spells down. And with the Electric, it just means it is so dangerous to walk up versus BLG.
Knight, the golden left hand of the BLG Empire. Maybe under threat here. Tian is committed very long to try to find this pick onto him. They get the flash out. Knight gets the safety teleport coming through. This has been maybe the first big fight of the game coming across, but Xiaohu uses a really clutch Weaver's Wall on his cutoff. Flashes from both junglers as Tian tries to get a safety crescent guard, buying him some space. Hostile takeover, gonna find its mark and slow up both Tian and Xiaohu. It's the Renata again from On to set up BLG for 2 critical kills.
But how worth was the play? You're losing push on top side. Light is going to get another turret plate for themselves, and 2 TPs from that from BLG. I do not know if this is worth it, because even BLG hitting on this bottom lane turret with all 4 members, cool, you traded for 2 kills and a single turret. But in my mind, you've lost now your summoner spells on the flash. Knight is going to be able to get out of this one, but there is no flash from Knight, no flash from Wei. And you have a dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. You even have the Herald spawning in a minute's time. So I think BLG are starting to feel a little bit desperate. They're making plays on the map. And now they've created an extremely long lane on the bottom side, which I don't know if they'll ever actually be able to revisit when you talk about having a Talia or a Gwen.
That's true, but at the very least, it does afford them some space for now while they still have their tier 1 and tier 2 turn up, right? And passively, that lane is always going to be pushing away from you. And what I do think was critical about the goal that they got in this replay is we'll see when we get out of this one. That Kalista is going to have nearly 2 items completed off of how much gold she cashed in this very replay.
I'm going to need the observers to speed this replay up. It's a pretty long play here. It takes a while for them to find these kills. Again, trade of ultimates. It's great to see that Lonnie yet again being able to find creative angles with the Granada, but the time that they spent in this play, the resources that they spent, is, I think, harmful for their game. So we'll see if it ends up paying off, right? If this is, you know, the moment where we kind of look back on this after a BLG win and we're like, yeah, this is where they turned the game, then that's fine. But I have my doubts, especially with how inconsistent I feel BLG have been in the mid game. 15 minutes now, and look at how they're set up across the map. Almost all of them kind of fading in between mid and bot, but Weibo with 6 grubs, and you know they have some space behind them, and they're perfectly fine in this position.
Keeper's Verdict whiffs. Wei immediately gets punished with a huge seismic shove from Xiaohu as the fight expands. Keeper Tempered Fate, used by Elk there. Excuse me, it was actually Fate's call. But Fate said Elk doesn't want On to fall. Weibo trying to really surround this bot tier 1 turret, but it isn't as easy as the 6 scrubs may have allotted.
Instead of going for this, after catching the mid-wave, Aurora can very easily actually just find the solo kill. Yeah, you already saw Light was backing up. He's like, I am not allowed to actually walk up on this. They want to take this next bottom lane turret to cut BLG off of this dragon. There's no Fate's call from Explicit, like you had noted, and no Keeper's Verdict from Wei. I think Weibo should feel more than excited to invite a fight and really say, hey, BLG, you can walk into us. Trust me, it's perfectly fine.
The Hextech Soul looming. See how much Weibo's emphasis is on grabbing that dragon that is now spawned onto the rift. Bin's taking a reset, doesn't have to teleport up. Knight is watching as this pretty critical dragon is started up here. Bin is back in base, so for the time being, man advantage over to Weibo. Losing the invisibility though, trying to poke his pod at Tion.
Hey, Bin's coming though.
Side. Bin will be here soon. Good call out there, Alk, and they have no idea where BLG can really spring from. They are trying to be as cautious as possible. Equalizer down. Tion taking a ton more damage. Good pressing guard though. Knocks Wei away from him. Hong gets a 2-man pop blossom, but no kills to be found off the back end of that. In goes the between worlds, but Knight goes in to death here. Big kill picked up. Curtain call coming out from Light. Can he find the shots onto Bin? No. Should find enough space to re-engage from Weibo onto Elk, who is left all alone towards the bot side. Weibo have revenge on their mind, and this dragon fight may just give them a critical juncture.
Yeah, we didn't even have On using the ultimate. There were multiple moments there where I think there was a Renata hostile takeover to potentially change the fight. We have to go right through this replay right now, and it's thwarted. Oh, Bin. He has the support right next to him.
He wants the fight. He wants it all with the Renata there. And On changes the kill, flips the script.
Oh, Wei's here. Are they going to make a steal? No way.
Oh my god, I don't know if this dragon is theirs. Tion does get the flash. There's the hostile takeover. Light gets out of the pit though, flashes away from Wei, gets the deadly flourish on the way out here. Weibo not being punished too heavily until Tion drops. And next is going to be Xiaohu. There's no way out of this pit but the gray screen. The golden left hand of BLG has himself a double up.
I can't believe it. BLG are somehow able to force after the dragon. Tion does end up grabbing this, but look at where the map state is right now. BLG looking to make their way. Oh, Bin just looks mad, bro.
You are
He is
crazy,
like, I'm not
man.
giving away freebies.
He got that equalizer right off cooldown and express shipped it right to the face of Hong. Another kill for this Rumble. A lot to really take in here, as that was 2.5 fights back-to-back. Yeah, this is a deservedly long replay. We're about to get all.
I thought right here with the Renata, you should be looking
Pip.
for the ultimate, and then this ult from Hog unfortunately only lands onto Elk. The play from Knight is good, but he thought he almost had enough damage to kill Tien. Is not the case. And this is the moment where we see, okay, Weibo have firm control of this fight. Even the unraveled Earth versus Elk right here, plus the exhaust, makes it impossible to play. We were like, fine, Weibo get the dragon for free, but with the recalls coming in, Wei never actually fell. He takes the portal, and now Breathe has kind of messed up the play in this moment, recognizing that he has to actually be with his team during this, helping them take the dragon. He opens up for BLG to find rebuttal here, and after all of this fighting is said and done, massive amounts of flashes are gone on both sides, which I think really favors a team like BLG, where you're having to play against the Granada, having to play against the Rumble and Aurora.
And you are wanting to play in near melee range, right? So the flashes not going to create as much space for Xiaohu or Light. They really need to play from a distance. I did see in the pip there that we saw On nearly get picked off. Does have to burn the flash. Weibo grabbed the Rift Herald as we join back to live. BLG posturing to try and punish, but all the exits are pretty wide open. So the team with 6 scrubs now has the Herald in their hands, and there's a lot of weak turrets to try and knock down doing so.
Gonna be so tough here as Weibo somehow find themselves 50, like almost 2,000 gold down here, but they're the team that I think has the stronger map. Oh, nice, grabbing themselves a turret.
Yeah, Light and Hong have no way to get out. The Pop Blossom used defensively. Hostile takeover does come across as Tien is cut off from his own teammate's Weaver's Wall, trying to find the engage, but it's way to fall first. Curtain Call needs to find its marks, get these big slows. Knight shakes all 4 chunks. But Weibo don't want to overchase. They've got a Rift Herald and a ton of turret real estate to try and knock down.
What are BLG doing? They're taking so many fast plays to just try to, hey, let's get the turret, and oh, let's try to over-access. Let's get one more play, one more kill. And that is becoming more and more difficult for them to execute on. As now, Weibo in response, they'll get a kill, use the Herald to crash into mid-tier 1 and this blue buff. They'll take more camps. Breathe is already pushing on the bottom side of the map. Hell, even Shelly's going to get some action in on this bot tier 1. I think BLG are skipping steps and tripling up or stumbling over themselves and kind of slowing the game down in a manner that is very problematic for them. Cool, you hit Breathe out of this and you got the turret. That should have just been it. But between the Nico ultimate and this wall from Xiaohu, he kind of makes this fight very difficult. Actually, cuts his teammate off in all fairness here, but I think they're just skipping steps from BLG.
I want to continue to point out how much of a sneaky threat Light could end up being in a game where we've preached BLG are very low range, very reliant in being on top of Weibo. Light with this Jhin, with no real tank to worry about, right? Renata in support, a Poppy that rushed Sundered Sky first, a Rumble in the top side. This crit build on the Jhin could go absolutely brazy. As this game is, like you mentioned, Weibo favored in the scaling department.
I do, while we have some time, it's 30 seconds before the Dragon, and right now, BLG are not really in a great position to contest at the moment. You do see that Elk and On are kind of sitting around mid. Look at the discrepancy in some of these carries. The fact that Bin got dove multiple times and is barely even with his opponent is a testament to BLG and how they've been allocating resources. Look at mid and bottom lane. Knight is a 40 CS lead. So does Elk. These are meaningful advantages right now for the time being, and you look at the damage profile of this team, I feel like BLG are in a very sneakily ahead position despite what's been happening in this game. And now it comes down to this Dragon. If BLG are able to secure this, it would not only be putting themselves on Soul Point, but potentially putting Weibo in a knockout position here.
Sienna started up as Weibo continue to try and redefine the history books of this matchup. Have not been able to get a win over BLG in any series, but a best of one could be their position. Keeper's Verdict going to help. That's a great Weaver's Wall from Xiaohu. Denies all entry to this Drake pit, and we are even up at 2 Drakes apiece as this game continues to be neck and neck.
And look at what they're doing right now. BLG trying to go towards the mid lane. How much damage can get on mid?
lot of mid
Weibo, though,
lane
will
picks.
always win these trades. 6 grubs. They're going to even able to reset some of their members and send them into this mid lane. I think they have to be a little bit careful, though. If Bin can stall them, if Weibo find a spot here, there is an opening to go for an Otacon. See that Hung is looking, does have the flash with that ultimate available, so BLG just very carefully going to walk as 4. You see Weibo, all 5 now walking into mid. If they can catch this mid wave high, they can try to look to push in and then scatter into fog of war around the side lanes.
Still waiting on that Weaver's Wall to come back around. Buys them a lot of space with the way Xiaohu's projected it, but he pointed it out. Comes to reality. The Otacon started up, but this is where we've seen so many games be gambled away, especially in the LPL.
They know they're hitting.
Now BLG know it's being taken with Light stepping out towards that minion wave, but it's too late. This Otacon is going to go down. A huge XP gain going to come from Weibo. Way and Night, they can't deny the flowers being taken. Watch the petals sing the Weibo song.
Oh my god, look at the experience differential, especially in the jungle right now and in the bottom lane, keeping them just barely even at this point. Elk almost 80 CS over his opponent right now. I can't believe this. Elk has been really farming up, making sure that he can battle against this Jhin. Like you said, crit itemization means that he's going to hit very hard in these fights, and now with the Ruinous Otacon behind them, giving them bonuses between 2 Hextech Drakes and the 6 Grubs, any fight that Weibo wins immediately turns into potentially endgame scenarios, as they can just rip apart turrets and they win fights.
As a reminder, in recent history, the LG have been running this Weibo matchup, have been the thorn in the side of WBG, threatening in the LPL, even as recently as Split 1 playoffs. But a win for Weibo here really muddies the top of Group A, where we could end up looking at potential game time tiebreakers for these 2 teams. So all of the onus on Weibo to bring this one home. And this is definitely the most competitive they've looked, while it being a best of 1 series, nonetheless the most competitive they've looked in a series against BLG so far.
As we get back into this game, I mean, 26 and a half. You've got 3 items coming in here for Elk. This feels like about where the spike in terms of power is going to be. You look across from him, though, we're getting closer to level 16 Gwen, and that, I think, is so problematic. Rank 3 ultimate on Gwen does way too much damage, and probably by the time he's getting close to getting level 16 or maybe 16 and a half, he'll have his 3rd item. Already has the Seeker's Arm Guard on top of that. The fact that this game has been as close as it has been for the majority of it is a testament to both of these teams, but I think BLG have just been a little too sloppy in some instances, and Weibo are still trying to find an amazing fight. I feel like the only reason this hasn't been a complete blowout is, in particular, Hong on this Nico has not been able to find the engages quite yet. If that actually ends up happening, that could just be it for the game.
I do like the Weibo has approached this game state with such resolve, and knowing that they have the range advantage and the BLG really have to fly into them. I think it's a great point that Hong has not gotten to have flash and ult up at the same time virtually this entire game. But I still don't hate waiting for BLG to come into you and then turning it with that Pop Blossom, opening up the curtain call, Weaver's Wall to section off some of these BLG members. All this you need to look forward to if you're a Weibo fan, because the dance is going to come towards Baron, and maybe this is the fight we are looking for between the 2 tides of the LPL, and Owen is already sectioned off. The Fate's Call does save him. Hong gets the Pop Blossom onto 2, but Elk is untouched, starting to reel forward, but the crit shots to the face knock him down. Breathe finds Elk, Owen falls next. It's a catastrophe as Weibo find a 3-0 sweep to open this game up, looking to finally beat their bigger brother.
Hey, we thought it was Hong that was going to be the problem, but instead On gets caught out in the middle of the river, gives over the Baron to Weibo. And hey, there's a dragon spawning, but I just don't think it's going to matter at this point. Weibo with 6 grubs and the Baron can very easily take over whichever side of the map that they want as we catch this replay on just way too far up into this instant. Oh my god, wait! What is that? I didn't even see that! Thank you to our observers for just completely blinding me in this moment. The ultimate is just there from this Renata to stop Hung from flashing forward and finding the rest, but even this is such an overextension. Elkin On put the team in a jeopardized spot and potentially give up their flawless record here in this Group A.
Knight bailing out to try and go for a Nico support. It's been scrappy and questionable from BLG so far, and now they're starting to really reel. They need to find an engage angle fast and try and utilize their Callista and this Aurora, but it's just Weibo. They're putting their foot down to the pedal as Wei goes down next. Hostile Takeover does hit onto many. Hong gonna fall first, but Elk has not arrived to the fight just yet. Between Worlds gonna force Xiaohu to flash back to safety, but Knight will not be saved by the bailout. TM finds the first kill. Bane is running away from Breathe. Here it comes. Weibo have been biding their time, loss after loss, but Split 2 is a new beginning. Weibo Gaming are gonna knock BLG out of their perfect start to Group A.
And they're gonna go 4-1. The tiebreakers are gonna have to go to game time. Weibo finally find the win here. And goddamn, we said this game was gonna be the most hyped of the night. Certainly at least delivering in that manner. And BLG just playing way too fast, almost having their shoes tied together, eventually fall there, almost at the finish line. Insane stuff from Weibo.
Congratulations to Weibo. The loss streak coming to a close now against BLG.
Let's go,
And
best of ones!
Yeah, best of ones! That's why we love them. That's why we love them. But I was impressed by how Weibo, like, the patience of waiting for the moments to go in, and they played their comp so well here. A lot of credit needs to be given to Xiaohu playing with these Weaver walls to section off, and then Light constantly in the right spot to get the best out of this Jhin. It was really impressive. Like you mentioned, BLG, we came into this draft talking about how we knew they had to be aggressive early. We used the ticking timer on them constantly, but they were just so stuttery. It's like a kid learning how to drive stick for the first time. It's like all gas, all brakes, always at the wrong time. And it's really intriguing knowing that they just came off a game where they looked clean as hell, albeit against WE, but Weibo, got to give them a lot of credit for punishing BLG, something you don't normally say in this matchup.
So 2 things now. Not only do Weibo just now lock in a spot for Group Ascend, so congratulations to our second team qualifying for the top 10 teams. I'm pretty sure, and I took a very quick cursory glance at the scoreboards of the last couple of games for BLG and Weibo. I'm pretty sure Weibo have a quicker time than BLG. On average, it seems like they're ending at least 1.5 minutes to 3 minutes before Billy. And in this win, this was faster than their last game. So it might just be that Weibo are now the first seed in this group. We are still waiting for the rest of these games. If somehow, if Weibo somehow trip up against WE, then whatever, man. The plot armor for BLG is too thick, and the script writing is too strong. But this is very close. If everything goes to plan, Weibo will actually be the first seed, which is a huge upset, again, for BLG. We're expecting them to be top dogs and slipping yet again in another split.
So, Hulk, here's my question to you, because I think this is such a unique time to ask it. Knowing that these two teams, like you mentioned, are going to likely go to game time, how does that impact the draft approach for both of these teams that I know you are going to get the pleasure to watch going into their matchups against WE and EDG respectively? Because you can't say there won't be any effect, right?
I mean, I don't know if there's like we go into the draft strategies later and we're like, guys, we got to draft more early game. We got to win by game time. I think they're going to try and lean on comfort, lean on stuff that has been working. And to be fair, this is one of our closest matchups we are going to have. This is a rematch of one of our playoff series from Split 1, and we do expect for both of these teams to make deeper runs into playoffs with the names that are on these teams. So I think not too unexpected to have Weibo beating BLG, but when you think about recent history and you also think about just where BLG was even a year ago today, this is very surprising for a lot of people, and I think for the community as a whole. I mean, even our predictions, right? We have BLG coming out as first in this group. It does cause some questions to be asked as to where exactly are BLG? Are they still a top team, like the top 2 team here in the LPL? Or is this more like a top 3, top 4 roster?
All right, listen. I'm all for getting clowned on. If you go to Twitter, there may be some crudely photoshopped imagery
Let's
of
go!
my own
I
face
love prod. I love prod.
On Twitter. But let's not pretend like these group standings weren't the community-wide pick, okay? It's like we're all here with BLG1. We might look silly, but just all you remember at home that you probably had BLG Weibo 1-2 as well, okay?
Cope. That's all I gotta say. Cope.
Why are you against me on this?
I'm not defending
I'm trying to
my
bail
predictions.
us out.
I don't care if I'm wrong on predictions. It's a silly graphic. I want to see some fun gameplay and more upsets.
Okay. All right. But I'm not wrong. Okay. Can I get that at least? That everybody was BLG1? Like, we're not the only people looking silly.
I think it is very hilarious. You're asking for another man's approval on this broadcast right now. You don't have to explain yourself, bro. You can just be like, hey, community, we were wrong, okay? Maybe Weibo, maybe they got it in them.
I'm not saying we're not wrong. I'm saying we community are wrong. Like, all of us here are wrong. That's the point I want
wrong
to make.
Is being wrong and right is a spectrum. So I'm willing to just say I'm okay with this result. I think that BLG deserve to be punished for their sins. Okay, you don't get to play a sloppy game and then just win. They already did that for all of 2024. Okay.
I've just been put into a box.
Well, yeah, we're both in a box, unfortunately. You see, like.
You're not gonna laugh at me for that one, man. All right,
yeah.
There's no laughs coming.
I laugh at my own jokes. Okay.
You didn't laugh at all. You're on camera. All right, let's talk MVP. We're tangenting too much here. I think it's another hard MVP discussion because I'm still really impressed by how Light piloted the Jhin. If you're going off stats, he goes deathless in this one in a pretty pivotal game. Yeah. Xiaohu had some huge Weaver's walls that like allowed some of those fights to start going Weibo's way when they were staring down a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead. I think had a good Xin Zhao. I don't know.
I think it has to be our mid jungle. I feel like Light was as most AD carries, usually a passenger to what actually happened in this game. So like. True. You know, things kind of happen, and also you think about the advantage that Elk was able to garner, not necessarily without them even like winning the 1v1. So I think mid or jungle here has to be hidden. There you go, man in the mid lane, one of the best mid laners, one of the best players in general to ever touch League of Legends here in the LPL and even internationally. So really excited to see him starting to have a resurgence. But again, these are best of ones, and they still have another game ahead of them here towards the end of the day.
Another game coming up indeed, but obviously, like you pointed out, very nice to see the General add another star towards his chest. So that is nice to see. 2 MVPs now for Xiaohu. But that will wrap up the first half of our day here, which means I get to bid adieu to all of you. Unfortunately, Ulk will be sticking around.
No, I'm not.
Side.
No,
you're not. Never mind. I'm trolling. I'll do too many games already. Yep. I am trolling. I've been thrown off. It will be the awesome duo of Mr. Mark Rafa and Bloxer coming on in here to round out a group that I know has not gone the way that either of them have predicted so far. So make sure to show them some love as they come in for the Team WE versus Edward Gaming matchup to solidify the bottom of that bracket. We're going to go a short break as we get everything set up, and we'll see you guys on the other side to round out Group A.
Thank you so much for your patience, y'all, and welcome back. We got the second round of this Group A. You know, I see. Okay, that was a trash intro. It's okay. We're gonna speed right on past it. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Rafa. We got Bloxer back on the casting booth with me. It's been a while. I feel like last time we casted together was back in post Lunar New Year or before Lunar New Year.
I think just before, like really early on.
Yeah, that's right. So almost 2 months, away. They could not pair us together again because we were too powerful as a casting duo just the one time. But now, story between WE and EDG, we're just flying right into the draft phase, which just kind of set the tone here. The important thing about this match is this could very much secure EDG's spot and at least securing the 3rd seed of the group, which would mean that they get that chance to play in the qualifier matches to either get into the Ascend group or still end up in the Nirvana group.
Yeah, I mean, Nirvana group is something both these teams very much going to want to avoid. It kind of looks like the path WE are unfortunately going to follow, but obviously we'll have to see after this game. Like you said, flying straight in, already got all the bans through and a couple of the picks. First pick, Rumble, is interesting. And Ambessa and into Galio as well as the return. And this is something that has been banned still a lot during the early stages of this split too. Letting it through is wild.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how powerful some of the other picks that were banned by both teams have risen up in terms of priority to now let what we considered probably the most OP champion back in Split 1, permaban, not let through a single entire game save for like 1 or 2. But Monkey will get his hands on it. Corki rounding out a little bit of that damage profile to guarantee you at least have 1 marksman on this, and they can still just go to mid lane and giving Taeyun some flexibility in what kind of carry he wants to pilot. But reminding WE who got that player of the game, it was Xiaohao's Lilia who really ramped up a storm, getting the freedom to just farm for pretty much the entire first 15-20 minutes of the game. And you get to the team fight stage where, WE so far have not been great at Bloxer. I'm just going to put it bluntly.
No, they have been okay-ish during the laning phases and dire in the team fights. It's really been the failing here of WE, but it is a very interesting difference we've got right now between these two junglers, right? Especially in this matchup, Monkey should have a lot of time to be able to do what he needs to in the early game. You're not too worried about Lilia perma ganking. She's much more going to be looking to stay in the jungle, of course, and so that should open him up to be able to try gank onto these lanes. Monkey has been kind of the only driving force, it's felt like, for this team. WE haven't really had anyone else particularly be that carry stepping up for them, especially not because they've been failing a little bit in these team fights. So early game, I'm very much going to be looking towards Monkey. He's going to need some prior lanes to actually be able to play around because I don't feel like you have that right now.
Yeah, and even though Skarner does have some powerful CC pre-level 6 in the case of the Ishtal Impact, it is very predictable. So I feel like it's really going to come down to Vampire having a better facilitative support to try and make those ganks a lot more reliable, because like you said, WE have been able to find a decent job of getting those advantages, just going mid game when things kind of fall off the tracks here. But EDG being able to get rid of one of the champions that would have been a problem for them in that Poppy, and now immediately going for the Rel, noticing that, hey, WE banned the Alistar, which is a notable Rel counterpick, so that's a free way to just set that support right up for success.
Ooh, and we're going to get the Ezreal here as well out of WE. We all heard Slayer talking about how he thinks that this one should be buffed, but in this kind of composition where you've got a good amount of range and a couple of tanks to sit in front of you, very much an Ezreal game, it doesn't really add any of the priority that we were talking about potentially needing for Monkey. I still think Monkey's going to have a slightly tricky time actually finding lanes to gank early on. The Nautilus would make that a lot easier, and we're of course still yet to see the ADC. It's very, very rare to end up with your ADC being the red 5 pickup, but EDG clearly happy to just wait this one out. I was hoping it would be something even more aggressive because you're waiting until R5, but I think of the top tier of ADCs at the moment, the Kai'Sa makes a lot of sense. It can dive in alongside this composition very well, although it won't have so much sat in front of it to particularly protect it.
Yeah, you're really just looking at the Galio to be one of the main tools that will try and create space if WE ever push the gas pedal forward in terms of engage. But it's, when you look at WE's composition, it's very flexible in directions that they want to go, because all the dive that EDG have really assembled for themselves, you have Impale from Skarner to try and hold the front line diving through. You have an Equalizer to slow him down. And both Corki and Ezreal are very good at kiting and being able to just play back, front to back team fights. You know, the Nautilus is the one champion that it's like, okay, Nautilus would prefer to go forward, right? But at least, you know, Depth Charge and the CC train that he's got in his kit, it at least will help, you know, create some space additionally for these two carries. But once again, the fact that WE has not really shown a proclivity to being strong in these team fight situations, this is, I think, WE's last chance, the last Hail Mary of saying, hey guys, let's prove to ourselves that we can actually pilot a composition like this. Because if I'm going to be honest, Bloxer, you know, there's a lot of teams in the entire world that specialize in, you know, a lot of things, whether it's trying to be good at the early game, trying to be good in split pushing and macro. But at some fundamental level, every team should be fairly decent at team fighting. Because then if you can't do the other stuff, at least you got the team fighting. At least you got the hands. And if WE can't do that, then I don't know what else they got going for them. So it's tough.
And especially in this current meta, right, where you've got the Grubs and the Herald and the Drakes, there's a lot of earlier game team fights than there used to be. It used to be very much that you sat in your lane for the first 17, 18 minutes of a game, then you start moving out to team fight around the Baron. Maybe you'd move around for Drakes, but it wasn't so much built around it. In the current meta, team fights are everything, and that does mean that WE struggling so much in them, really not a good look. At the same time, though, I would like to turn a little bit of our attention towards EDG, because we're giving WE a lot of, you know, ire, let's say. They've not been a great team so far, but EDG, in their previous matchup, had a monumental lead that they were able to just completely throw away.
Yeah. And the last time these two teams played against each other, it was a similar story where WE had a decent early game, playing mostly through Taeyun on the bottom side of the map. But EDG were totally content and just saying, all right, on Wink, you need to chill. Wink, we're actually going to roam you over to the top side, play for the advantage of ZDZ, which is, you know, something up until before this split wasn't really something that EDG was known for, at least with, you know, this core. But ever since On has reunited with Wink, who, as a former bot lane duo pair, mostly on the IG squad for... I want to say the years of 2021, 2022, maybe 2023 before they were eventually split up going into 2024. The reunion, even though they haven't necessarily always excelled as a bottom lane duo and compared to the landscape of duos that we have in the LPL, I feel like their presence and their chemistry has really revitalized the rest of the EG squad.
Yeah. Absolutely, and they really needed that after what was not a good split one. Seeing EDG actually be able to pick themselves up at least a win versus W in the first round, maybe a second one here, would be a lot better for them. Like we've been saying, that third place, trying to avoid Group Nirvana, very impossible. As Monkey, this is what he loves to do. He loves to come from weird angles, try to disrupt his enemy jungler. You're a lot stronger than Ililia right now.
Both have Smite. We're going to see how well Monkey can try and pull this off. I imagine that he's just going to look for the Smite. There's the Eep 600.
Oh, no!
No! To be fair, he didn't know. Monkey yoinks it away. 9 HP on the red buff. Says, thank you for the leash, brother. And now he's going to retreat back over to the bottom side of the quadrant, denying further camps from Xiaohao while he is just forced to retreat. And in fact, Monkey is going to try to press this advantage, still knowing that Xiaohao is still level 2.
He's on vision, though. He has been spotted out, and you can see the bot lane immediately going to roam over from EDG. This could become a bit of a skirmishing team fight right now, something we've just talked about how WE aren't great at. Need to be careful. I think Monkey doesn't want to go for this one. You need to not lose the advantage you've just gained for yourself by stealing away that red buff. Go pick up your own. Make sure it's not going to be a return or anything. Keeping Xiaohao on vision as well, going to be very impactful for them, just knowing exactly where this Lily is at.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's nice that you can steal the red buff. It definitely makes, you know, even the most sane and stable jungle main a little irked. But
oh, yeah.
Xiaohao is still up on jungle camp tempo. Yeah. So, like, denying red buff isn't actually the end of the world for Lilia. As long as she's getting resources and camps, that's fine. Now, if she gets ganked like that, now Vampire flashing with the dredge line forces Xiaohao's own flash, and that's going to make Xiaohao a little bit more suspect to any potential future invades that WE will try to leverage against the Lilia.
And as much as Lily are very, very fast, not particularly mobile in these early stages of the game, Monkey going to continue pressing this advantage. They're just trying to make this Lilia as uncomfortable as possible. See if they can play around here. Hex Flash over the wall. Wink might be in trouble. Has to flash. Dang.
Forced to flash, but he goes down with the crash down on. Now backing up the rest of EDG
no.
and Vampire. Now that he's down to flash, they just gifted First Blood over to the Kaisa. And I have to question whether WE really wanted to actually push the limit that far just to give On a nice boost in the early game.
I love that aggression right there out of Wink. Flashes over the wall, crash down straight back over, knows that he can keep the pressure up right there, and results in the first blood here for EDG. And this is the problem that WE have been running into. Yes, we've been talking about how it's team fights as the main problem, and it is. I'm sure we will see that later on in this game as well. But also, Monkey has been feeling so much pressure, you have to imagine, because the team's been struggling to get these early advantages, that he's been over-pressuring, fighting way too aggressively. In the previous games, there were a ton of dives top lane that just were not working out for them. They weren't getting any actual advantages for themselves, but they were just constantly trying to push the tempo forward. In this one, again, the same. You get the steal off of the red buff, wonderful. But then they try to press the advantage way too much and end up outstaying their welcome in EDG's jungle.
Yeah, because you can be content with just at least going back to farming your own camps, and then what you can do is playing for respawn camps on Xiaohao's top side of the jungle. You'll get a lot more value that way, but I think you're absolutely right. WE, in all their losses, I mean, this is a roster change, bringing in Monkey after they were able to win their only game against, the name escapes me, but over in the first split, and I think that was enough confidence for WE to say, you know what, we need to go with Monkey going into split 2. But then a lot of the games that Monkey was in, he looked very lost. He looked very confused on how he wanted to press his advantages, and, you know, desperation was a big key term in a lot of their losses in the first round of that group, of this group stage here. And I think they're just really trying pretty much everything, because when you're down 0-4 in the group stage round, you can't just play a passive game. And to that, I can kind of respect what they're trying to do.
I can respect that they're trying to push the advantage, and Lily a pretty good champion to try push that advantage into. It's just they're not understanding the times when you can go. There's so much pressure here, as this is a weird dive out of EDG in the bot lane. I'm not sure that one's going to work out for them either. Yeah, we can't exactly absolve either of these teams from having odd decision-making at times, as we do see Monkey manages to pick up 3 of those grubs. Now, in the previous match that we just watched, the grubs were one of the main things that led to victory for Weibo, it was. And so I can see why WE would like to grab this in this situation, right? You've got some decent pressure onto towers. You want to keep it away from EDG as well. And with the attempted dive bot lane not working out, it isn't like EDG have even been able to trade that one back for the Drake.
Yeah. See, these are the macro wins that you can reliably count on from WE. You don't always need to... Obviously, the pressure onto Xiaohao, when managed correctly, can be effective, but you can also just take the guaranteed advantages. The Xiaohao not going to feel safe walking up into, you know, contesting River when he doesn't have flash. You can just go for both neutral objectives, and because of the natural pushing lane states that you have between Corki mid and the Ezreal and the Nautilus, you should have freedom to just rack up these neutral objectives, and this can set up WE in a pretty solid early game state.
Absolutely, and it's not like this composition is gonna make teamfighting particularly tricky. You've got a ton of really good teamfighting tools available to you. It's very much going to be down to the execution, not the draft, that will lose these teamfights for WE. Yeah, the fact that they're actually going to be able to pick themselves up this Drake as well. This has been an impressive early game in terms of objective control from Monkey, as long as we can look past that little bit of over-aggression down in the bottom side of the map.
Just erase that part from the ledger, you know?
I think it's fine. I'm not too worried about looking past that one right here. You give over 1 kill, it's to the Kaiser, it's not ideal, but also into this lane specifically. It's not like you're into a hyper-aggressive matchup bot lane, where you could constantly be getting kills onto your opposition ADC. It's not like you're up against, I don't know, the Callista right here. That would make this matchup really, really hard. Ezreal, he's going to be fine. He's going to be able to still keep up all of the farming, and if Vampire has to leave the lane and go elsewhere and help out Monkey on fights, on objectives, that's fine too.
Yeah. Just a few seconds away from the 9-minute mark, where The second round of grubs will be spawning shortly afterwards. Still quite a ways away before our second dragon of the game. And apart from the spicy action we got in the first 2-3 minutes of the game, it has been relatively quiet for both teams. Now, EDG, some big spikes that we want to talk about, since a lot of these big carries are mostly on the scaling side. EDG really wants to wait for that 2-item breakpoint, as he's now trying to safely push out this lane. Might be forced to flash. Oh, the public execution didn't go through, but at least he's able to sidestep his way out of there, not having to burn a summoner spell to escape WE's grasp.
But he's going to be kept around right here, and we've seen WE love a dive top lane. Things easy, just going to have to back away from this one. You really don't want to get caught out in this situation. But we'll lose out on a ton right here as Monkey just continues to play bodyguard, make sure that ZZ isn't able to step up. Losing a full minion wave right now, not going to feel good, not into this matchup especially. Oh no! Oh no!
CDZ! He thought he was walking through safe jungle territory. He's going to lose his flash at the cost of that, as Cube and Karis were already rotating on over to support the top lane push for as many plates as possible. And at least for EDG, On is getting some plates on the bottom side of the map.
And this is the early game that we really want to see out of WE, where they're actually getting themselves advantages across the map. It's not really translating at the moment into big gold lead, but that's fine. It's all in the intangibles at the moment. The gold lead will come. You can see it's slowly going to begin to form right here. Like you said, there is a trade back happening in the bottom lane by Arn. It's not the end of the world right now. ZDZ doesn't die. That would have been devastating, but losing Flash as the Ambessa, yeah, she's got a lot of dodging and weaving that she can do innately, but you still really like to have that Flash to be able to reposition mid-team fight, keep yourself safe, and it looks like this first tower is going to go over to WE. This is a much better team fight, a much better early game for them.
Yeah, like you said, you know, giving over first blood to Kaisa, not ideal in the case of WE, but you've been able to bounce back by giving Taeyun a ton of plates solo, and then a full turret.
Yep.
Not totally solo, but a pretty nice injection of gold that at least puts him on item parity with On, making sure that the Kai'Sa's not ahead. And the Ezreal is going to have that Trinity Force spike, Muramana spike, relatively around the same time that On will have his 2-item spike. And that is a point where WE can feel the most comfortable about taking team fights.
Absolutely, and team fights will come relatively soon. You know, we're only 12 minutes into the game. The next Drake, minute and a half away. We'll have the Herald spawning up in not too long as well. So far, EDG really haven't felt like they particularly wanted to engage themselves into team fights. Makes sense early on, but now that you've got that Galio ulti up and available, you've got a lot of good AoE ultis you can use. It'll be interesting to see when they actually decide to try pull the trigger, when they feel comfortable enough to really go for these team fights. This composition really does come online at around 2 to 3 items, so it's still a while away for EDG, but I do think with the way WE have been running this early game, EDG, they're going to be forced to get involved a little bit earlier potentially than they would really like.
Now for EDG, not like they have been set super far behind. ZDZ, I think he's going to try to kill the minion wave, just understanding. Oh, but he sets himself up for an angle to get through Cube with the public execution on the escape. Just good quick thinking there from the Ambessa. Down an ultimate.
Oh no.
He's going to play in Cube's face just to see if he can bait in for a Xiao collapse. Cube is still standing his ground. He's going to try to trade at least one kill back. And the flash from Cube's Rumble will at least silence ZDZ for now. But that's a nice kill picked up for Xiaohao's Lilia.
But look what they're missing out on right here, EDG. Bot lane, they're going to end up losing a ton of plating off of this tower. Not sure if they're going to be able to fully take it down, although 6 grubs means that this one is melting pretty fast. Either way, they can pull back onto this Drake as well. And continues does the dominance for WE getting these objectives. Just really good cross-map play for themselves. And the fact that you don't even lose Cube completely by himself. He manages to take a kill for himself as well. Really well executed right here. Out of the bottom team in this group.
Yeah, I mean, WE are really throwing every punch they've got in the book to at least tie up with EDG. Because if they can at least bring their game score overall to a 1-4, they'll tie EDG. And then it's just pretty much up to themselves against Weibo Gaming later today. And then EDG versus BLG to determine if they'll have to go to a tiebreaker for that 3rd seed, or if miraculously, you know, I don't know if,
Crazier things
WE
have happened.
Yeah, crazier things have happened, not just today, in other groups. So, and that's the beauty of LPL. And WE, with their strength on the map right now, they're going to force EDG away from the Dragon Pit, be able to net themselves the second Dragon of the game. And again, the early game from WE continuing to be solid.
Yeah, it really has been, but again, it's not been the big issue for them. Over-aggression in the early game, potentially, but team fights is where it's been really, really tricky. To be fair, when you're up by this much gold at the moment, it's not making your team fights easily won, but it's certainly going to help put them into a good spot to be able to actually play these ones out. And as first items have come through onto pretty much all of the carries at this point, I think WE are in an incredibly strong position to be able to actually start running the map at the moment. We'll see what they're actually going to be able to do with it. As right now, Herald going to be the next objective that everybody's going to be looking towards. We've avoided any multi-man team fights so far, other than a little bit of a skirmish in the bottom side jungle. So let's see. I think EDG, they're not going to want to just give this one up completely solo, but I don't know that they're strong enough at the moment to really compete.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because, one items for a majority of these carries from EDG is not necessarily the most terrifying thing to play against, whereas WE, even though ideally you want to wait for Moribanas to come in for Karis and Taeyu respectively, Trinity Force Corki and Trinity Force Ezreal does a decent amount of damage if you can get into setup first, lay down the poke, and make it so that EDG's really compromise on whether they want to take that objective, then that's always an advantage that you can use to just drive home that Rift Herald opportunity for yourselves.
Absolutely, and it is going to be very much on these junglers to start a bit of these fights to really initiate things. Unfortunately, Vampire going to miss that hook, and now might be caught out here.
Forced to flash away. The Magnet Storm and On dives right behind Vampire. Now they have to reposition, but here comes Angel with the hero's entrance. Buys some time. Wink manages to limp away. Monkey falls, and Karis and Taeyun have lost their front line, so they don't have the space to put in the damage. And just like that, Bloxer, our concerns, our doubts have come back to haunt WE again.
Dang it, WE! The second that multiple members are involved in a fight, they immediately end up losing out onto this one. And this is a fight that WE wanted to take. They're in a stronger position than their opponents at the moment. But instead of finding a good angle, it's Vampire going flying in, trying to hit this initial hook. And you can see it right here. The second that this hook misses, things are already off to a terrible start. Is he aiming there? Is he aiming for Xiao Hao or for Wink? Because it looked like he was aiming for Wink there. Trying to get that initial hook onto the rail, never going to help. You're just giving her an extra way into this fight. And you can see it right here. EDG, they use all of these ultis to perfection just to be able to clean house, turn it into the Herald as well. And this is just terrible for WE, because all of that early advantage you managed to pick up for yourself, all of the pressure you put down, the well-executed macro in the early game, it doesn't matter if you cannot team fight.
Yeah, and it's not just the micro decisions, but it's also just the awareness of where all the members of WE relative to each other. Even if Vampire starts up that fight, Karis is collapsing, but not in position to immediately deal damage. Taeyun had thrown a True Shot Barrage, but doesn't necessarily want to jump right into the face of all of that CC setup from EDG. So now, game isn't necessarily over for WE. The gold lead is now just barely even, if not slightly an advantageous state for EDG. There's still objectives that WE can play for, but EDG, just like in the previous time that these two teams matched up against each other, they will not give WE a second chance if WE mess up again.
No, absolutely not. EDG, they have hopefully learned from their mistake up against Weibo on having such a big advantage and just throwing it all away. See right now, EDG defend their mid lane tower, are going to be pushing on towards this bottom lane one. Top, not got any push going through at the moment, but at least establishing themselves control around this bottom side is going to help for this upcoming Drake fight. 50 seconds until that one, and key ultis are back up and available for both of these teams. EDG's team fight composition really can work so well if they just get a little bit of initial front to back, and then you can get people jumping into the back line. ZZZ on. They need to be careful not to over-aggress early on. WE, it's a little bit tricky. You're pretty reliant on either Vampire or Monkey getting that big engage off for you. Now, Monkey's on a great champion to be able to do that, you know? If you can get that Impale onto a couple people, brilliant. In that original team fight we just saw, he was not able to do so. Around Drake might be a little bit easier, though.
Yeah. Comes down to if WE can get into the river first. So, Taeyun and Cube linking up so that they can get push on this mid wave. Tier 1 is threatened to collapse if Taeyun is ever alone with it. As, see? Good poke! Good poke from Taeyun. On is now chunked about to a third of his HP, so he has to be a bit more careful about choosing whether he wants to dive into a Corki and an Ezreal with that killer instinct off of the back of an EDG engage. But the Rift Herald by EDG will at least give them a window to regain control of mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, could well be that WE just headed towards that Drake, tried to push onto it, but instead they're going to be forced to rotate round. Not going to be the full tower going down by the Herald, but EDG get complete control over the Drake pit because of this play, and it is going to be started up. Do you want to flip it, though? I don't think so.
WE. This could be defining not just the game, but their placement in this group.
Ooh.
EDG immediately going in. Shoutout flash Q for the Lilting Lullaby. Forces Vampire out. Not the ideal.
Stolen!
Monkey! He steals it! That's 3 dragons now for WE now. They just have to kite on back and play for their carries. Hero's entrance goes in, but
Wink.
a massive Magnus Storm from Wink! And On finds his moment! They don't need a damn dragon. EDG are just better!
This is so quintessential of both of these teams. EDG flips it, gets the Drake stolen, doesn't matter, team fight win for them, and Wink, what a Magnet Storm that was. Just gorgeous. Off the back of a team fight that looked like it was not going to go so well into their favor. WE, they cannot team fight. I'm sorry, at this point you can just say it straight up. This is not a team that is able to team fight at all. And again, they just get destroyed, baited in a little bit too far, not particularly thinking about all of these AoE defensive tools you've got. Angel with the ulti, Wink with the ulti. If you cannot instantly blow up both on Xiaohu and ZDZ, you don't win these fights.
Do we even need to see this replay?
Why flip it? That's my other question. I get the idea here from Xiaohu to go flash in, get the Q off, try for the Lilting Lullaby, but it actually only lands onto Monkey and Vampire. The steal is nice from Monkey, but then they go for this fight. Vampire goes flashing in. Watch Wink, though. Watch Wink. Sees the angle right here. 4 people in a row all get pulled right in. It's just disgusting, isn't it? And then Angel gets the 4-man taunt off as well. AoE CC wins team fights that are messy in close quarters like this. And let's see.
Hey, they rushed the Otacon.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? So, all right, Blockster, I have a proposal. We don't have a way to actually call over to China and like get into the comms of WE. But what if we tell them, hey guys, what if you just split push the rest of the game?
Literally never
fights.
team fight again.
Just
I
go
think
for
it might be
turret
better.
destruction.
Yeah, just try for it. You know what? With the 6 grubs, having Atacon, there's a chance. It could work. I can see it. I mean, it's not a good strategy, but it is a strategy.
Hey, you got Trinity Force, you got more mana, you deal some decent turret damage, you know? Don't get me wrong. You would ideally like to play front to back with this composition, you know? But somehow, some way, they keep lining up for these multi-man engages from EDG.
The only team I've ever wanted to play Yorick on my screen. Because you're right, Evan. Why do they keep going for these big team fight compositions when they clearly aren't able to execute well onto them? I think it's because if you're trying to team fight on a good team fighting composition and you're bad at it, it's at least easier than with a poor team fight comp. But still, it's just making these games hilarious. It's making these games hilarious for us because we're watching them going...
The entertainment value is just skyrocketing.
It is. You go to a guy, they're not going to be able to team fight, and then, guess what? You would be right. They are not able to team fight. Still, WE, they've pushed up really far right now. They're going to be trying onto this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, but even with the 6 scrubs, I don't know that they've got enough to really be able to push onto this one fully. At least they've got the push going through the mid lane as well, trying to move forwards on a couple of different fronts. We've got the Baron spawning in a minute and a half's time. That's going to make this significantly easier if WE are actually able to pick up that objective.
Yep. And I'll give them props. The resilience and the fortitude is at least persevering at the moment, since, you know, if we had gotten 6 scrubs, we had the massive early game advantage just off of macro. My jungle steals the dragon.
Yeah.
And then we get wombo comboed like that. I'm alt F4ing right then and there. I'm like, what's the point, man? But
Okay,
you know what?
okay. But
WE
EDG love throwing. EDG
You have
love
a
a
point.
throw.
You
They
have
love
a
a
point.
throw. Right now it's only a 2k gold lead, so it wouldn't be a massive throw at the moment. WE have at least kept this one close. But I've seen EDG throw some big boy leads.
All right, well, WE, can they count on EDG to gift wrap them
Give Rapper
game back?
Oh, we'll see.
This is for 3rd seed
Oh,
implications. Yeah, WE, I mean, like we said before, if WE can actually tie this up, then there's the potential for an additional tiebreaker game. That would
Oh,
determine
hang
the 3rd
on.
seed. Oh, ZDZ might be caught out. Here comes a hero and Angel. ZDZ is popped by the True Shot Barrage. On joins the fight, but the
Oh,
Equalizer, he's got to
no.
dance around it. Here comes Wink, another massive Magna Storm. Angel tries to assist, but Xiaohao and On can't get into the fight. On survives, but just before he takes down Taeyun in the backside, it actually cares because Taeyun is still alive. He's popping off the Ezreal, and this time, WE, can they protect him? No, but he's left alone. Xiaohao locks him down alongside the rest of EDG, and that was probably the best fight that WE could have hoped for, and it just isn't enough.
No, the golden right there out of Zhao, who just keeps him alive long enough that this fight just flips once again. It's another aggressive play out of WE. They've been the one pulling the trigger in basically every single one of these fights, and the initial pick works really well. They managed to actually pick up ZDZ in a one-tap, never actually able to escape, even with the flash available. Great impale right here out of Monkey. But then it just takes enough time that Angel's able to get involved, that everybody else is able to come and roam around to this fight already. The Equalizer out of Cube only lands onto one member. It doesn't really do all of the damage it needs to across the course of this fight, but I still thought that Taeyun was going to be able to turn it around. At this moment, right here, it looks so good for Taeyun, but
Yes.
he's not able to pick up any of the initial kills, and I think it's that right there. That dash forwards for him that pulls him just so out of position where the golden then comes through, not able to pick up the kill. Maybe if he turns around onto Wink in that situation, picks up a kill onto the Rel, makes it a 2v1 rather than a 3v1, it's easier. But it's just another loss right here for WE.
Yeah, just playing with this space and being able to eliminate how many CC tools are available from EDG. I will say, it was so freaking sexy that Taeyun instant Captain Jack cleanse the Rel stun and instantly went forward. I was believing. I was like, well, wait a minute, you know?
Hang on, yeah.
Because like early in the day, we saw the Taeyun Ezreal damage graph. Almost, 42% of his team's damage? There's a reason why WE, despite On getting first blood, gifted this game, that they put so much resources into giving Taeyun literally 2 full towers worth of plates just to make sure that he wasn't falling behind in terms of item parity. And for a brief second, you could see the vision. You could see that Taeyun on the Ezreal coming over from LCK, the Challengers League, and both DRX Challengers and the Kwangdong Freaks Challenger system. You could see why that there is potential in the talent. And that just, it's so close, but still not enough.
Yeah, he had us believing for a couple of seconds right there. Unfortunately, EDG pretty much immediately slammed that door closed, and now they're getting themselves a good amount of setup right here around the Baron. Actually going to start this one up. There's no vision in the area right now. They're at least going to be able to spot it out with the True Shot Barrage, but you're walking in blind to this one. Not a great situation for this composition.
On doesn't have summoner spells for this fight, but Xiaohao does have flash.
Oh!
4K, Monkey, multi-man,
nothing.
Impale, but is anyone there? Nice equalizer from Cube, and now Xiaohao's in a world of trouble, but the re-engage from ZDZ, and Angel with the hero's entrance at least evens up the fight. 1 for 1, but no jungler for WE. They cannot contest the Baron, but at least they pushed EDG off the pit.
Oh, I mean, Monkey, that's devastating there. Getting the nice 3-man Impale with a composition with an Equalizer. I have to assume Cube just wasn't quite close enough. Maybe didn't have it up. We'll see on the replay, I imagine, because instantly dropping that Equalizer on top of everybody held right there in the Impale, that would have been the teamfight 1 for WE. Instead, the things are delayed, it takes a little bit too long, ZDZ goes flying into the backline. Now, if you take a look at what he's built, he is not particularly tanky at the moment, just immediately gets one tap, but still, you end up getting the fight. Look at this though, Monkey, 2-man, he just wasn't in range. Cube just wasn't there. That's so unfortunate for them, because if you manage to actually get that burn more onto those key carries, things are completely different here. They're just out of time. They're just not playing like a team who's had as much time together as they had. You know, this is the second round robin. This is do or die right now. We keep talking about not wanting to be the bottom team in these placements. Group Nirvana, the bottom two teams are done for the year. Like that. If you thought the first split was wild in terms of the way that the split functioned with 3 best of 5s and then maybe your split's done, well, in this one, if you do badly, you're done for summer as well. It's a crazy format we've got here on the LPL, and it's so important to get yourself out of that spot. WE, they just aren't able to play together enough to really do so.
And on the other side, EDG have just been the benefactors of putting this roster swap together. On and Wink have clearly brought something special, at least to EDG. A lot more than what we were getting out of them in the first split. One of the more non-existent teams now, this time showing a lot more fight, a lot more gumption. Baron going down to 2K. Monkey, can he make it again? No, not this time. It is secured by shoutout. Wink making sure that Vampire cannot get far as On layers down the Cathian Rain. Monkey getting slept by the Lilting Lullaby. On is still on the hunt, on the pursuit, getting zoned, getting a little too close to the double marksman, and a good equalizer from Cube forces EDG away, but Angel teleports, sees maybe an opportunity to section them off, but the rest of his damage dealers are gone, and he's forced to Justice Punch away.
Just going to be 1 kill onto the sport right there for EDG. Obviously, the Baron going to be the bigger thing for them to have just picked up, and the Drake is now up and available. This would be sold for WE if they're able to grab it for themselves right now. Everybody has reset, spent their gold. That's a ton of extra items and power in EDG's back pockets, and it's going to be up to Monkey for another steal. He has vision at least. I really don't think he's going to be able to grab this one, and indeed Monkey agrees. It's just going to back off, and so it's another Drake into the back pockets of EDG. Baron empowered minions pouring through these waves as well. WE, their time in this group is coming to a rapid close.
WE, I mean, I think Monkey just realized that if he had thrown his life away just for an Infernal Soul, with EDG, Baron empowered minions pouring in through multiple lanes, it could have just been the end of the game. You have Cube trying to push through on the top side and create some split push pressure and at least equalize the amount of turret destruction that EDG are being able to will for themselves in this Baron's push play. But at least that will buy some time for WE. But I'm with you, Bloxer. The noose is starting to tighten, and WE, the amount of options available are starting to run thin.
Really is. It's gonna have to be a massive team fight for them, right? They don't exactly have a composition that can really go for picks. Maybe if Monkey gets a massive flank angle and you're able to grab someone while they're off by themselves, you can do it, but it's really, really tricky. It's not the sort of composition where, yeah, we could just go all in onto one person, pick them up, and then we'll 4v5 the team fight. That'll be a lot easier. It's really not like that at all. You can see right now ZDZ going to be pushing through this top wave. Also going to be a push going on in the middle. And WE, they're kind of grouping up in bushes, trying to go for something. Going to get spotted out, though, with the bowling ball. And yeah, it's a bit of a desperation play even looking for that.
You gotta try. I can respect it from WE, but EDG, for them, they have multiple long-range tools to sniff out any cheese push plays like that. Sending 4 members to defend the tier 2 on the top side. Meanwhile, Karis answering in the mid lane just to hold off for now. 12 seconds until the Baron buff does expire. A decent amount of gold was accumulated during this time, around 3,000 for EDG, which makes the overall gold advantage 5,000. Very commanding, very dominant, and a stark reminder of what happened between these two teams in the first round of this group stage, where EDG very dominantly and very confidently put away WE.
Oh yeah, I mean, in that game, WE managed to find themselves 5 kills the whole time. They've at least exceeded that, 6 kills on the team, but it... Yeah, exactly. And hey, So do WE, so do EDG as well. They've also got one extra kill that they had in the previous one. It's a little bit bloodier of a game, perhaps. And to be fair, this one still isn't over. As much as the Baron power play was pretty good out of EDG, they're able to get a lot of pressure. They've not actually been able to crack the base right here of WE. They're still fine. The scaling still can continue to happen. The thing is, the scaling is a little bit in the advantage of EDG. I think when they can just fully go in with this Lilia, and you can see it right now, 10 stacks right here on the Medjais, 0 deaths, 607 right now for Xiaohao, is just in such a strong position.
Yeah. A nightmare scenario that WE were trying to prevent with all the reckless invades into Xiaohao's jungle early on to the game.
He's up
Not
3k
successful.
gold. He's
Yeah.
up 3k gold. I mean, it's not the biggest of CS leads. I've seen Lilia's Flame Horizon all the time, so that is something, but it really doesn't matter. You're up a full item right now on your opponent, and for good reason. It has just been a very impressive early game so far. You can see right here, Observer's showing us brilliantly the vision that you actually have available to you right now as WE. It's a very small map for them at the moment. EDG run the jungle, both theirs and their opponents, and it's going to make stepping out for these objectives really tricky. Both are spawning at the same time, though. We're going to have Baron and Drake up at pretty much the exact same instant, which is going to open up an interesting question right here. Do WE just want to go full commit themselves for the Drake? Maybe try to pick themselves up that Infernal Soul? That could be huge for their ability to play the team fights. But on the other side, does EDG care? Because they can just pick themselves up a Baron and then crack the base open. I don't know that Infernal Soul is going to be that big of an issue to them. It's up to them. EDG, because they're in such a strong position, because they own the jungle, they have complete control over which of these objectives they think is more important.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a mental game for EDG. Do they think that WE wants to prioritize the Infernal Soul more than anything else? Or do they actually want to bank on EDG playing into that fear to let WE have a chance to sneak Baron as a cross trade? Because that could be a legitimate way to stall out the game. As Angel is trying to lurk around for a flank, and they spotted him out, but they haven't spotted out ZDZ, so a double flank. Another Magnet Storm right into the front line. Taeyun and Karis have distanced themselves well. Wing falls. Angel tries to follow up. ZDZ is there. On flashes it away, trying to distance himself out. Angel buys enough time with the taunt into the stasis, but it still could look good for WE, but they're losing health bars on both of their damage dealers. Karis and Taeyun forced to flee. Cube survives alongside his double marksman, but EDG have done enough damage to secure themselves another dragon.
All of the carries survive through that fight, despite the fact it's a complete and utter mess. But like you said, straight over onto this Drake right now, but double teleports right here out of WE. I think they potentially wanted to try play around that Drake. It just falls way too fast, with the jungler still alive for EDG. Always going to be picked up by them. Double teleports expended means you need to get something out of this as WE, I guess.
Maybe?
Well, the crab at least, that's something.
Alright.
This flank out of ZDZ is huge, but it's the Magnet Storm once again to start it out. Lands onto a key couple of carries. Taeyun even has to flash away at the beginning of this one. My only question was why it took quite so long right there for ZDZ to actually get into that fight. Was kind of walking around the back of it for a really long time, but still, the moment that he's actually able to get in, get involved, it just completely opens up the team fight. You go from being in a pretty good position as WE to being completely on the back foot, surrounded by opponents. And that will be the third Drake for EDG. They're going to start up the Baron, though, RWE.
Little tricky. Already a lot of damage from Xiaohao. Thankfully, Vampire is quite tanky at this point in the game, so he's not going to go down. For WE will be forced to reset, but that'll give an opportunity for EDG to move on into the river, start clearing out the vision. They're not going to be able to deal with the crab vision. So at least for WE's sake, they're content that they'll still have some eyes on whether this Baron is being started up, and EDG just hoping that WE get a little eager and face check into multiple CCs, and now is the time they try to rush it down.
Alright, my eyes right here going to be on Taeyun. Can he carry his team through this fight? Can Monkey potentially steal away this Baron as well? It's going fast.
EDG are trying to drop it. Baron fully resets. Taeyun, no summoner spells available, so he has to be precise. Arcane shifts away from ZDZ's engage. Here comes Angel with the hero's entrance as well. ZDZ is sectioned off. Taeyun is playing out of his mind. He finds on. Wait a minute. That's a main damage dealer gone from EDG. Xiaohao could be the next one to fall. Forced to retreat. And WE find that second win to push themselves through such a difficult 38-minute banger. But it's enough for WE to secure the Baron for themselves, unless Xiaohao has another thing to say about it. He tags Monkey, tries to get in range. 1600. Monkey secures the Baron. Xiaohao forced to pop the stasis. Was this the throw from EDG? It comes down to ZDZ and Angel, but I don't think these are the type of carries that can eliminate the rest of WE. They walk away safely. The Baron is secured for themselves, and suddenly Bloxer, they're back in the game.
Can't teamfight versus loves a good throw, and that was such a mistake right there out of EDG. They think they've got the engage angle once again. It's the combo they're relying on right now, the public execution into the hero's entrance, but it just takes way too long for it to come through. You're not able to actually land it onto any of those key members right here. And yeah, look at that. Arn just gets caught way too far forwards. Nice job, Monkey, finding the impale that he had to. And it means that EDG scattered to the four corners. They're not actually going to be able to play this one out. And picking up the Baron on the backside of this one is huge. I was slightly worried the steal was going to come through. No flash out of Xiaohao, so there was a tricky entrance into the pit. The steal was allowed in. You know, you don't actually defend the pit very well here as WE. Still, the smite comes through. Monkey, the MVP in that team fight there.
The fact that WE were able to keep eyes and tabs on, noting from that prior fight that while Taeyun was down a flash, so was On, because he had dove way deep and then immediately realized, oh, I need to flash out of this cluster. So both of the key marksmen down that summoner spell, and Monkey not wasting that moment, being able to set up Taeyun for an easy pickoff. Now EDG gonna have to maintain a little bit more composure going into what could be the Infernal Soul, what could be the last fight of this game.
And the thing with WE's composition is that it has such great poke as well, so you're never really going into these team fights as EDG on full HP, and it's making it a lot trickier to really find that a bit of engage that they really need to. You really have to get the combo off. Wink, Angel, and ZDZ all have to play this one out together to make these team fights work for EDG. They've done it multiple times. We've seen that. It's not like they can't do it. Right now, making it look a little bit trickier than potentially it needs to be. Next Drake gonna be spawning up in 30 seconds time. That's gonna be Soul for whoever is able to pick this one up. EDG, it could be a 4 Infernal Drake Soul, which would just give them so much extra damage in these team fights. WE, they cannot afford to give that one up.
So spooky for EDG. Both On and Taeyun now have both of their summoner spells up, so they can play with a little bit more freedom, but Wink has been chunked out by the massive poke, and Monkey is thinking about looking for an engage right now. The flash impale,
he gets it!
Oh! He tried to flash it, but he still got snagged. EDG, their AD carry's gone. Wink tries to bail his AD carry out. ZDZ's trying to go crazy into the backline, trying to look for that Ambessa montage, but he just goes down. Xiaohao, the only member alive. We got On limping away as well, but they've lost 2 crucial frontline members in ZDZ and Wink. WE, they have the full rights to the Infernal Soul.
Oh, this is just the game we've been waiting for out of Monkey. He's been the driving force for this team in their early games. He's been everything they've needed him to be early on, but just hasn't been able to play out team fights well enough. Well, no more, apparently, in this game with the Skarner, one of the strongest jungle picks we've seen. They are pushing through this base right now for EDG. If they go for the end, I think that's a bit of a mistake. Still, though, 20 seconds on ZDZ.
Yeah, the equalizer pushes EDG away, but they don't have the minion wave to go for the game, and you can tell that WE are frothing at the mouth just for an opportunity to equalize their position in the group standings.
Health bars.
That moment is going to have to wait. WE have to be careful now. And ultimate cooldowns are coming back up for EDG, and if they do not play this Infernal Soul carefully, they could cost everything. Xiaohao is just into the pit. Are we going to test it like this?
Wait, what?
But Taeyun somehow is the one that secures the Infernal Soul. Oh my goodness, this game is delivering on just the ridiculousness factor. WE somehow managing to limp away from the Infernal Soul. tucked into their back pockets, and EDG, there's not much they can do on the map at this point.
I'm losing my mind. I really am losing my mind in this one. This fight is brilliant right here out of WE. We can criticize the macro play that they make afterwards, but the Lilting Lullaby hits onto a couple members. It just doesn't matter though. Monkey though goes flying in, and I was like, all right, is the impale happening now? Now? The prediction. The prediction. It's a prediction as well to make it that much sweeter. The fact that Wink also gets taken out when he goes for the engage, doesn't actually manage to get that big Magnet Storm off, and it just turns into a complete disaster of a play out of EDG. The question I have here is why they don't pull back onto the Drake quicker. They could have pushed up to get themselves the inhibitor and then pulled back and not made it a 50-50. WE were, what, like 12 HP on that dragon away from having Zhao Hao steal it away? That would have been devastating after you've just found the best team fight you've had all split.
I would even dare say all season long. I mean, we might have to go back into the WE AL match where Monkey absolutely popped off on the Viego to make it happen, but I mean, I love the fact that you brought up Monkey's trials and tribulations in this second split, because it has been extremely rough, but being able to show up clutch in few key moments in this game has really kept WE in a position that we thought they didn't deserve to be in for quite some time, but now they are just one more good fight away from being able to close this game out, but rightfully so, EDG could also flip the script despite being down an Infernal Soul. It all comes down to teamfight execution as the Equalizer forces EDG away from the mid lane. Angel is that... Oh, Xiaohao tries to go in. Lilting Lullaby immediately cleansed on a Taeyun, so he's fine. EDG trying to throw down the engage. Massive Hero's Entrance. The Impale's going to buy some time. Xiaohao's trying to find Taeyun into the backline. On has already fallen. EDG, it's coming down to Xiaohao. Can he ramp up? No, he can't. Taeyun still survives. And that's the story, folks. Persistence and endurance. The name of the game for WE. You may have failed 4 times, but that 5th game is yours to claim. They will even the score of the group standings, and that 3rd seed match has become all the more interesting here, Bloxer.
Oh, it felt like W were down and out during the early mid-game, but all of a sudden, EDG, they're just not able to find the fight. Monkey had such an impressive game right there, and that final fight came off the back of EDG trying to get aggressive, trying to make that big fight work. Oh my lord. They did it! They've won a game!
Holy moly. We have to call the press, Bloxer. WE can freaking team fight. I almost dropped an F-bomb. I held it. I held it. But my goodness, this is the character arc and the development straight out of a shonen. Let's go, WE. Monkey.
Yeah.
Massive Skarner game. My goodness. I mean, there are some questionable things in the early game, but you know what? That's
fine.
That's the beauty of the character development arc that we got out of it, where despite some of the mistakes and the slip-ups, you don't let that get to you. You persevere, you push through. Life lesson right there, y'all. If you want to... Oh my gosh. I'm going to stop right there, because I could go on and on and on.
I'm very happy with Monkey in this game, because this is the next level that we really need to see out of him. I mean, WE, they got dismantled by the Skarner in their first game versus Weibo. They picked it up for themselves, right? Monkey is aggressive on it. I think this is what Monkey is going to be. He feels a little bit like, I don't know, a Hillisang type player, where you're going to get some high highs and some low lows. But it's fine, because when the coin flip comes in your favor, oh boy is it nice. And it was just so aggressive right there. The prediction on that Impale, easily one of the sexiest plays that I've seen this split long. It was so nice to see. Knew that the flash was going to come out. And that team fight really is the thing that begins turning things around. Those fights were messes. EDG were not able to get any of the simple front to backs that they wanted. They also weren't able to get the wombo combos off beyond that early stage of the mid game. And so it meant that W were able to keep themselves in it, but really it was Monkey throughout the entire game, driving it on. He was starting aggressive and just never let up the pace.
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of persistence you need as like a salesman. You know, no matter how many doors are shut in your face of whatever you're trying to sell. Monkey was trying to sell that I deserve to be on this WE squad. I deserve to be playing in the LPL. And, you know, we go back to split 1 where, you know, Monkey comes in to substitute, gets the 1 win for WE against anyone's Legend of all teams, which is no easy feat to deal with since they were our reigning Demacia Cup champions and grand finalists from Split 1. That's enough for WE to put faith in this guy. And, you know, despite the 4 losses that Monkey had to go through where he didn't look like he was living up to the promise, this game, he delivers. And it now gives WE another fighting chance for that 3rd seed, to play for the qualifiers, to escape Nirvana, and get into that Group Ascend.
And Group Ascend's so important for these teams. Everybody has just got to be gunning for it at the moment. And it's so tricky to already have lost those initial 4 games because it puts you in such a bad spot right here. If WE want to secure themselves that 3rd spot, they're going to have to beat BLG in order to do it. Now, as much as this was an impressive game, not sure that's going to be possible. We'll see later on. So we do take a look at the stats throughout this game. There was no massive Ezreal in this one. Honestly, pretty even distribution in terms of who was able to get what done earlier on. And this one, I mean, hey, I thought everybody right here out of both of these teams had good moments. I don't think anybody in this series was too quiet, was too put down. As much as we're talking about the amazing things that WE have done, EDG, they were in position to win this game. Xiao was so far ahead at the mid-game and just was never quite able to find that big ulti, that big damage that you really are looking for from a Lilia.
Yeah, I was relatively surprised at how shortcoming the Lilia felt in the last couple of fights because Xiao was at, 3-4 items by that time, had a Medjai Soul Stealer. Lilia should be pumping damage. And somehow... And so I guess, you know, maybe we'll get a chance to look at the fights one last time through the replay montage to see how much, you know, time was Xiao actually like ramping blooming blows onto Taeyun and Karis, because that was the difference maker. The fact that the double Trinity Force marksman did not fall in those last couple of fights. At least either, you know, if Karis fell, Taeyun was still alive. If Taeyun was down, Karis was still alive. And, you know, most of the time it was Taeyun persevering until the very, very end. You know, we saw in this moment where Taeyun dies, the fight is over. But in this fight, for example, you know, they exchange frontline members, but neither of the key carries go down.
No, and I think also looking at what ZDZ was able to do on this Ambessa was getting into the backline plenty. Had some really nice flanks. Was never really able to do too much with it. Was always having to ulti just onto the first available target. Wasn't actually able to use the public execution onto any of those main carriers. And although there were some good fights out of ZDZ, I just think wasn't able to really push his team forwards with the flank angles that he was given, with the vision they were able to play around. And you can see it in this one. Once again, just sort of jumps into the backline and, doesn't do anything. Is just sat in the backline giving a free kill over again and again.
I'm really going to lock in for this one because I just want to see, like, just the way that Karis and Taeyun were playing. I think in that fight in particular, it seemed like they were making sure to not stack on top of each other so that any AoE damage that was being layered, if it's forcing Xiao to pick. You don't get, you know, the 2-for-1 special and being able to hit both the Corki and the Ezreal. They were spacing pretty damn well and understanding that their composition thrives on just playing at range and never getting in Lilia's space. And player of the game, yeah. I mean,
I would have rioted if it was anyone else in this game.
Impale Flash Prediction just is the cherry on top that really, really secures any doubts in anyone's mind. Well deserved from the player coming up through the EDG development system, a little bit of time in the BLG junior team as well. Finally being able to make his first official year playing in the LPL, and he finds one of the best moments, one of the best plays, one of the sexiest plays, as you called it out, Blockster, of the 2025 LPL season.
Oh yeah, and I think that it just gives me so much hope for the future, right? Because this team, as it currently stands, it's not likely to go very far. Even if you do manage to make it into Group Ascend, I still don't have the biggest, highest hopes for WE. But Monkey, that is a player who I think with some more time playing on this top stage under his belt, could turn into a really fun player, and it's definitely worth continuing to watch him.
Yeah, these are the core moments that you can build upon for future development. And obviously we'll have to see how WE's story tracks out over the course of the day and the rest of the split, and see how things play out, whether it's the qualifier stage or the Nirvana group or the Ascend group, wherever they end up. But of course, for us, we're going to be throwing into a short break because we still got 2 more best of ones coming your way, y'all, starting with BLG EDG. We'll see you in a few minutes. Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all. Game numero 5 between BLG and EDG is coming your way. Now, a couple big things to note here. If you are just tuning in, or you missed the WE-EDG Super Banger, and that's right, it was a Super Banger. Almost 40 plus minutes of just back and forth punches, uppercuts, sidewinders. It just... Me and Blocks were on the edge of our seats, and we were just expecting that, you know, in the current state of everything, EDG was going to have a more assuredly dominant performance. But EDG, after having a massive mid-game lead, chuck it against WE. They pull off massive back-to-back impales on the Skarner thanks to Monkey, and now EDG have to go right back into the stage, get back in those gamer seats, and they have to play against BLG, who have had an hour plus to cool off after dropping their game against Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, BLG in their game up against Weibo looked worse than EDG did throughout the early stages. Despite the fact that BLG, they kind of had themselves a pretty okay early game, they just were way over aggressive with it. EDG, they had a monumental lead that they just threw away. And this is now the second game in a row for EDG. How are the mentals feeling? Because this has the same vibe as the Worlds of old, you know, when we used to have the group stage, second day of group stage, where everything, do or die, comes down to right now, and you've just come off of a devastating loss. How's the mental feeling? Because like you said, BLG, they've had a little while to cool down. They're going to be mad about having lost up against Weibo. I would not personally want to play against a mad BLG.
Yeah, especially after what could have been a game that you just secure yourselves third seed. You could have been chilling. You go into BLG and be like, hey guys, we're not favorites to win, but you know what? We don't need to win this game. We've already won the game that was important, and that was WE. That did not happen. No. That timeline did not occur. We are in the multiverse where WE beat EDG, and now suddenly their security in being able to at least go in as a third seed for this group is gone. They now have to make the impossible happen and overcome BLG of all opponents in order to keep their third seed implications alive, because if they were to lose this one, I'm not saying that, you know, WE could suddenly beat Weibo, but it would no longer be in EDG's hands, right?
Yeah.
And at the very least, you are playing a tiebreaker at some point.
And on the flip side of that, BLG, they do not want to lose this one, because we've been talking about, oh, game time as the tiebreaker and everything. Well, that doesn't matter here if BLG end up losing to EDG. Like you said, I don't particularly think WE is going to beat Weibo, and that would put Weibo at the top of our group after BLG coming to this one 4-0, looking good, feeling good about everything. You know, it's getting really down to the do or die moments, right? This is the last game that we're going to see for either of these teams right here. This is the end for them. Just been crazy for them so far, and it's such an important one for standings here.
Yeah, and when we're looking at this particular matchup, I think some of the standout players that have really graced both BLG and EDG's biggest moments in their wins has been from the support role. I know in the first split we had a lot of questions for On in particular, but you know, up until today when they lost against Weibo, it seemed like On had returned to form. The Renata games in particular, the way they opened the group stage with an Alistar pulverized flash around the river on the Herald side of the pit, like that was a statement play, and it seemed like On had just been able to continue the momentum forward. You look at Wink, even though EDG haven't, you know, necessarily won all their games, but a lot of the playmaking and the bold statements and where EDG are actually showing pretty strong poise and ferocity in the way they're fighting these engages is off the back of Wing. So similar play styles. Obviously, stat differential is going to occur based on just the strength of the entire team on both sides, but still, this is where, you know, a lot of similarities can actually come to define how these two teams will interact with each other.
Absolutely, as we do jump on into the draft right here. Once again, last time we're going to see either of these two teams in the placements for at least the group stage, although we might end up seeing EDG, if they manage to secure that third place, trying to get themselves out of that group Nirvana, get into the Ascend. Looks like it's going to be the first pick once again of the Skarner. Now this is the second game in a row where we're going to see what EDG can do up against it. They had the Lilia for themselves last time. That was banned away by BLG. They were clearly watching the previous series.
Yeah, and EDG, hopefully they're able to just shrug off the previous game as much as possible, and particularly for On, I'm hoping that there's no mental block in terms of, oh man, I got completely screwed over by the Skarner Impale, because now you're going to have to try and overcome spacing that particular skill shot. And EDG, at least, they're going to give the Ambessa another try for ZDZ. Maybe he'll have a chance to play a little bit better. But I like the Zyra pickup because ways that you can deal with Skarner trying to brute force a way into your backline, you can at least slow down the fight with the Stranglethorns.
Yeah, and I think that the Zyra also gives you a lot of priority earlier on in the game than we actually got to see out of the Lilia. The Lilia really needed to get into the later stages to ramp up. The Zyra can do a lot earlier on into this game. BLG, though, they've already got themselves some decent early game power. Also with this Nico too. Now, this could be for On or for Knight. We've seen it be moved around quite a lot at the moment. I've seen it in the support role a lot more recently. I would expect it to be On's. He's not played it so far in this split, but we know that he can and do very well on it. And alongside Elk on this Kalista, that's a power bot lane that can really just change up the landscape of the bot side of the map. I'm not surprised that On right here just decides to go towards the Ezreal. You don't want to scrap in this bot lane. Get yourself either a nice enchanter to pair up for Wink, or I think more likely go for a pretty heavy engage support and just leave. Abandon On, say that, hey, you're going to be fine by yourself, I'm going to go play elsewhere.
I mean, that is what gave EDG a little bit of their success in some of the earlier group stage games in the first time we saw them on the day just a few days ago. Giving On something like the Ezreal, as you called out, and then Wink can at least try and snowball ZDZ's Ambessa, because in the previous game against WE, ZDZ didn't get that much attention from anyone on the map, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily what is the backbreaker, but if you at least snowball and make your Ambessa ahead of the item curve, that's how you can try and create those disparities in the skirmishes that EDG are favored to try and take. But I'm just so concerned about a Kalista Nico lane pretty much getting a free pass and giving way unlimited priority on the bottom side of the map.
And you know how well a Skarner can dive too. That's a bot lane that can push dives through. So many tools to be able to survive those ones. In terms of the support still available, a lot of the good engage ones are up. It is going to be the Rel right here. Wink has been a good Rel so far. This has been one of the better champions we've seen from him. It isn't necessarily going to have a great time in this individual lane matchup, although you can try for an all-in potentially earlier on, maybe be able to pick up a couple of kills. The Ezreal can sometimes do a surprising amount of damage. Now, this is what I'm very much interested in. What is Knight actually going to play? Because he's been an Aurora merchant recently. He's just been on it constantly. Obviously, taken off the board right here by EDG. And we're not going to find out quite yet. It's going to be Bin taking this Jax right now, and that's one of the champions that can really take it to the Ambessa. Ambessa in a lot of these matchups is a bit of a bully. You really can't play it out as aggressively as you would like. You're more trying to go even and then play it better in the team fights. Not the case right here with this Jax. You can go in so easily.
Yeah, I mean, just champion strengths aside, this is Bin's Jax. I mean, this is a champion that Bin has really, truly shocked, impressed, and terrified, all in the same stroke of that giant lamppost on the world stage in multiple games. So, BLG, it feels like they're really bringing their quintessential best champions to the fray. They're not taking it easy on an EDG squad who just lost a heartbreaker against WE. They don't care if BLG are the favorites ones to win. They are going to drive home that victory. They are not going to give any chances because they do not want to forfeit any chances for a tie at first seed. They want to make sure and remind the rest of the world. They want to let the rest of the league know that they should be the ones on top. That they were a two-time LPL champion for a reason.
Yeah.
As EDG rounds off their composition with Angel's Rise.
Will die.
Yeah.
And I mean, these compositions, right? BLG, they've got themselves the sort of composition that's going to be playing early, that wants to be getting aggressive in that first couple of items and really push yourself forwards in that way. But then again, kind of so do EDG. Their composition does scale decently well, but the Rise ulti is the thing I think I'm going to be very much looking towards. How are you going to use that to the absolute greatest of effect? Because I feel like in the previous game, Angel had a pretty quiet one overall. Wasn't particularly showing up, for me at least, as like, oh yeah, this is where we're looking towards, and is being once again relegated to these more supportive kind of carries. Was on the Galio previously, now on the Rise. What can he actually do to be able to help his team out?
Yeah, because in the previous game, playing the Galio, you are trying to jump to the aid and bailing out teammates with that hero's entrance. Rise, not necessarily the most parallel, like just straight on comparison in how the Realm Warp works, but it's all about side lane play. It's all about trying to create opportunities where you can collapse and rotate faster than your lane counterpart. And on something like an Ahri for Knight, he'll try to go for lane dominance, but he can just as easily roam towards that bottom side of the map and just get that Kalista snowball rolling. As we hit the Rift Bloxer, 30 seconds in, BLG doesn't seem like they're trying to go for proactive wards, and EDG are ready to defend the top side of the map.
They are, got multiple members around in this area. We're definitely expecting some kind of shenanigans. Not actually going to happen. BLG right here, more than happy to just set people up in standard positions. Go and start off a standard laning phase. It's going to be really interesting to see where these junglers are going to be starting, where they particularly want to head around. I think bot lane, super gankable potentially. Same kind of thing with top side though. Sway actually potentially looking for a late invade. Just going to grab a little bit of extra vision and is going to be able to spot out where Xiao Hao is.
Yeah, I know that Xiao Hao wants to get these plants starting to spawn so that he can set up that really super fast clear that the Zyra jungle really became known for once she was introduced to the meta. Thank you, Riot, for giving her plants insane monster damage. As now Zyra, even through some of the nerfs, she still rocks one of the fastest clear speeds in the entire game. I mean, just imagine before the nerfs, like this champion was able to hit level 4 before top laners and solo laners were hitting level 3. It's just like ridiculous speeds.
And we saw in the previous game that Xiao Hao, again, on one of the fastest clearers in the game, Lilia, was able to just speed through the jungle. Oh, hang on!
Wow, Wink with the aggressive flash on the On immediately gets, I guess it was a heal out of On in exchange. No Ignite popped. And you know what? It's Hex Flash, so, burning that flash isn't necessarily, like, the biggest thing in the world. Definitely looked exciting, I guess.
It did. It looked like it was going to be a bit fun. Everybody just going to back off in the end as, yeah, as much as bottom lane is going to be fun, and I expect it to continue being a bit explosive, especially as these junglers move down, top lane is very much going to be where it's at. Bin, solo kill, merchant in a lot of situations, can just wreck opposing top laners, and blind picking the Ambessa when you know that your opponent can play the Jax, always very risky. Now, there is a chance that ZZZ can fight this one back. It's not a complete domination of a matchup for the Jax, but it's Bin's Jax, as you highlighted, so I'm going to keep my eyes top lane a lot of the time, right? See how the health bars are doing, because solo kills are very likely.
Yeah. Wing prepping a Hex Flash. Gonna go through the minion wave. Good ward by BLG's bot lane. Will spot out that Xiao Hao was trying to loop around for an early gank, trying to make use of that fast clear speed, but fortunately for BLG, Wei is just as fast on the Skarner. Wink throws the ward down, spots out the Scorpion. And at least for EDG, they have priority, so they'll help Xiao Hao move into the river first. That should guarantee. Oh no, Wink got slammed into the wall. Not enough distance for BLG to actually close in time to punish. We're still tense here on the Rift. Oh my god, On actually got mega chunked here. The Q, threatening Elk, forced to flash away. Didn't want to just look for the cleanse because he just wanted to get out of damage range for the rest of EDG.
And despite the fact that we've had quite a lot of pressure being put down by these junglers, by everybody in these lanes, our actual kill's going to go down in the first couple of minutes of this one. Pretty standard overall, looks like it's just going to be resets coming through out of these junglers, and they're going to be back out onto the map. We've got 40 seconds until the first Drake spawns. Not particularly expecting anybody to go rushing straight for that one. I think the grubs are going to be a little bit more of the priority right here. If you could pick up the grubs right now on BLG, that unlocks Bin to sit in these side lanes and just melt through towers. And if he gets himself a bit of an advantage, there isn't going to be one champion who can just go and deal with him.
Yeah. Late game Jax is a legitimate monster. And then on top of it, Bin Jax. It just feels like an unmovable object. Now, Xiaohao has an opportunity to make Bin's day very sad. Since Wei had just taken a base, is way too far. Bin is going to look for the leap strike onto the ward. Waiting
the
prediction from Xiaohao! But the counter strike isn't enough to deflect the physical damage. Okay! First blood ends up going to ZDZ, but Bin trades one back.
And that doesn't matter anymore. First blood doesn't give you that extra too much. And it's just going to be a nice one out of Bin to be able to at least get it 1-for-1. Still, the prediction right there, really nice. We're seeing quite a lot of those at the moment, actually. And it is good to actually be able to pick yourself up that first kill. He doesn't lose too much. Teleports back into this lane. He loses a couple of caster minions, so not going to be the end of the world right here for Bin. So have a look back at this one. The initial escape out of Bin is pretty nice, exactly as you're expecting, right? Gonna ward hop away, and then just flashes out of this one. Doesn't flash in this straight line, but the prediction of Xiaohao is exactly what's needed. ZDZ, though, unfortunately, just isn't able to get that final auto attack off that he needed and falls to the tower.
And just crucial for Bin to sneak in one grass clock to give him the extra bit of sustain to survive off of the initial flash burst damage that ZDZ was going for to just immediately exit stage right away from the turret. But ends up being a 1-for-1. Xiaohao now trying to see if he can repay a visit towards the bottom side where Elk still down to flash on this Kalista. Could be exposed. Wink. Flash back available. But because Xiaohao shows himself on the bottom side, it's easy enough for Wei to just go for the first round of grubs uncontested.
Xiaohao spent an inordinate amount of time down in this bottom side of the map, and it hasn't really led to anything yet. I mean, getting a decent little bit of damage off, but there's nothing you can really do here to actually pick up the kills, I don't think. Does at least open up the priority towards the dragon, but you can see BLG, they're not going to give this one up without a bit of a fight. Wei Knight, they are also in the area. It's only going to be a Chemtech Dragon, nothing too much exciting about it. Still, would be nice for either of these teams to be able to pick up.
Yeah, if you want a Dragon stack, you definitely feel better about it if you can get it rolling earlier than later. Not really a easy opportunity has opened up for either team to go for it since the bot lane has been such a hot spot as On tries to push in the minion wave. Overstays his welcome, forced to flash away from the grasping roots on Xiaohao. Looking for another one, the Stranglethorn, that's a lot of damage. Fate's Call, does it save him from the Ignite?
He does.
Oh my god! That's crazy.
That's about as close as it could possibly have been. I thought with the Ignite from Wink that he was definitely going to die right there, but instead, like I said, it's cool, just going to be able to save this Nico, and I love the combo of the Kalista and the Nico. It just works so well. If you could throw the Nico into the backline for a Pop Blossom, absolutely huge, but you can see there as well, can be used defensively, and as much as you don't love missing out on all of these minions as the bottom lane, at least it's not going to waste. It's still going to be picked up right here by Wei. BLG, they are getting pushed around a little bit throughout this early game, but they're not allowing these advantages to really come through for EDG. EDG are never actually able to finish off these plays.
Yeah, and because Xiaohao spent so much time trying to get that bot lane play to happen, he doesn't have the tempo to go for Drake off the back of it, even though they have priority in those two lanes, because there's all these camps that he has to farm on the Zyra. And if he ever sacks time farming, then you're kind of losing the purpose in the battle of what you really want to maximize on this particular champion.
Especially Enter the Skarno, who's so much more about getting involved in these team fights, getting involved in these early skirmishes if possible. Drake continues to see it. This one has just been allowed to survive for a very long time. It doesn't really feel like anybody's particularly looking at it right now. Of course, because of that ulti out of Angel, you can rotate down to this Drake, to this bottom lane play if there's going to be another one. A little bit easier, potentially, and I think that could change things up, right? As much as Ahri is very good on the roam, you're going to be slower than a Ryze in most of these situations.
Yeah. That's why EDG confident in that counter pick for themselves to at least give them the edge in making that collapse happen first on whatever side lane BLG are trying to leverage here. Shoutout once again showing up.
Ooh.
There's Wink with the engage, knowing that On cannot escape. Oh, but they got closed by the clone. But it's still enough. On cannot escape, and Fate's call just not up in time for Elk to salvage his Nico and EDG. They tried multiple times to get it done, Bloxer, but they finally got it down onto On.
And there's no real response across the rest of the map. Elk, in fact, going to get chased right here, taking a decent chunk of damage. Wink not actually going to be able to jump forwards and get a stun off. So EDG, they're just going to have to settle for getting all of this pressure, getting these tower plates. So much golden experience right here going in the favor of EDG. Wait is around, though.
Be careful about being in range of Impale, and especially if he wants to just flash Impale, send it on. I thought for a moment,
He
do
might.
you have Arcane Shift? Surely, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, thankfully he did. And
Without, that would have been terrible.
yeah.
I mean,
like,
would
that is a
minimum blown
position.
flash, right?
Yep.
Not the situation that you want to be in. But as we've been talking about, Drake is still available, and now a little bit of a flank right here from Knight. Does he hit the charm? He does hit the charm. It's only on to Wink. Still, they're able to get that kill initially. Teleport coming in. Great ult!
Oh, but Angel gets immediately stacked by the Impale, but Wei is sectioned off for the rest of the team because everyone had to bail. And now a Realm Orb from Angel is going to threaten a multi-man collapse on Pop Blossom. Good way to break open the fight, and On is just too close to Knight and Elk's hands. Angel trades one back. Oh my god, Elk got popped too by Angel's Rise, and somehow EDG are able to equalize.
What a mess of a fight. I really want to see the replay of that one to understand why everybody backed off and abandoned Wei. Because that ulti, straight up, immediately catching onto Angel, felt like it should have been a one-team fight for them immediately. But everybody else backed off, and I'm not entirely sure why. So this initial play, Knight jumps over the wall, is able to pick up the kill onto Wing. What is the threat that everybody sees that means they just run away right here? Ulti? They're worried about Xiaohu and On? Like Xiaohu over the wall?
I think it's just, I guess Elk not wanting to get caught out by Xiaohao's Zyra plants.
They then get chased down, which makes it look so much worse in hindsight, right? That they could have gone in.
Oh, that's a really nice Stranglethorn. It breaks open the group of BLG, but they manage to skirt their way around the zone of threat right there. But they're forced to concede the last grub. But at least EDG, they're able to deny the 2 Void Might spawn that BLG would have otherwise had, with all 6 grubs secured for themselves. And once again, Bloxer, we're in a game state where, you know, BLG, their early game isn't the cleanest, and EDG are at least, you know, being able to match them. I'm just curious at how well EDG are able to actually take a very, very small, minute lead like this and actually break it open against BLG of all teams.
Oh!
As this, I mean,
Okay,
great dive
that's
on
good.
On. 2-man Impale. Oh, boy. I mean, that's the power of Skarner right there. You cannot disrespect it like that, especially if you're down summoner spells. Good night, Angel. And Wink getting caught up in the fray like that. BLG able to fight on back in this 12-minute banger.
That's the thing, despite the fact that you do have yourself that minute lead for EDG, as you said, the kills have just started to come through for BLG. The first item's only just about on the horizon right here for Elk. Knight's only just completed his first, and so you're just not in that strongest position. This is a 2-item composition. Once they have that, they're going to be so strong right now. Bin! Ooh. I thought he was just about going to be able to get that last auto attack off. Isn't able to do so. CC actually does still have the ulti available, so he needs to run.
Was that the Nico
That's the
clone?
Nico.
I've never heard that sound before.
You haven't?
No.
Everybody in my games is spamming it all the time because it's so funny. But we'll have a look back at this one. Like I said, Angel just kind of steps up way too far in that situation. I'm actually not sure why he did that. Was that a tap out? What a thing. Genuinely, why did he walk up like that? Thank you very much to the Observer for highlighting that. That's insane. That's...
Yeah.
Huh? Okay,
Man's
fair
just
enough.
walked in with the NOS button and said, "Yeah, let me stunt on you for a quick second." Oh wait, you're Skarner. That's right. I don't have flash. Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
I've made a bad decision here.
I mean, that play on a highly mobile assassin is weird, right? That play on Rise? Okay. Either way, we're going to have a look top lane. Angel right now, once again, going to be the focus here of BLG.
Off Blossom on a flashless Rise. Pretty darn easy to pull off, and even before the teleport comes through from ZDZ, BLG immediately walk away. No harm, no foul. And those are the types of punishes that a top team like BLG will never, ever waste.
No, exactly. You cannot give them an inch. They will take it every single time and so much more. See, once again, ZZ kind of trying to push right here on tonight, but just isn't stronger in this situation, and the map continues to crumble right here for EDG. BLG, hang on, Knight. I don't know that you can kill this.
Yeah, that's ulti for ulti trade. I guess CDZ was hoping that Knight would get very, very bold and go into the fog where shoutout was waiting to pounce, but sure. Didn't work, but I guess I can respect the attempt if that is genuinely what they were going for. They at least forced the teleport out of Knight, so that is a summoner spell down plus the Spirit Rush. Maybe EDG can now try and look for a map play. Rift Herald is coming up in the next 35 seconds. There's not a dragon for another 3.5, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, after we finally got that first dragon taken very late on that one. Like you said, with the Herald up, going to be another big thing to try play around. Angel forced to ulti right here just to go back towards his tower. That's rough. That's so rough, because as the rest of your team right now are beginning to push around this Herald, getting involved in this mid lane, you don't want to be using that ulti pre-team fight just for yourself. That hurts so bad.
Yeah, I mean, Angel didn't want to have to burn the flash in Bin's face, knowing that Bin, even though he was down a flash, based on ZDZ's own flash timer that we saw just a couple minutes ago, that is one of the tools that you want to have as EDG to make those collapses faster than BLG can react, but they now have the safety and the intel saying, hey, there's not really a way that EDG can stop us on this Rift Herald play now.
Exactly, and it means that the Rift Herald is going to be picked up right here by BLG. They've taken out the outer towers in both the top and the bottom lane, so this one's going to be destined for the mid lane. If you can crack that one open too, it's going to make these subsequent fights around the Drake and Baron pits so much easier as well. Open up the enemy jungle too to try start stealing things away. Like you said, you really don't want to fall behind in terms of the farm on this Zyra. Well, that could well start happening if the jungle just gets taken constantly. BLG, they really do know how to play around a lead. It was surprising that they ended up losing that game up against Weibo. Weibo, though, overall, a much more solid team than EDG. And EDG right now, they're really struggling to find their ways into these fights.
Yeah, and BLG are just relentless with the pressure when it comes to map play. On, just forcing the pop Blossom to make sure that EDG cannot step up and defend the tier 1 from falling. The Impale snags Angel, still's got a flash, and the phase rush movement speed allows him to speed away from danger. BLG getting exactly what they came for in that tier 1 siege, and they walk away without EDG being able to punish.
The best that they can do right now is pick up this top lane tier 1. It's something, it's a little bit of an injection of gold, but this game very much in the favor of BLG. A little bit of a dive right there onto Knight, takes a little chunk of damage, but still this mid lane tower is very healthy. So now waiting about a minute now until we're going to see the Drake spawning up. This one being a mountain does mean it's going to be pretty attractive to go for. I do like this ulti, at least right there out of Xiaohao, to try to slow things down. This Impale, he walks into it. Like, he fully walks into it right there, does Angel. Like you said, the base rush means he's fast enough to get away. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. The tower was what BLG came for, and it's what they get as their prize.
And Dragon is spawning in the next 40 seconds here. BLG not quite on the map to contest the push in the mid lane and match EDG going into the river, since they are the ones starting to really surmount that vision control on the vision line. Not quite into the red quadrant of BLG, but they'll have the freedom to push that line if they want to, since Angel is already getting the first push on the bottom side of the map as well. I'm not sure if BLG are going to actually contest them here. Bin has teleport. Knight is here as well. Maybe they'll just wait for EDG to go on the river first, and they'll feel bold enough to challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it's one way for them to try to play this one out. Right now, the vision is pretty spread. There's a couple of good flank walls here for EDG if they potentially want to go for it. We've seen ZZ loves to get into the back line, try to get a public execution from behind. makes their team fights a little bit easier for EDG. Not sure if he's going to be able to pull one of those out. Does have the teleport available, but the Drake is going to be taken right here by BLG. shoutout is in the area. He can try for the steal, but I think it's just going way too fast.
I'm curious what they're waiting for, since it
didn't invitation.
I guess On was pushed in the mid lane, so there was no way that he was going to join the fight. So EDG definitely not hoping for an actual fight around the pit, but I guess maybe they were hoping that BLG was going to make a careless mistake rotating through the tri-bush, and then boom, you just look for a pick. Because there was nothing else that they could have actually played for, and all the camps that are now starting to spawn for shoutout.
They have done a very good job, have BLG, of just making it so EDG, they've got no good decisions right now. Still, though, Atakan going to be spawning up right here. And at the moment, BLG, they've just been able to come out on top of pretty much every single one of these situations. They're stronger overall. You can see 2 items now completed on both Elk and Knight, so they're in an incredibly strong position to be able to run these team fights. I gotta be honest, a little bit disappointed. I've not seen the bin pop off that we've really been looking for, other than, you know, getting a kill in a 2v1.
Don't worry.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, I think it's coming, because you got to remember that Jax is not a champion that, like, starts wrecking the game off of just a Trinity Force. And, you know, the Sunder Sky does make it a little more unbearable to deal with in the side lane. But I'm telling you, if Ben is given one more item, then that is where I will throw down the Gamba. That is where I'll put my money where my mouth is at, you know?
Oh, yeah. And that will be coming on pretty soon, as Wink actually might just die here. Oh, just about gets away. That was a lot of damage. That's what we were talking about, right? Elk, 2 items completed. Well, that's where the Kalista wants to be. Such a very strong position at this point. Atakan is up and available. shoutout knows that someone's in this bush. I don't know if he knows how many someones are in the bush. Yeah, just going to check with the plant. Definitely the right decision there to not step up himself. Blind checking that bush would have resulted in his demise, and the Atakan going over to BLG pretty much completely for free.
Yeah. You know something I just realized? Elk is actually going, like, has a lethality Kalista build. I have not seen Kalista build lethality in quite some time. There was, like, that one phase, I don't know if it was last year in particular, maybe it was 2023, where they were foregoing the attack speed build and just going for the raw, you know, like lethality pure burst output. So I was definitely a little surprised when it was only like a few spears into Wink, and then suddenly yoink, massive rend, and it was just like, that's a lot of damage. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! On!
Yeah, just gonna get caught out right there, and that's gonna make this Atakan play that much easier. No ADC available for EDG. You've really got run of the map right here as BLG. They don't even need to go towards Atakan if they don't particularly think that they need it. Right now it looks like they're going to be a little bit more spread. They do use a couple of big ultis in that play, so not in the easiest spot to be able to make a subsequent fight happen. Still, EDG, they are overstepping, I think.
Yeah, they don't have any business stepping up like that. Oh, I thought Ben was about to land the flash counter strike. Yep. He was winding up that lamppost, but EDG just barely out of range, and I think Ben doesn't want to have to force the flash if it doesn't necessarily put them in a major fighting position. Oh, he had just used Arcane Shift, and I guess he just doesn't want to flash.
Nope, and I particularly love this play right here out of On, over the wall with the Pop Blossom, just ensuring that there's no way you could be able to survive that one. Taking out the ADC actually doesn't result in the Atakan as we expected it would do. Nothing too much came from it overall. So it's another kill, and it's just going to be putting the fear of Skarner into Arn right here. He cannot step up without his Arcane Shift. If you don't have Arcane Shift available to you, even with Flash, you kind of need both of those tools at the moment to really be able to survive the pick potential that this BLG composition has.
Yeah. Angel trying to set up priority on this top side, the match against Knight, so that they can always keep tabs on this Otacon. It's no longer an objective that you just want to start immediately ripping to force the enemy team to come through. You want to have a decent advantage. shoutout might be compromised here, getting stunned up, flashing away from, but the Impale still lands true. Stranglethorn gets a decent amount of damage, but the Pop Blossom from On should seal the deal for EDG's fate. ZDZ TP'd in, but now has to slice and dice himself back to safety. Elk now on the forefront trying to chase after On's Ezreal, and Bin trying to flash forward and land that killing blow. Not going to be quite the death stroke for EDG to fall, but it is enough pressure for them to retreat back into the safety of their quadrant.
And And they're going to now head on towards the Atakan, at least a couple of low health bars, making this not the easiest one to pick up if there was going to be a response from EDG, but junglerless means there's no real point. Instead, EDG, they're going to make the right decision here, just head straight down towards this Drake, see if they can pick this one up, at least put themselves on 2-1 in terms of that objective. The BLG, another team fight engagement where EDG, they think they found the angle, but there's just so much AoE CC that's able to be put down. On specifically just completely wrecks the team fight for EDG. And yeah, just again and again, EDG, they try for something and BLG counter.
Yeah, take a look back at the replay, because you can see that shoutout immediately he realizes my position is compromised here.
Yep. He still gets caught with the impale. As much as the Stranglethorns does something on right here, the 3-man Pop Blossom is beautiful to just make sure the EDG have to scatter to the 4 corners. Finn, he does at least try to go for the flash play here, doesn't actually manage to land it, but still, the team's going to be very happy with this one. They're only up by 3,000 gold. It's not an insurmountable lead. For EDG, they just haven't been able to find any of these team fights.
You know, Bloxer, if Finn had a fully finished 3rd item, he lands that Counter-Strike flash. he makes the play happen.
He does. This is true. Hey, we will keep an eye on it, right? We will keep watching to see once he's fully ready to go in, because for the minute he's got himself a Seeker's Arm card. Clearly wants to jump in, and then Golden doesn't particularly feel comfortable. Yep. Oh, on!
Oh, on! Massive Pop Blossom Flash combined with the Proto Belt. The Stranglethorns will slow down the fight for now, but here comes Ben, ready to turn up the heat. ZDZ onto the backline, trying to make sure that Elk doesn't get to play the game, but it's ZDZ whose time has run out, and it's game over for him. Ben pops the stasis just to make sure that EDG can't get that last sliver of damage, and BLG don't drop a single man.
No, despite the fact they've got low health bars coming out of that fight, a gorgeous engage right there from On just scatters EDG, and they all get caught right where they needed to be. The damage is insane. The combo from BLG is brilliant. And this one feels like an MVP performance out of On. Those ultis have been gorgeous the whole way through.
Yeah, and it continues to add on to a redemption split that desperately was needed out of the support for BLG. Someone that has been representing LPL on the world stage now for quite a bit of time in the past couple of years for the LPL, being with this squad to the very end of a World Finals against T1 before coming up short in Game 5. Out of split 1, BLG showing a lot of inconsistencies in their play. On was a major person that we looked at a lot, but in this Nico performance, the Alistar games we've seen, the Renata games have been so beautiful.
Charm just missed. If Knight hits that one, he's able to start that team fight, I think. Instead, everybody's just going to go reset, spend a little bit more gold. I mean, Knight right now, 17 stacks on that Medjay's, is in such a strong position. Like you said, we've got the lethality Elk build right here. Collector now completed, so he's going to be ripping through people. We'll watch this one again. Here we go, On Flash Pop Blossom, the beautiful cinematic version of it. Genuinely, the Pop Blossom is my favorite ability in the entire game, because it's just so fun. It's a better wombo combo than I think anything else in the game. You can see it right here. Just the ability to start the team fight. ZDZ, he even gets into the backline and it doesn't matter. Already his friends are gone and he was soon to follow.
Now BLG looking to try and pin down a couple of members. Wow! Nicely done by Wink to stop way in his tracks before the Ishtal impact can at least brute force one of them out of the realm warp. Guarantees the safety and the escape of both of those members. BLG still have a Baron buff for the next minute and 40 seconds, so they can do some major damage on these structures here. Around 6,000 gold advantage for themselves makes it so that EDG, very, very difficult for them to fight back. And
Oh no!
No!
Oh no.
Well, the dreaded... The dreaded moment has passed, Bloxer. A pause on a remote, unofficial English broadcast. You think a pause is dreaded when you can at least talk to your production and studio and be like, oh, okay, you know, what seems to be the problem here? Oh, okay, you know, a player's keyboard is malfunctioning. Okay, well, at least we can, you know, think about stalling for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Remote broadcast, co-streaming, unofficial. We have no intel. We have no information whatsoever. Sorry, y'all. We're either yapping for 5 minutes or we're starting a whole podcast right here now.
Podcast time.
Yep.
Look, I think the podcast would be fun, but obviously I would like to see the end of this game a little bit more, potentially, than telling you all about my weekend. But to be fair, this is a pretty cool time to pause, because we can really look at the state of the game right now, because...
Sure.
EDG, man. They're so close in some of these fights to making it happen, and then in other situations, they're walking up when they have no right to, and just getting flash pot bottomed.
Yeah. There's just a couple of... I almost look at whenever you're rotating for objectives to be like a flow chart of check marks that, you know, the best teams in the world, they're just always subconsciously running through their head. They don't even have to actively think about it.
Yeah.
And the not as best teams in the world are the ones that are just skipping those steps or not even thinking about those steps at all.
Yeah.
You know? And it might not seem as apparent to, you know, the casual viewer that watches League, but there's a lot of things that you are, you know, taking into account. Do you see everyone on the map? Have you pushed in the wave already fully? Do you have summoner spells? Do you have tools available to escape in case someone is there? Or if they try to force a play on you? Do you have disengage tools? Like, et cetera, et cetera. You have to go through all of them. There's so many variables that the best players in the world are constantly thinking about. And then it gets even harder to communicate that when you are playing in a, you know, 5-man team.
And it just doesn't feel like EDG have put it together for themselves really at all. I think we saw it much more in the in the WE game, because, you know, that one was much closer, of course. So it really felt like they just couldn't get anything done. But in this situation, versus a team as good as BLG, it's really obvious, as we are going to jump back onto the Rift. It was only a short pause. Hopefully it was just, you know, quickly done. Nothing that's going to happen again. Oh
we're praying for, and Bin, hang on.
Right.
3-item Bin has come online. He might be in trouble, but just a quick leap strike away. Still in turret range. Uh-oh. Bin forced the flash. Oh, shoutout really wants it. Bin is walking back forward for it. Gets the grass proc in the spine.
Wait, he gets the kill. What?
Oh my god. Okay. He trades 1 for 1. He makes it worth it. And on the Pop Blossom, so awesome as always. EDG just crumbling under the pressure of BLG. Losing out on the Zyra. Knight flying forward with the flash. Gets rooted down by Angel, but still avoids the overload on the back end of it. Inhibitor falls, and BLG get what they came for.
Yeah, they managed to crack the base open right here. It's not quite the Bin play that I'd been hoping for, the 1 for 1, but he just realizes all of a sudden, I'm not walking away from this one. And Xiaohao just feels way too much pressure, you have to imagine, needing to get that kill, flashing forwards, flashing towards a Jax, very rarely a good idea, and despite the fact that most of that fight takes place underneath a tier 3 tower, still ends up coming out on top for BLG. You can see at the beginning here, Bin, he has to golden, otherwise the public execution would have killed him there, but it's the flash forwards here out of Xiaohao that I'm questioning, right? I get why you think you can maybe finish this kill, but the leap strikes back up, and now you're in a terrible spot.
Massive heal from both Grasp and Sundered Sky.
Oh, hang on.
Gives them that.
Look at Live.
Oh, Live, what's happening? Looks like On got caught out by On.
Dies.
If I'm looking at that correctly, that's going to create another 5-on-4 for BLG, trying to push in through the top side of the map.
Yeah, to be fair, right now BLG haven't really been able to sort their waves out. They've been pushing in the bottom lane, so that wave is going to come through eventually. Right now they're content to be stealing away as much of the jungle as possible. We've got 2 minutes until the next Baron is going to be spawning. Again, going to be a very big target for both of these teams. BLG, they've just been coming out on top of these fights so often. Have a look back, because we did miss this one. Is this just a Fnatic Deathbrush type situation? Yep, should not have stepped near that bush alone. And Knight, if you take a look in his inventory right now, that is a 25 stack Medjais and a death cap on this Ahri. Knight going to be hitting like an absolute truck at the moment. It really makes it so tricky for EDG to be able to step up, because anytime you do, doesn't even need to be hitting the charms at this point, just constantly throwing out the Q is going to be enough to poke down EDG, make it so they think twice about going in.
Knight has been a quiet yet relentless assassin in this game. The KDA hasn't necessarily been the most flashy, but he has been decisive and he has been quick on the picks whenever he finds his opportunity.
Bin flank.
On once again, Pop Blossom right into the backline, and as you called it, Bloxer, the bin flank slays the smackdown with the lamppost, and instantaneously, 3 members from EDG squad are ripped to shreds. Angel left alone, pops the stasis. They've got a ramping turret for at least a third unofficial man for EDG in this dive, but it's not gonna be enough. It doesn't matter. ZDZ just falling by the wayside, and that turret just did not do enough, unfortunately, for EDG. 21-7, 64,000 to 54,000. This was a BLG statement win. Put it in the books. They're gonna match Weibo Gaming in the game score, and BLG close out against EDG.
And this has some big standings implications right here. This should mean that BLG are the top team, either because Weibo lose in the next round or because they had slightly quicker games. Congratulations to BLG right there. For EDG though, losing again, oh, it puts them in such a risky spot. You do not want to go straight down to Group Nirvana. You don't want the risk that you don't get to play again until next year. And that is what is on the line for these teams. BLG, it wasn't as convincing as it could have been, but On had just a crazy, crazy game. Those Pop Blossoms the whole way through were gorgeous.
God, that is a S-tier Nico support game if I've ever seen one. And if you're trying to pick up Nico support, just go look through that game. See how On picks and chooses his moments, the way he strings through the combo buttons and using the Proto Belt to pretty much extend the effective range of his engage plus the flash, especially if you're a casual player who've never looked at Nico used in support before, as it's not necessarily the most common support pick in the meta. Usually it is paired with something like the Callista, because if the Nico goes a little too far forward, she is very squishy.
Pull it
Yeah,
back.
at least you got that. Yep, the Fate's Call, you can get bailed out fairly quickly.
And it also works so well if you ever want to get a little bit of extra range. Nico Flash into ulti is cool, but Fate Sealed can do the same sort of thing. It's a great combo, and we got to see it in a great way in this game. But honestly, everybody from BLG felt like they had a pretty good one. Bin was quiet until the very end of this game, where he finds that massive flank, and the fact that that last fight happens underneath that tower for a long time. I know you said it didn't do enough. I felt like the tower did the most damage of anybody in that team fight, right?
The EDG tower might have been the best performing member in that particular
I
fight.
think that it was, you know, it was the one that was able to actually pick up that final kill right there. And it just, I mean, EDG, it's obviously not over. This is the last time we're going to see them in these placements. It is possible that they're going to still be the 3rd seed and get those last couple of chances to try push themselves up into that group ascend. But also equally possible that our next matchup completely changes things. When we came into today, it felt like this group was very settled. You know, BLG definitely the top team. Weibo easily going to be number 2. And EDG, well, they're better than WE, right? Surely they're better than WE. All of a sudden, this has been thrown into question in a big way.
Yeah, I'm actually curious for us here on the LPL Unofficial English broadcast, if we go tiebreakers for the 3rd seed match, do they actually play a tiebreaker game? And if so, do we see it today at the end of, you know, all 6 games, or in this case, after this next BO1 between WE and Weibo Gaming, assuming Weibo wins it as the expected favorite. Obviously, there's a chance that WE wins it, and then, you know, we don't even need the tiebreaker in both scenarios, because then BLG advances 5-1 in game score, Weibo at 4-2, and WE would be 2-4 to end the group stage.
Damn, the damage very well split, you know? The fact that you're not actually doing that much more damage than your support as this Lethality Callista would be a bit of a question mark if it wasn't On just popping off right here on this Nico, just able to do so much. for the team, and you can see specifically the kill participation was just everywhere. Xiaohao, though, 100% kill participation, was all over this game, was trying really hard to actually get his team into a good spot right here, and at least in the early stages of the game, EDG were able to find themselves some plays. They were able to fight back, but it just started going worse and worse for them. The way that BLG play the map, the macro that they have, is just so much stronger.
Yeah. I am currently in investigation mode, Bloxer.
I know they were talking about game time earlier.
I'm
just game time?
Yeah, well, so apparently my investigation through social media has given me intel that like game time does determine tiebreakers, but however, we're still supposedly getting a tiebreaker game, and the game time just gives you side selection. So if you have the shorter game time, you get to choose whether you want blue side or red side. That is what it seems like. I could be wrong. So that's what I'm trying to lock down that intel for all our viewers by scouring some close contacts on the interwebs.
I would prefer games than game time. Game time is one of my least favorite ways to determine like tiebreakers, because if you draft yourself a late game team and you play your late game team composition perfectly,
sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck, I guess. Yeah, early game teams only in this situation. Not my favorite. A tiebreaker would be fun, and the fact that we could potentially end up with 2 tiebreaker matches to end up this day is crazy, right? These teams have seemed way closer today than they did previously. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, and we'll talk about it a little bit more once we're really breaking down the next matchup that we've seen, but WE had pretty much no good moments for themselves during the first round robin. I was looking for good clips from them. It was really hard. There was very little that they were actually able to do. In this second round robin, WE have actually been able to play way better. Obviously, they were able to pick themselves up a win. BLG, they've proven themselves to be fallible. It's so much closer in Group A right now than it could otherwise have been.
Yeah. Well, Bloxer, POG submissions, who do you cast your vote for?
I mean, I feel like it's a very easy dub right here. Surely, it's got to be on. Those ultis were way too cool. Everybody else played well. Like, I don't know that Knight actually died. Elk was laying down the hammer. Bin had that good flank, and Wei was pretty good in the early game for actually getting the team going. There were some great ultis too. But on, every single ulti was perfect. Every single ulti was able to catch onto multiple key members, and it meant that there was just no way for EDG to play these team fights.
Ooh, interessante. Knight 5-0-12 on the Ahri, I guess, is what wins the hearts of the LPL broadcast for
Hard
player
disagree.
of the game. You know, I agree with you, Bloxer, because it definitely seems like if you're making the pop blossoms happen, like that is what like makes the team fights. That's what makes the advantages for BLG.
You see a common theme right here? You see a common theme in these replays. Knight gets all these kills off the back of a great pop blossom, off the back of On starting the fight out, you know? Supports matter, alright? And in this game, On was so good. But fine, Knight did also play it out very well. I will concede that saying that Knight didn't deserve MVP in his own way would be wrong, because this was a great Ahri performance. The Ahri can be pretty tricky to play out in these team fights. It can feel like it isn't just able to do enough damage. That was not the case right here, and this catch right here that just evaporated the Ezreal was really nice.
Yeah, well, the golden left hand strikes again from BLG. Now, for all of us at home, we still got one more official best of one between WE and Weibo Gaming, and depending on the result, maybe we're getting more games after. Who knows? You know, we're going to find out together on this roller coaster right after this. Gamers, the moment you've all been waiting for has finally arrived. It is the last game of Group A, and not just of the day. It is the last game of Group A, unless there's a tiebreaker. Then it might not be. But this is the last official scheduled game of Group A, so that is the narrative we are going with right now. And you know what? It could very much be the last game of Group A if we get the unthinkable happen, Bloxer, and that would be for Team WE to pull out a unexpected victory over Weibo Gaming. Bloxer, can they do it?
If you'd have asked me this pre that EDG game, or just at the start of the day in general, absolutely not. 100%
Yep.
no.
Yep.
The Team WE that we had coming into today were bad. They had not shown almost anything. In fact, we're going to show some clips right here. I scoured all 3 of the games they played in the first round robin to find good plays for them. I found 4. I found 4 semi-decent moments from them, and a lot of them are 1-for-1s on tower dives, right? Where Weibo tower dive badly in this situation, and in a couple more. The WE of today is a different beast. They've all of a sudden shown way more. Even in that initial loss that they took versus BLG, they looked way better. They were actually able to really go toe-to-toe with them for the first while. They weren't able to win, but, you know, that happens. Very good game. Very good players over on BLG, and so, no, not the end of the world. And then all of a sudden, they take the game against EDG, and it wasn't even like they just got a massive lead early on and just never let it go. No, they were back and forth in that game. I'm not saying they're going to be able to do it. I'm not saying they're going to be able to beat Weibo right here, but it's not impossible, not in the way that it was if you'd have asked me previously.
Yeah. We are definitely on a higher note for Team WE's chances into Weibo than we would have been before. That being said, it is still pretty much the same difference if you had asked us, hey, can Team WE scale Mount Everest before today? And now just asking, well, can they at least scale, I don't know, a shorter mountain? It's still a mountain they have to climb, but at least it no longer looks damn near impossible. It's now more like, yeah, you know, maybe if they play well and they have the endurance and the perseverance for it, maybe. It's still going to be hard as hell, but, you know, it's no longer unthinkable at this point.
There's a chance. I think the only thing to caveat that with is that Weibo have come into this day looking even better. They completely dismantle BLG in the end. BLG just go way too aggressive. Weibo are able to pick that game up, and now all of a sudden they're fighting for first seeding into Group Ascend. Now, the difference between Ascend and Nirvana is massive. Being in Group Ascend as the first or the second seed is really not that much of a difference. You've at least guaranteed for yourself that you're not going to not get to play in the summer, because that is a risk for a team getting knocked down. That's an extra bit of motivation right here for WE. But Weibo, they are still fighting for that top seed, at least having a great record. Being 5-1 coming out of this is great. That's a great way for them to look. And so Weibo, I think they're looking even stronger today. As much as WE are looking better, it still is really tough.
Yeah, it is. Just wanted to make sure that we are painting the appropriate picture for the LPL fans at home, for any WE fans who are hopeful of a miracle run to secure the third seed and a chance to join Group Ascend alongside the other first and second seeds from each of the groups, because as the second split we have learned, third seed actually matters. It can give you a chance to escape what would be the group Nirvana, which then could end in your entire season, not just split, your entire season prematurely ending right then and there. And
imagine,
we would not see you again until 2026.
Think about this, right? You have played in the LPL this split as one of the worst teams in the split. You've played 3 best of 5s, 1 group stage here, group Nevada, and then don't play Summer. You're playing easily the craziest schedule imaginable if you're one of those bottom teams. That sounds miserable. You really want to avoid that one. And right now, WE, they've got a chance. They've given themselves a chance by beating EDG. They've just got to take that next step here.
Yep. And it all starts with how well you can at least get a decent draft going for you. Weibo already recognizing how stellar Monkey was on the Skarner in that second half. Not going to give him a chance to relive that glory again. WE, their priority will be set on the Jace, as this is the first time in a while that we've seen this champion available to pick.
Yeah, it has been one of those top bans that we've seen a lot recently. Expect that it's going to be for Cube, potentially right here into the Cassante, although of course you can move it around. Karis could take that one up. It's got a pretty good matchup into the Cassante, can potentially look for kills. And then the Varus, also a champion we've been seeing banned out a lot recently. Very strong at the moment in the meta as well. I'm not talking about it. We'll see what they lock. We will see.
They're teasing us, Boxer. They know that. Yes! Oh! The dog has been let out of the pound. WE, they're about to make a throwdown statement. This is for a chance to be the masters of their own fate. And Monkey, after earning a player of the game on a tank champion, the coach says, I'm giving you the carry reign. I want to see you bring that inner dog out of you.
Oh my lord. Alright, we are going to see it now. It's been hovered a lot by a lot of different people and actually picked a couple different times. Neferi Jungle, I mean, it's strong. It is strong, but it's so specific in the way that you have to play it out, right? You cannot just go flying in. Perfect example. The Vi can just go jumping in and just completely wreck a team fight that way, can one-tap somebody and actually be pretty survivable. The Neferi, very squishy, especially in the way it's being built at the moment, but right here, as Light, I'm very worried about my life because you're going to be that main target right now. The Neferi could just go into the backline, get an instant kill, but often it's a 1-for-1. It's kind of like the Rengar in that way, where you're getting one kill, great, but then you immediately die. Let's see, though, because if I'm going to trust anybody with it at the moment, Monkey has been having a baller day.
Yeah, and for WE, they recognized that Weibo were trying to split apart what could have been the makings of the Poke and Siege composition, that Top Esports actually showed a fair bit of mastery in synchronizing with that Neferi, because you get the Poke down, you chunk the health bars, and as soon as they are in lethal range, then you set the dogs on them, literally. Then you let that Neferi run rampant, and with the way that the Hound's Pursuit gives you that additional reset after getting the first kill, makes her an even more durable target since you're getting that bonus shield on top of the second reset. So it's going to come down to how well WE can execute. We gave them criticisms before, Bloxer, that team fighting is not their biggest strength, but they were able to persevere. They were able to have that anime arc development right before our very eyes. They got better and better until the final bits and ends of that EDG game. We'll see if they can make it happen today.
I mean, right now they've got themselves a very heavy Poke composition. You can understand why we're going to see that Karma on the ban table. You don't want to be giving over another avenue of Poke right now. The sort of massive Poke bot lane that we got to see. We're also going to see Xiaohu pick up onto this Rise right now. It didn't particularly do too much when we saw it in the previous game. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to pilot this one out a little bit better. WE right now, they're very much in need of some tanks to be able to buy space for these carries. As much as the composition can poke very well, they're going to struggle at the moment to actually step up into any objective, especially if they're later to it. The Galio, the Rel, that's a great combo to actually be able to make that work. Let's see if Vampire's able to get some of these big Magnet Storms off as well. And that could make these team fights pretty easy for WE if they're in a good spot in the game. Weibo, gonna need a final pickup right here. The Alistar's actually been banned out a lot recently. Hang is gonna be able to pick this one up. Works very well alongside the Varus. And just, again, another nice tank at the front of this composition. I worry a little bit, actually, for Weibo, that they might run out of damage. If they're not ahead in this situation, I mean, they've got okay amounts of poke, but really, any of these champions falling behind isn't going to be able to do the same that WE can.
The biggest indicator, or the biggest thing for Weibo, is going to be how well they can set up a fortress around their two primary damage dealers in the Varus and the Rise. The fact that you're still able to preserve an Alistar available in anticipation of WE trying to get the best tank engage support that they can get with this Rel means that at least you have ways to punt out threats. And if the Rel can't get in there to set up the Galio, then it's less likely that the Nefiri wants to dive in as well, because the only way we see a world where Nefiri is solo diving to then be aided by the Galio's hero entrance is if Monkey is like massively ahead. And I don't think Weibo are going to give that kind of advantage that willingly in the early game.
I would be incredibly surprised if Weibo do end up losing this game, if they end up getting that far behind, but we have seen crazier things. WE, they've come off of a win on this one. They're feeling good about themselves. There's a chance. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. At the same time, Weibo, they've sat for a decent little bit of time. You know, they haven't had to play for a bit. And they are going to be well prepared right here for WE. All to play for right now. Whether or not we have a tiebreaker, whether or not Weibo are going to put themselves in a position to fight for that top seed, all comes down to this.
Our fourth Nefiri jungle game of the second split of the LPL. Man, it is... We're like... What? We're not even in April yet. We're approaching April. We are... I'm thinking, I can't do math. 9 months away from Christmas? I'm getting Christmas early all over. Like, this is making my night so wonderful. And so even if WE are not able to prevail over Weibo and we get the tiebreaker, I'm happy to see another Nefiri jungle game. Like, the way that the last time we casted together Bloxer, and you had mentioned that you hope for the day that you get to cast a Warwick game.
Yes,
this is how I feel about Nefiri, bro.
Us and dog champions, I guess. And yeah, I am actually quite excited to see this one. As much as I was head in hands directly after the Nefiri was picked up, it's just because it's so risky. It is such a risk right here for WE, but you've got to play it like this. Weibo Gaming, if you play them in the straight-up 5v5 teamfight kind of composition, you're going to lose. Weibo are very good at that, and WE are very bad at that. So it was never going to work. They had to do something to change it up, and Maya's very much going to be focusing on what this Nefiri can do. What can Monkey, the main carry for WE, the bright spark in what has otherwise been a tricky early split for them, what can he do?
Yeah. Finally being able to show up big in the previous Skarner game. When we think about the other pop-off game that he had, was that Viego against anyone's Legend. One of the few teams to actually take a game off of AL in that first split. See how this game pans out, as bot lane has been not too exciting, but pretty advantageous for Vampire and Taeyun, as they are getting the pressure off and they'll hit level 2 first. Crash down into the stun, get some decent poke damage. Monkey, we're not diving, are we? Are we
He wants
diving?
to steal stuff. I think he's just here to try to nick away at least this Grump. Potentially going to be able to try steal away this blue as well. That would be huge. That would be great to be able to grab this early on, because Tian is heading down towards this side. Obviously, the clear not particularly fast for Nefiri onto these solo camps. Does a lot better against the chickens and the Krugs. Camps like that. Is at least going to see that the blue buff is here. Now going to be spotted out onto a ward, so not going to be able to get a gank onto this mid lane right now.
We'll buy some pressure for Terrace. Steps up, tries to at least push Xiaohu away. Eats some damage on the health bar in return, but Monkey at least able to deny what could have been a level 4. I mean, he's going to get a decent amount of damage on the Xiaohu. Forced to flash. The phase rush top. Tries to go in. I mean, Xiaohu is playing with fire, but just knows that the cooldowns of Nefiri early on are a lot longer than they are later on to the game when he builds up the ability haste. Oh,
He
no,
missed!
Tien!
What?
Oh! The stun missed, and Tien has an opportunity to flash Vault Breaker away back to safety. That could have been disaster for Weibo.
Vampire missed a lot of hooks in the previous game that we got to see between WE and EDG. And missing that one right there, I mean, Tian was walking a little bit funny, but he had no clue that there was a rel in that bush, so... I mean, that's unfortunate. Still, you get the flash out. Don't know that they would have potentially been able to finish off that kill anyway. But still, Tian has been pushed around a lot in this early game. Hasn't been able to just have the nice, easy early game you want on a Vi to set yourself up well for going on to those ganks. You're going to be okay. Vi is still a very strong ganking champion, especially once you get that level 6. But it's just getting him a little bit off kilter, buying more space for Monkey to do what he needs to on this Nefiri.
Yeah, I mean, credit over to Tien, the fact that he's been able to just farm a majority of his camps. Obviously, the Gromp was yoinked away, but I think he got, did he get both crabs? No, it looks like he just got the top crab. So he's
yeah.
not necessarily behind the curve, because Monkey spent a lot of time looking for the invade and pushing Xiaohu off the wave, and then trying to look for the cheese play on the Tien, getting a summoner spell. Now Monkey is picking up a lot of the level 1 camps on his top side. Maybe he'll get a chance to now try to accentuate this lead, picking up the respawn camps on the bottom quadrant, but he still wants to get a time to base and start getting those items, because it really is the ability haste from the Eclipse, the Shojin, the Black Cleaver, that once you start purchasing these things for Nefiri, that's when she really becomes a menace.
Oh yeah, and that's the point at which you are just trying to speed towards right here. You can't be falling behind on this champion. As much as we talk about how Weibo's composition, falling behind would be devastating, same kind of thing right here for WE. A little bit of aggression right here. Vampire actually not going to manage to jump away with the crash down too much. Going to go onto this one, and actually Monkey is once again in the area, so is Tian. I don't think either of them are particularly going to find too much success in ganks here at the moment, as we've got a Chemtech Drake up and available, and the Grub's going to be spawning in just 30 seconds time. In terms of who I think is going to be able to do more with the Grubs, definitely seems like WE have got that little bit more range, bit more poke that could make sieging towers with a lot of Grubs very advantageous for them. But at the moment, everybody hanging around towards the bottom side instead.
Yeah. Looks like Vampire's now taking this opportunity to leave Taeyun all by his lonesome, roaming towards at least mid-wave to guarantee push for Karis. I thought that they would be immediately leveraging this advantage into topside for Grubs, but they actually want to try and contest Weibo on this dragon here. Monkey potentially looking for it. It's knocked up, but good use of the call of the pack. Avoids the pulverize from Hong. It doesn't get exposed and caught out, or what could have been a wombo from Tien and Hong working together. And the pressure alone is actually enough to force them off the pit. And WE, I questioned it. I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with a game like that. They're going to get the first dragon of the game.
Just steps up right here. Tian taking some wolves, not going to be able to get involved in this one for a couple more seconds still. A bit more space being bought. Vampire jumps in.
I mean, Weibo are actually delaying the dragon, but they want to turn onto it. Realm War coming in from Xiaohu to rejoin the fight. Karis steps up, buys space, but the dragon resets, and now Tien might be looking for a vault breaker. Doesn't quite connect. Good stun by Vampire. Stuns Tien, and he goes way too deep! Oh, Weibo thought they could follow up, but the Vi is just a little too far forward, and First Blood goes over to WE.
You can see the damage right here that the early Nefiri can do. Pickaxe and longsword in infantry, surprising amount, and you're not tanky at this point in the game as a Vi. Tian goes in way too fast. Still, WE, they could very easily have finished up the Drake instead. Now they're going to reset onto this one. Potentially that's a good thing for them. They do have a decently strong early skirmish with this Nefiri, and if you want to keep leveraging that, it's going to be a possibility right now. With both the Grubs and the Drake spawned, it's now going to be dealer's choice for these junglers for where they want to head. It'd be interesting to see. I think they're all going to end up in the same place once again, potentially. We might end up with another skirmish.
Just to illustrate how active Vampire has been on the map, whether for good or for bad, he is 2 levels down against Hong's Alistar at this moment, just because he's been missing so much lane experience, but he's been trying to move proactively, playing around Monkey's Nefiri, trying to give him the keys to the entire rift, and so far, that advantage is working in the hands of what WE want to accomplish.
Absolutely is. Monkey going to be able to pick up 2 of these Grubs right now. Breathe stepping up does at least stop the third from going down, but now Breathe going to take a decent chunk of damage off of Cube. Not going to be killed, Kasante way too tanky for that, but at least his top laner arriving means that it is going to be all 3 of these initial Grubs going over to WE. You can see Weibo, they've headed down towards the bottom side of the map, but are not initially starting up onto this Drake. Instead, potentially just looking to steal away a couple of camps, or maybe try to catch out onto this bottom line.
Karis is not loving life at the moment, forced off of a minion wave that he will miss all the experience and gold from. Gonna be down the level now to Xiaohu. Weibo at least trying to leverage an advantage somewhere on the map, since Taeyun has shifted back over to the mid lane so that he's not falling victim to the pressure that Weibo is trying to use, counteracting all the objective focus that WE has. Xiaohu should be fine. Still has phase rush to pop. There's a non-spot, and actually it was just from Karis, but still fine.
Going gonna be able to survive this one, but the Drake take hasn't come through yet, and so now Monkey arrives around this Drake. We saw previously that Tian just wasn't able to step up, was forced off of that one very easily. Once again, doesn't feel comfortable to actually get himself involved in this one. The thing we've got to remember, right? WE's early games haven't been the big problem. The big problem's been team fights, and we saw it even in the matchup they win versus EDG. It took some miracle predictions on the Impale from Monkey to actually be able to win out that game. Otherwise, they were beginning to lose out on that one. There were some good EDG fights that had come through, and so as much as this early game's looking okay, this is not the point that's the problem.
Yeah. Weibo being able to muscle their way over control on the bottom side river will net them the first dragon of the game, albeit it being a late one and just under 10 minutes into the game, so the dragon stacking is not going to be the most accelerated.
No.
But WE, I think they're content with that, just trying to stall the game as long as possible so that you can get multiple spikes for your main carries on this squad, as you called out. I'm still a little nervous that Vampire is yet to hit level 6 and Hong is about to hit level 7, but yeah, thankfully for WE, Weibo haven't really gotten a chance to leverage that advantage.
No, so far it really hasn't been about that, but obviously missing out on the Magnum Storm is going to be a huge engage tool that you just don't have available to you. I think you're going to get caught out here, at least on vision. It's just going to be able to steal away these Krugs though, and continues to keep himself pretty much dead even right now with Tian, despite the fact that Tian has a little bit more CS. Obviously Monkey's been involved in a few more of these plays. Got a little while until the next grubs spawn, so everybody just sitting around trying to farm up. I think you're right to worry a bit here about Vampire. I'm also a little bit worried about Karis. Both of these have kind of been pushed to the side to get as much farm and as much pressure for either Monkey or onto Taeyoon. Those two have very much been the recipient of as much pressure as possible for WE, and it means that they are going to be a little bit behind the curve once we get involved in these actual fights.
Good shift from Taeyoon. Away from Hong. So pulverized combo there. Got 50 seconds until grub spawn here. Blocks her and it's going through. Want to kind of do a checklist for everyone. Multiple summoner spells are available. Karis is actually down a flash.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but he just used it.
Oh, just up. That was it. It was just about
okay.
to come back.
God, sometimes it's throws me out a little bit tricky. Anyway, all summoner spells back up. So WE should feel for the most part confident, especially now the Vampire level 6 has Magistorm back.
There we go. There we go. They've also got the item advantage for themselves at the moment on some of these key carries. And look, right here, Monkey has got that Eclipse completed, so a little bit of extra survivability, a ton of extra damage as well. Going to be in a very strong spot right now. You're obviously kind of waiting for the third item for this Neferi to really pop off, really come online in a big way, be able to just one-tap people. Still, should be pretty strong at the moment. I have to see, though, if he's actually going to be able to deal that damage onto key carries, or if he's going to be pushed around in these team fights.
Yeah, big to note as, I guess Light was fishing for a Chain of Corruptions, goes wide. Light not on that first item quite yet, so even though he's trying to layer down the poke with these piercing arrows, is not going to do as much as it might be able to. Xiaohu throws down the Rune Prison onto Karis, forces him to keep at bay. And they're trying to lead the engage. Hong goes in with the Pulverize. Karis joins the fight with the Hero's Entrance. Multiple grubs being fought over for. They turn right on to Breathe, but he uses the all-out to bring Karis on closer. Forces the flash out. Tien goes in, tries to gang up on the Galio, and Monkey's in trouble on the Neferi, and Breathe tries to force the dogs away. Realm Warp from Xiaohu tries to close the distance against Cuban, the rest of the WE squad, but they're able to survive, only dropping Karis in the process.
It's only a single death. It is going to be all three of the grubs, though, picked up for Weibo. 3 apiece going to be the end score on those. When we have a look back at this replay, it'll be really interesting to see where all of the damage went, because you can see lots of tools used out of both of these teams. Nobody really able to actually deal the damage that needed. As you highlighted, Light misses the Chains of the Corruption before the teamfight even starts, and it just doesn't quite work out for them. Still, they're able to pick up this initial kill, and this is the problem, right, with WE. They're team fighting in just such a poor position. They've got themselves completely outflanked. Breathe gets to involve himself in this team fight right at the very beginning, and it leaves Karis in a terrible position. Ends up being the single member that falls in this fight. And despite the fact they're actually not able to get the rest of these kills, turn this one around into something even better right here for Weibo. Oh.
Oh! I didn't even see that.
No,
I
I'd clearly looked somewhere else. Either way, good team fight for Weibo.
Overall, good team fight for Weibo. It was definitely better than WE. Yeah, definitely looked like WE were. Oh no, Cube. I mean, he's got a flash, but Tien has an ultimate. I don't think you're escaping this one at all. He flashes in the bush, tries to make some distance here, but Rune Prison, Wall Breaker, there's the cease and desist, and yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Cube. That is out of bounds for you on the top lane, buddy.
Yeah, way too pushed up. Potentially thought the Tian was going to be down towards the bottom side of the map since there is a Drake spawning. Said really nice play right there out of the Weibo jungler. Able to get themselves another quick kill for the team. Despite there's only been 3 in the first 15 minutes of this game, Weibo still feel like they're in a good spot right now, up by 1,000 gold. Yeah, they've just felt like they're the stronger team overall. Monkey, once again, going to get on top of this dragon. Should be able to pick this one up nice and easily without Tian in the area. And that is something, at least. WE, they're not massively behind. It's just, with the way this team struggles in the team fight, it feels like they need massive advantages to be able to feel like they're in a good spot in a game.
Yeah, or they need to land some massive CC miracle engages, which is kind of how their victory over EDG came to fruition, just being able to find key targets with very, very impactful ultimates. Monkey doesn't have necessarily that kind of power. No Impale. He's less so on the CC chain and more on the I need to 100 to 0 this guy chain.
Absolutely. He needs to just be able to get that full all-in through. And if they're able to, you know, there is going to be a chance. Right now, there is going to be a Herald up and available. Both the teams taking a bit of a reset right now, getting their way towards the second items of the game. Nothing too interesting happening in the build paths at this point. And so where can you find those engages right here for WE? Because as much as this composition can team fight between Kairos and Vampire's ultimates, it's not impossible. I think getting a pick initially between Cube and Monkey would be a great way to play this one out. You also need to watch what Taeyun's actually able to do in terms of keeping the farm going and then weaving his way through these fights.
The Monkey, as you called it, was starting to sniff to see if Xiaohu would overstep his welcome here. He had used the flash to, unfortunately, no success in trying to lock down a triad of WE members on that post-grub fight. Rift Herald has spawned. Majority of WE are trying to assemble their forces here to maintain position, but Breathe is pressuring on the bottom side turret. He can ace and just look for a teleport. Weibo are up in gold. They should feel advantageous in taking a fight here.
There's a huge flank forward for him if he wants it. Instead, just going to teleport in straight up, try front to back it.
Okay, Hong leads the charge. Monkey had already secured the Herald, but down goes Vampire. Not a chance to really get a counter-engage off, and now Karis might just give his life to die, using the phase rest to kind and get an away, but Weibo are able to lock him down, and here comes the Realm Warp. Oh, jump scare, 4 members surprising WE on their route of escape, and they're gonna put the dog down. Cube will fall next, and only a cow is the price that Weibo have to pay to destroy WE completely. Is Taeyun, unfortunate brother, not able to escape this time, as Breathe is going to keep him in range for Xiaohu to clean up another kill.
Yeah, unfortunate right here. The fight just goes wrong immediately, and it keeps on happening. WE keep putting themselves into terrible positions. When we jump into the replay, we can have a look at the fact that they are pincering themselves in. They are just constantly getting squished into these team fights, not able to find those initial plays. And it's time and time again I've seen where Kairos is going in just to try to save somebody, pretty much immediately ends up dying himself, just isn't actually able to do it. You see it right here, you end up with a teleport down in the bottom side, and then you've got the Vi flanking from the top side of the map. They just cannot sit and hit onto anybody. Kairos goes in and then just gets chunked out pretty much immediately. W can't team fight. There's nothing more that we can really say about it. Even when they won versus EDG, it didn't feel like it was the big team fights, more than just Monkey finding those massive ultis. Now, they put him on a good champion to be able to try carry in this one. Not quite the Skarner, but still, the Neferi has been able to do that. Not in this game. Not so far, at least.
It's so hard to reliably get these fights going in the position that Neferi wants them when your front line is dying before WE has a chance to like actually fight on proper terms. And that's the reality. And a lot of the times WE are playing retreat mode after an objective instead of being able to force something that they want to actually fight.
Exactly. They're not able to find ways to start team fights off well enough to then be able to play them out in the way that their composition demands. Monkey actually playing very aggressive right here. He's got plenty to dodge away with, but Tian's about to jump over the wall. Does he get to the blast cone? Yes. Levi's still gonna follow him. Hang on. What is this?
Hero's entrance. Karis should buy some time, but the rest of Weibo Gamer are going to follow their captain fearlessly into the pit.
Oh,
they
Xiao
do
Hu.
away Karis. Monkey's able to get over the wall. Does he get to live for his sins? Tien is still trying to close the distance against him, but another frontline member will fall. This is so...
Yikes. This is exactly the kind of game I was expecting right here, where despite the fact that Weibo are getting aggressive, they don't even need to necessarily, because WE just keep running forwards in the wildest situations. Cube is at least getting some damage onto this bottom lane tier 1 tower. That will be a nice injection of gold for everybody. It's something, but still, was it worth it? Let's have a play of was it worth it. You get chickens. Your opponents get Atakan 4 kills.
They got a tier 1 on the bottom side. You know?
Yeah, true, and a tier 1. So maybe it's worth it. You do the math at home, everybody. We'll see. I
just have to say that
yeah.
Karis and Vampire, they might just be looking at Monkey after this play and going, I hope the chicken nuggets really help you get to your second item that much faster, bro. I really hope it was worth it.
Oh, mid lane, actually. We're having a big fight that we can see on the screen. After Atakan, it doesn't matter. They're just getting all of those teleports back through. And the Chains of Corruption, they do go wide during this fight, so I thought, hey, maybe there's a chance. But Xiao Hu ends up just in the back line, able to do good damage right here. And that isn't even worse blast cone, potentially, than the previous one that we'd seen.
How are we not know? Dude, these are some beautiful tragedies that are happening on the second replay view.
Yeah.
It's almost like watching how can I put this politely? It's like watching one of those films that is just like so bad that it's amazing.
Yeah, it's good.
And then on the second time viewing, you're like, oh my gosh, we missed a golden nugget, a pure cinema moment. And
yeah.
thank you, man.
Oh man, the cinema of this is real. This is hilarious to watch, although I don't think anybody ever wants their League of Legends described as hilarious. Taeyun just dies there, actually.
Yep.
And they're going to be able to
Override
just keep
Slash.
pushing this one forwards. Yeah, Weibo, they are in complete control of this game. Going to be able to crack open the base right here, 22 minutes into the game. I think they're going to be able to grab this inhibitor as well. WE, they're just not in a strong position at all right now. Surely they're thinking about the tiebreaker coming up.
The Realm Warp over. I mean, this is peak Rise side lane gameplay when you're able to kill an entire line of structures in one lane, immediately Realm Warp the minion wave over to the next lane to just make the base destruction that much faster. Weibo, I mean, they've been known for this playstyle for years, ever since Xiao Hu came onto this roster. And he has not missed a beat yet since. And, you know, we did play up a lot of the what-if scenario of WE being able to pull one over Weibo, but I don't think it's happening.
No, I will agree with you on that one, as this fight just goes wrong pretty much immediately. Monkey gets insta-jumped by Tian. On the backside of it, as we said, Hung just jumps in, make sure that the Ezreal are not going to be able to do anything. Taeyun Back to base they go, and not a lot of base left, really. They are down by so much gold at this point in the game. 7,000, nearly 8,000 going to be the gold lead right here for Weibo. They're up by a Drake. They're in a very strong spot overall, but we are still waiting a little bit until the Baron. That's the one good thing about losing this early on. There's no Baron for your opponents to go and get. A little bit more time for WE to try get their way towards those third items. You know, the copium is strong, but it is still potentially there. But even without the Baron at the moment, Weibo, they're going to be able to push forwards. They're going to be able to grab themselves another tower here. WE, they're just collapsing.
Yeah. This has been very clinical from Weibo Gaming, and definitely something you are relieved to see as a Weibo Gaming fan, to make sure that they're not even dropping a beat against one of the more less stronger opponents.
One of the Nirvana teams.
Yeah. One of the teams that might be in their Nirvana group at the end of the day as all of this plays out. Our observers, though, pointing out that they're...
Sorry, go on.
Just pointing out a flank ward just in case WE want to be frisky.
I was gonna say, I think the LPL's invented a new insult. Yeah, this team's real Nirvana. Like, oh, I'm gonna be using that even not in the LPL. As Weibo, they're gonna start themselves up the Baron right here. WE are nowhere to be found. They can potentially try for a fight after this one, but right now, Breathe just gonna be playing bodyguard.
All about Karis and Vampire finding the engage, but the Baron has already evaporated before WE get a chance to walk in the river and contest, and now WE have to be careful. Daeyoon is a little far forward, does have flash and cleanse, so he's able to shift away from engage range out of Weibo's hands. You do not want to disrespect an opponent that is up 9,000 gold. If they get in range of you, they're going to be smacking you with a very thick wallet, and that is not a fun place to be.
No, the gold is heavy right now. Breathe actually getting jumped right now. Obviously, Kasante very tanky, going to be able to rejoin his team. And Vampire doesn't actually make it over the wall with that crash down either. Here's the fight.
Oh, Hong finds the flank, and Taeyoon is blown up. That's one of the carries gone, and the rest of WE are retreating. Monkey is just going to pop the recall and just try to defend from the remnants of whatever is left of his base. But Weibo Gaming are going to remind WE, we are not EDG, y'all. We are one of the best teams in this group, and we're trying to make a statement of being one of the best teams in the LPL going into this split. Monkey will at least pop one onto Xiaohu before getting completely dominated by Tien, and GG, well played. Tiebreakers galore, baby. We are approaching, maybe not the promised land, but, you know, definitely the tiebreaker scenario that was very much alluded to and could be made possible, as Weibo Gaming going to be tied up with BLG, 5-1 apiece. WE 1-4 or 1-5, just like EDG as well. So, let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, this group has felt very top-heavy. Very, very top-heavy. The top two teams taking games off of each other, the bottom two teams taking games off of each other. A lot more split than some of the other groups have been. The rest of the days, I think, are going to be a little bit closer between top teams and bottom teams, more chance for upsets. In this game, the only upset we've really seen was WE picking up that win up against EDG. That is very important going forwards, right? We were finding out, learning about the tiebreaker scenarios. Top of the standings doesn't actually play a tiebreaker, it's just on game time. If it's on game time versus each other, then that would put BLG as the top seed going into Group Ascend and Weibo as the second seed. If it's overall game time, I'm not actually sure how that one shakes out. We'll have to find that one out for you. But the bottom of the table is still going to be a tiebreaker that actually gets played, because this one is critical for going forward.
Yep. Still unaware if we're going to be seeing the tiebreaker immediately after this game, or if the tiebreaker will be played somewhere else, or if they're going to have... Yeah, we're along for the ride here, y'all. So, but until then, I think this is a chance for us to zoom out and just kind of look at the overall expectations of, first of all, our top two teams in BLG and Weibo escaping this group and immediately going into Group Ascend. How are we feeling about these two teams compared to where they ended up in the first split, Bloxer?
So BLG is really interesting, right? In that they've got such high expectations of themselves as an organization and of these players. They're going to be very disappointed with the way that last split shook out. The fact that they didn't end up winning, the fact that they didn't go on to that first down tournament, really going to have annoyed them. They're going to be upset as well that they didn't come out of their group as the top seed. This second time around, at least they're going to come out as the top seed going into Group Ascend. But again, I think they're going to be frustrated that they dropped that game up against Weibo. They are sometimes their own worst enemies because the highs of this team are so high. But the lows, they know how to throw it versus some of the top teams sometimes. For Weibo, I'd feel much happier, right? The fact you're able to pick up a win against everybody and take one off of BLG, that feels like a great showing for them in this second split.
Yeah, and especially the way their group stage or their single round robin best of 5 gameplay was demonstrated in the first split. I think there is a lot of errors that were shown, especially in that JDG series, that pretty much prevented them from getting what we all imagined was going to be the first seed of that group, then putting them in the lower bracket, and then, of course, losing to BLG and having their playoffs run cut very, very short, which was not matching the expectations of what that squad promised to be. But we have to remind ourselves that, Tien and Hung are two of the new players coming into this roster. Not necessarily new in terms of career, but Weibo, the core before was Light, Xiaohu, and Breathe before 2025. Tien being the new jungler coming over from, I think, Top Esports last year. Obviously, still a lot of questions about this guy beforehand. Former world champion in 2019. Never really seeing him get a chance to live up to that peak ever since then. It's been a constant battle where, over the years, seems like he scales up and then falls short just before, the critical moment of where he could reclaim glory for the LPL. But, this is another year of potential where Tien can, match some of the best junglers in the LPL who are all, and if I'm going to be honest, Bloxer, I think there's quite a few number of junglers in the LPL that are writing similar stories right now.
Absolutely. The jungle pool at the moment is stacked, and at least in this group so far, Tien's looked great. Really have enjoyed the way that he was able to play out today. It's going to be fascinating to see what he can do going on. And then we have to look at the bottom side of this group, right? Because those two are off into Group Ascend. Whatever order they get sent through, congratulations to them. These bottom tier teams, oh boy, it's been a rough one so far. The fact that you're actually able to pick up wins against each other is interesting. The rematch, though, I think that's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, because once again, when we look at just overall strengths, we had EDG favored, especially since that they had won the previous matchup before. But the fact that WE were able to kind of answer for a lot of the criticisms that we had leveraged against them before their win against EDG, I mean, it kind of showed up against Weibo. Yeah. But to be fair, Weibo is effectively a stronger team than EDG. And EDG seemed to buckle under the pressure from BLG in their last game. So who knows? Maybe WE can pray and hope that EDG are so mentally distraught after the 50-minute loss that it just carries over.
And hey, 3 games in a row would be tricky for them here, especially with the sort of loss that they were able to take. And I mean, it's just been such a rough day for both of these teams. We showed it earlier on in the show, the mirror universe, where EDG have won all of the games where they've had themselves good advantages in. Well, that's continued today. So many matchups where it's felt like, oh, they totally should have won that one. And then you actually looking at the scoreline, if you've jumped out halfway through, like, how did they end up losing this one? Either way, we'll have a look at the player of the game right now. It is going to be
Xiaohu. I mean, listen, I think Weibo was pretty dominant. If we cast the flash fail aside, Xiaohu did have a stellar game on the rise. Just the flanks that he was picking. I mean, WE were never really giving themselves the benefit of proper battle lines.
Yeah.
But Xiaohu wasn't wasting an opportunity to punish that.
No, and that realm warp right here is what seals the deal for them in the end. There were a lot of very good plays. It was definitely a better Rise performance than we saw in the previous game. I thought that everybody, though, on Weibo was having a pretty good one. It didn't ever feel like they were getting pushed around any specific situation. I mean, Tian maybe went in a little bit too aggressive during the very first play that we saw, but after that, there were no real issues there. It was a great game from everybody on Weibo. They've got to be very proud of themselves for being able to get out of this group 5-1. Very impressive.
Yeah. Well, congrats to Xiaohu. That marks 3 MVPs for the day for the main man in the mid lane for Weibo Gaming. I mean, just Spring Tiger living up to the name and just really delivering. Now, some information going forward. We're going to be taking a break. When we come back, we will be finding out from our clean feed of whether or not WE and EDG are playing their game out immediately. But if they are not playing out their game, or we do not get any indication within a relatively short time span that they're actually playing out their game, we'll come back, we'll address it, and then we'll be closing out the stream regardless. So just stay tuned, y'all. Feel free to get some snacks. It is now 8 a.m. over here in the Mountain Time Zone where I'm at. 7 a.m. for Pacific and 10 a.m. for Eastern Coasters. And then over in the UK, Bloxer, what time is it, my friend?
It's
2 p.m. So you know what?
Lunch.
Get some afternoon tea. This is a perfect time to just
True.
wind down with, a third seed, potential third seed match. So stay tuned, y'all. We'll be right back. All right. It is officially happening. EDG, WE, tiebreaker for the 3rd seed coming your way in just a few moments. Our final draft of the day for Group A. Yep. Soak it in. Get ready, Bloxer. We saw last time these two met up, it was the 45-minute epic cinematic event of the spring. I forgot what season we're at because
Split 2. They're called Split 2
yeah.
nowadays.
It is when I started it was around 1 a.m. It is now 8 a.m. The bed to my left is calling my name, but I'm saying, nah, baby, I got one more game in me. I got one more in me.
And we have to, because this is incredibly crucial. I wonder if we could pull up the outlining of the way that the season works out, the way that these groups feed into each other, because it's a little bit confusing. Here you go. So top 2 from each group up into Group Ascend, wonderful. We know who the top 2 from this group are. Bottom 2, very critical though. The bottom of the team immediately goes down into Group Nirvana. Now the thing that's incredibly important about that one is look bottom right of this graphic. Eliminated for split 2 and 3. Your split is a single round robin best of 3 away from ending for the year if you end up in Group Nirvana. You do not want to be in Group Nirvana. 4th place team immediately goes there. 3rd place team gets another set of chances played at the end of this week. Once all of the groups are done, they then get to play against the other 3rd place teams, other teams on your same sort of level, to then potentially move up into Group Ascend. This is what these teams are playing for. It is critical right now that you get the win here, because otherwise your split is at a very real risk of ending now, basically.
It just makes it all the more interesting of how they came up with the name Group Nirvana as the group of doom.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
It's just, I guess, Nirvana was the most polite way of saying, hey, this is not a place you want to be in, but it's okay. It's not totally over for, they couldn't call it, the group of doom, or the group of pending season death, so.
The group of bad. Here's the bad teams, and here's the good teams. I mean, it's genuinely a wild way. We were talking about it a little bit before, right? 3 best of 5s into whatever this format is, into your split being done for the summer. Crazy way to end. Nobody wants that. For right now, though, both of these teams at least have managed to get themselves one more. They've got one more game. We won't be having a tiebreaker between the top 2 teams. They're already going up to Group Ascend. It's fine. The seeding between them is not the most critical. Instead, it's all about these bottom 2 teams right here. EDG, WE. Like you said, it was our 50-minute banger the last time that we saw them play. WE were able to come out on top of that one. The bans are pretty much exactly the same, other than EDG get rid of the Skarner, because they don't want to deal with that one once again.
Yep. I think On has caught one too many scorpion tails at this point, and EDG need to find a way to help relieve him of being able to escape. The fact that even in the Ezreal game versus Skarner, which should be an easier time to escape that, and still getting comped by the stray CC, EDG just now saying, guys, we just need to not play against the Skarner. But they get the Ambessa for themselves, which at least for today has not been the best look for ZDZ, but still a champion that you want to have on your side and not give over to WE. And then they're going to go for a Varus answer and an Aatrox for Cube.
Aatrox. Alright, so the last time that we saw this matchup, it was the Rumble, and Cube was able to go pretty much even in the lane, and then was pretty useful during the team fights. A lot more useful, I'd say, during the team fights. That's not the same way that you want to play out this matchup. The Aatrox wants to take it to the Amber, so this is going to be a bloody top lane most likely, going toe-to-toe, and the junglers are also going to play a critical role in how this one pans out. It is going to be the Nocturne right here, picked up for Xiao Hao. Now this one has been so strong. Angel also, because of the changed bands, is going to get this Aurora. This has been his signature pick as well. This is a lot of comfort already right here for EDG.
Once again, heavy dive from the side of EDG, and this time Xiao Hao is more of an enabler of the dive rather than a benefactor of the CC setup that we saw last time, since he ran the Lilia trying to kind of recreate what was a magical winning moment for EDG in their first time against WE in the first round. But this time, I think, by having Nocturne on your side against now WE, who are trying to find ways to dissuade the dive with the Talia pick coming in, you are now putting more pressure on Angel and On to be the ones to make use and benefit of the fact that you are turning out the lights and blanketing out vision for the side of WE.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a big part of them trying to find better team fights than they were able to in their previous matchup. So we've talked about WE pretty bad at the team fight, so being able to do that should help them out in this situation and really disrupt what it is that WE want to do. They're going to have themselves the Talia as well. May well be into the mid lane, could also go into the jungle, has been moving around a little bit. I'd expect it to be a mid laner right now. It's pretty good into the Aurora. You don't have to worry too much about getting caught out by there. There is potential for solo kills, but you also give a lot during these bigger team fights. And what can be done with the Weavers will also impact on this game plenty. So we're going to see the Ziggs and the Kai'Sa taken off the board, as well as the Xin Zhao. Final ban coming through from EDG. And then we'll see what they want to round out this composition with. They're once again waiting pretty late on into their draft to be picking up their bot lane.
Ooh, yep. WE, recall their one win against AL, and they remind themselves that Monkey had a pop-off Viego game. And for the sake of avoiding Nirvana at all costs, they're putting their faith in the hands of Monkey once again. Now, they're kind of low on burst damage in order to get the resets going for Viego, at least reliable burst damage. It is really just hoping that you get a pick set up with your composition right, and then Viego can run from there.
Exactly, you really want that initial kill to be able to unlock this champion. I was hopeful when I saw the Draven hover. I think the Draven actually could have been really good in this situation, can bully very well onto the Varus, make it a very uncomfortable lane for him to play out, but I can understand why we're going to get to see the MF instead, as these compositions do round out right here. WE, they've got the kind of comp that can play a team fight. They want to play it front to back and then get that initial kill, make it work for Monkey. EDG, as much as they can potentially front to back, I think they're a lot more going to be looking to find those picks potentials with the ulti from Xiao Hao, and then see what you can do with this Aurora and the MF. The wombo combo potential here is immense.
And there's not many ways for WE to escape a wombo combo if they get caught up in it. Monkey, you can buffer with the Heartbreaker, and Q will have a dash on the Aatrox, but everyone else is kind of privy to getting caught in that massive chain. So for Karis and Taeyun, gonna have to be extremely careful about their positioning, and normally avoiding something like the Rel when you have an Alistar to pund her away tends to be pretty fairly easy. You have to do that with the lights turned out. That gets to be a little trickier.
Most definitely makes it a little bit harder as we do head on towards the Rift right here. Massive matchup. WE, EDG. Winner has at least another shot at keeping themselves out of Group Nirvana. Loser straight down on into there, at risk of having their split end so early on. No summer to play for if you end up at the bottom of that group. Critical matchup right here. Today, WE have come out on top versus EDG. Let's see if EDG are going to be able to get themselves a little bit of revenge.
And we're on to the Rift, baby! EDG have to scrub away the result that occurred just what seems like hours ago. Probably like 3 hours at this point, but you can remind themselves that, hey, we beat these guys the first time around. WE just trying to maintain that confidence, that emotional momentum that they gained after finally being able to just struggle through but clinch out that 45-plus minute win banger we saw earlier, as Taeyun, Vampire, and Karis trying to take up position on this bottom river at the moment. Not going to find anyone for an early cheese kill. Curious at how the early game pathing is going to go, because as you said, Bloxer, for Nocturne, a lot of your objectives are just trying to power farm to level 6 and get to that paranoia so you can start forcing those picks. Monkey, not necessarily super dependent on level 6 as Viego. You are just trying to opt into skirmishes whenever they are favorable.
Absolutely, and that is a champion that sits very well on Monkey's playstyle, let's call it. The aggression that he displays all the time. He loves to get aggressive. He is the driving factor of this team. The rest of the lanes don't particularly tend to win on their own, as I mean, look right here, Taeyun taking big damage. At least Vampire manages to get the punt away. But still, that's a lot of damage to take this early on right here as the Varus. And it is just so much on Monkey to be able to drive his team through the game. Well, Viego, it fits perfectly there.
The fact that this is the second time we've now seen Wink preemptively level 1 flash just to get like high burst damage onto the AD carry and set up that lane advantage is just, it's funny to look at, but I respect the hell out of it. It is such a Giga Chad move to just try and get the early push on your side and have control of the lane.
Absolutely, you just need to get that early priority. I wouldn't necessarily do it myself with the initial flash right there, but it is effective. It does stop so much of the early farming from going down. I mean, look, Taeyun has 3 CS right now. Obviously, there's a wave pouring in, so he's going to be able to get a good chunk of this one. But it's the early priority that you really want from this bottom lane, that you need on MF lanes to be able to get her through these early games. Let's see if they're just going to keep up the pressure. Maybe could go for an early recall, get back with a little bit of extra priority into this lane. For the minute, it looks like the bot lane of EDG going to be more than happy to keep up the pressure for themselves. Both junglers started towards the bottom side of the map, are working their way up towards top side, because as much as bot lane is fun, top lane should also be pretty awesome to watch. The Aatrox picked by Cube into ZDZ's Ambessa, and, you know, this champion needs to get itself a bit of an advantage because it can rock team fights if you can.
Yeah, I mean, both champions have that potential too, and so even though the lane itself, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure how it exactly plays out, who's favored at what points and what level breaking points are there, but I do know that both of these champions love their 2-item breakpoints. They love getting ability haste, and they have, believe it or not, pretty similar build paths as well. And as you pointed out, you know, it's those team fights that both of these champions can really shine and make or break a game with.
And something we've seen out of ZDZ a lot throughout today is him finding big flanks on this Ambessa. Has been playing the Ambessa a lot, but not necessarily making the most of them. Wasn't actually able to land that public execution onto the main carry, or was onto a pretty squishy build that meant once he was into the backline, just kind of gets taken out right at the very beginning of it. Going to be fascinating to see if ZDZ is able to actually do more with the champion this time around, or maybe if he can find an advantage for himself in this lane matchup specifically. Cube should be favoured once you hit that level 6. Up until that point, plenty of poke damage, as you can see, but not too much threat of dying initially, especially without any ignites or anything in the lane.
Sure. Yeah. TP Flash, pretty, I don't want to say passive, but more of a defensive lane setup.
Yeah.
Xiaohao being able to spot out the ward that was placed in the tri-bush, continues to cover the map in darkness. Not even needing to hit level 6 at this point, just good vision control. Monkey shows up with the Shroud, and that's going to reveal his position over to EDG, but gets a chance to try and contest some vision on the bottom side respectively as well. Throws out that Blue Scryer. Actually, he's not going back for the ward. Okay, my bad. Everyone is just going back to farming. We are not in the most proactive game so far here, Bloxer.
No, this feels a lot like all elimination matches do, where nobody really wants to put themselves in a spot to lose out onto this one early on. Wink, once again, just going to be using that Hex Flash basically every single time that it's up. Very useful to be able to get himself some extra priority in this bottom lane, but nothing too much more happening, like you said. That is going to change, though. Once we get these level 6s up for these junglers, I think that's the point in which we're going to see a lot more aggression coming on through, specifically out of Xiaohao. He has to get aggressive with this Nocturne. Really seeing what he's able to do with this first Paranoia is everything, because it's a long cooldown on this ability. If you don't use it well to begin with, it puts you so far behind the tempo.
Xiaohao still not level 6, but is going to get into the face of Cube, but confident that he is not going to go down because Monkey is just right there. Farming up the Krugs can easily help Cube regain space and control. Grubs is going to be the focus here for WE, and because Karis has push and is playing Talia, will always be able to roam and collapse way before Angel can, so EDG not going to risk throwing a potential lead over to WE this early. They'll cede control of the Grubs for now. And as you said, are now they walking up for it? I guess.
Yeah, at this point, they are going to push forward. It's not actually going to be able to steal any of these away. But they actually get the flash out of Monkey.
Sure.
Just has to go over the back of the pit. So you get all 3 of the Grubs, but you blow a big engage tool out of the enemy jungler. Not the end of the world right there for EDG, although I still think W are going to be pretty happy with having the Grubs.
Yeah. I guess it is good, just awareness from EDG. It's like, yeah, we're not necessarily going to get any Grubs, but they are stuck in this pit. So we can have a chance to collapse and at least force some spells out of, at least important ones from the side of WE. There's still a dragon to take up on the table for either team. No real strong indication of which team is going to be favored in taking it, but the fact that Monkey is down to Flash, going to have to rely on the Heartbreaker to be his one get out of jail free card, and Karis no Weaver's Wall either means that it is an easier time for EDG's mid laner and Angel to actually get the collapse off first.
Absolutely. They're going to be trying to use that priority right here to see if they can get a little bit of a gank right here. Wink actually going to be caught out, takes a big chunk.
Oh, but
wow.
there's the paranoia.
Oh.
Goes right for Monkey, knowing that he's got no way out outside of the Heartbreaker. That's first blood going over to EDG. Bullet time, not a lot of damage, but
wow.
Taeyun falls anyway. Okay. And at least he's able to pick up a double kill before falling to On eventually. And we got an equal game on our hands. Blocks are 2-2.
That was actually really well played right there out of Taeyun. After just the initial engage takes him way low, is able to survive just long enough to be able to get a couple of kills back, make it a far more even play than it originally needed to be. Still, I'm pretty happy with that initial paranoia out of Xiaohao. Needed to get aggressive with it, is able to do so, and it's off the back, actually, of an engage right here that, you know, EDG didn't want. They get engaged upon, and then in he comes, just takes so much damage right there. Monkey immediately dies, but I think watch right here onto Taeyun, what he's able to do. Good flash over the wall, able to get that final auto to get the kill onto Xiaohao, and again, one more piercing arrow, I think it is. Yeah, comes through and is able to pick up the final kill right there. And it turns what would have been a very good play out of EDG into something that's actually completely fine for WE.
Man, Taeyun is fighting with all of his breath, all of his soul, to avoid ending up in the 4th seed alongside the rest of WE. I mean, like, even in their losses, Taeyun has really been one of the star performers for this squad. I think back to their first match of the day, the 42% damage share Ezreal, really just doing everything he can and more, even if it's not enough.
Yeah, he really has been one of the bright sparks right here for this team. Him and Monkey, I think, are where I'm looking at as being those best players on this squad, those who've been able to step up the most. Still, it's not really been enough for them to actually pick up the games. EDG, WE, they seem to be relatively well matched, at least at this point. And it could be a very close one once again. First item still a little ways away. Nobody has gotten themselves so far ahead that they're going to be able to grab that one right now. Although we may well see them completed at this point. And once these first items are completed, I think that EDG, they're going to be in a very good spot. Arn can deal plenty of damage right now, but it's more Xiaohao. What can he do with that first item once it's completed with the paranoia as well? Indeed, it is just going to be that Bloodthirster picked up for Arn already. It was a very good ulti for him, and the fact he got 2 kills during that initial play, also big.
As you called out, second Grubs spawning in the next 10 seconds. WE have set themselves up to be here first. Vampire immediately charging in. I don't know about this one. Monkey doesn't feel confident either, and Vampire's just gonna get tagged right back in with the Magnustor, forced to flash away and pop the ultimate. Man, oh, Bloxer, there are so many things I just want to say right now, but
it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Vampire stepping up there was most certainly questionable, and because you lose so much damage, the ulti, the flash off of your support, there's no way that W can step up into this situation. It is now going to be 3 grubs going back the other way, 3 apiece, so not the end of the world to lose out onto that one, but WE would have loved to have had extra pushing power onto these towers, especially with something like the Aatrox, who can really play through a side lane and then come down and join in these team fights. Grubs would have made it look that much better. Same time, though, it's not the end of the world right here. We'll just have to see what the damage is later on. No flash on the Alistair means there's so much less chance for these big engages.
We saw a Nautilus game, and then we saw a Rel game, and now, we see an Alistar game, and I'm left with the same impression, and that's all I'll comment on it. Rift Herald spawning in the next 4 minutes here. Dragon gonna come up sooner in just 2.5. Gonna see how EDG are setting up. So far, I mean, for the benefit of Xiaohao's Nocturne, the first fight that was forced by WE gets a massive advantage off of the first Nocturne cast and has that Hex Plate for himself, so gonna have extra reduced cooldowns on the Paranoia. I imagine that EDG have, even though the gold lead isn't that massive here, Bloxer, I definitely feel a lot more confident about EDG's position on the map at this point.
Absolutely. They've just been so much quicker to rotate around to these objectives. They seem to be finding better ways into these little skirmishes that we're seeing, and I really do like the call out of the Hex Plate right here. I think it's the better itemization for the Nocturne at the moment. Sure, you can do more damage with other things, but it leaves you so vulnerable, so squishy. The Hex Plate giving you Paranoia more often, and just that little bit of extra tankiness once you're into the back of these team fights just means you're so much more useful to your team later on. Something that can be a little bit of a struggle for a Nocturne, especially into a matchup like the Viego. So yeah, EDG, they feel like they're in a great spot. It's been pretty chill though this early game, right? We haven't actually seen that much action. We saw a little bit around the grubs and nothing too much else. Be interesting if we're going to get a little bit more sometime soon. Like I said, minute now until the Drake is going to be spawning. That could be the next potential big skirmish factor, and having the Paranoia up for that one will be very important. Although, he could just use it top here. Do you want to dive? It's risky.
I would like to recall the example of one of the clips you showed about WE and their good moments, and one of them being the fact that Weibo tried to dive Cube's Aatrox, and it didn't go too well for them. So, if EDG have done their homework and they've checked their tape, they're never going to make that play unless they are bringing... Yeah. If they're bringing like 5 people for the squad...
they've brought 4. They have 4, right? You've got the bot lane roaming up right now. Cube knows that something's up, isn't really going to step up. Actually does try to step up to his tower. That's a mistake here, surely.
I mean, he's got the rest of the reinforcements coming in, so maybe he's trying to bait it in. But EDG immediately back off. So they've got decent vision control to show that WE matched the 4 on the top side with their own 4. And we're still 12 seconds away from another dragon spawning, and neither team seems to be that big of a fan for it, just trying to play for as many turret plates before they fell off at the 14-minute mark. Now, I imagine this is where the rotations back towards the bottom side of the map are going to occur.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody just going to move around. The play didn't even result in the tower going down, despite the fact, yeah, we had a lot of members roamed about. WE actually going to make it down into this bottom lane river a little bit quicker, so they're going to have the initial bit of setup for all of the vision. They haven't actually had many recalls, though, so might be sitting on a decent chunk of gold once they've started up this Drake. But with Xiaohao nowhere to be seen, not going to be any play back onto this one, and it's now going to be a second Drake picked up for WE. So the Drake stacking is actually happening for them, and pretty quickly as well. We've seen a lot of slow Drake stacking so far today. This is much quicker.
Yeah, and it's an Infernal Soul game, so that is one really nice caveat that WE now get a chance to play for, considering that you essentially have 4 carries on this squad, or 4 primary, 4 damage dealers that can all benefit from having that extra bit of burst behind that Infernal Soul.
And for now, everybody gonna head back to the lanes, just try to keep themselves farming. Really, this game does feel very, very tense. Obviously, it has massive implications, as we've been saying. You don't want to go down into Group Nirvana, but you can tell that these teams are playing a lot more reserved than they did in their previous matchup. In the previous matchup we saw earlier today, felt like they were flying at each other constantly. Monkey, at least, was unbelievably proactive on that Skarner. This time around, with the Viego, has been a lot quieter. Hasn't really been able to find any ganks early on. Is now going to be looking for these skirmishes instead. Another Drake not for a while. Herald now available at least, and that is something Monkey is going to head straight towards.
Just goes to show that, hang on, Cube might have caught out Angel, but Xiaohao pops the paranoia, and Cube realizes that he is no longer welcome to run him down.
Oh.
And Wink with the collapse will ensure that there is no escape for Cube. But meanwhile, on the top side, Monkey and the rest of WE will try to make a cross-map play and take as much advantage as possible, considering that EDG expended quite the many men on the other side of the map.
Yeah, kill and a tower going to be traded over here for just the tower top lane. The Herald will get a second charge, though, onto the tier 2. But still, good damage already being done right here onto the tier 2 by EDG. It feels like WE, they're just behind the play, and losing Cube's life as well makes it that much less worthwhile. In fact, tower actually going to be saved right here. Good ulti out of Anne just to push everybody away from WE. And they are not going to come out of this one on top. The gold lead now about 3,000 for EDG. Yeah, kind of posturing forwards right now. I don't think they potentially want to fight right here. But they are getting towards those second completed items. And that's when you do want to be fighting here as EDG.
Yeah. If I'm looking at the ultimate indicator from Xiaohao correctly, it seems like his paranoia is back up. So they're just, you know, giving respect that he could cast it again. Take a look back at the replay. Cube seemed like he had Angel in his grasp, but just gotta keep tabs on the Nocturne, man.
Yeah, you've got to know where he's at, because he can end up in your lane so very quickly. You see it right there. And the dive, very easy to be able to pick up in this situation. 2 minutes now until the next Drake is going to spawn, and these teams continue to kind of just float around each other, going for small picks, not particularly looking for these big fights. I'm surprised Vampire hasn't really gone for any of these big engages. Neither has Wink in a lot of these situations. It's pretty much just been, is the paranoia up? If yes, then Xiaohu's going to try for something, but hasn't even been using it on repeat. Not every single time it's up. Is more looking for these strategic times to go in, and so far it's working out great for EDG. Of course, we've talked a lot about this, right? Almost as much as we talked about WE not being good in team fights. EDG, they love a throw. They can get themselves big advantages, but unfortunately, we don't live in the mirror universe, and they've been really struggling to close games out. They're in a good spot right now. Not a insurmountable lead, though, and I've got to be honest, I haven't seen an insurmountable lead for EDG yet.
Yeah. I mean, like, even when they had an insane gold lead in some of their matches, it suddenly just disappears in one bad fight. Yeah.
On the ropes. And then, yeah, one bad team fight, one bad decision, going for a play that they just had no right to be making. And it seems to happen to them again and again. That's kind of how they lost that previous one up against WE. Obviously, no. It's pretty early on in this game, not expecting any throws to happen at this point. That would just be League of Legends right now. But it's just something to bear in mind as this game progresses on.
Oh, CDC just waiting around the corner before the spring and pounce on the Monkey. Vampire punts him away, but the paranoia now looks for the lone wolf in Taeyun, forced to flash over the wall. ZDZ continues the charge, and a bullet time fully charged will deal a hell of an amount of damage, but Monkey tries to get the resets going, and he performs on the Nocturne. Wink trying to hold the line here, and WE might have just found that moment. The Reset City is undeterred, and it is not stopped, and Monkey just gets to be the Viego King on the Rift. EDG lose 4, and WE are starting to come alive.
EDG, they go way too far in right there. The paranoia out of Xiao doesn't find the big play that it really needed to. They don't get that first initial kill to be able to really reset the fight through. Yeah, a couple of members still do fall. It's not a complete disaster for EDG, but they're going to lose themselves the Drake again. And something Monkey's been so good at, both being proactive but also objective control. He's now got that third Drake right here for his team. Sole point for WE off of the back of that win.
Take a look back at the replay. It definitely seemed like EDG were favored to take this fight, but I imagine once this wall comes down, EDG just have no business to continue the fight.
And it's actually a really good bullet time right here. Manages to get a couple flashes out of people, does a ton of damage, but nobody quite gets taken out by it all the way. And Monkey, once the first reset comes through, well, now he's rolling. Cube also teleports into this one later on, and is able to just keep playing this one through. Really nice turnaround right here from WE, exactly what they needed. And now it's got a lot of extra gold onto these key carries.
Multiple flashes expended in that fight, which now makes them even higher prime targets to be focused down. But WE, they've already done their homework in clearing out the vision line in that top quadrant, so they're just booking it for the Otacon. EDG, not punishing at all whatsoever. And it looks like, I guess in the replay, Wink was caught out, which opened up the window as Wink is now just walking back from base. So now good on WE from being able to turn a kill into another objective secure, and Paranoia in that instance not getting any value whatsoever.
No, really didn't. And this is the thing, EDG, you've got the kind of composition that works when it's ahead, when it's rolling, when things are feeling good, but from behind, going to be really, really tricky. And there's so much healing available as well on the WE members that in these longer, more extended team fights, Cube, Monkey, they're going to be very happy in this situation. EDG, they're all about the burst. They're all about getting that wombo combo off between the MF and the Rel, between the MF and the Nocturne potentially, all of those things. Quick, bursty fights. The longer these fights go on, the more WE are going to be happy about the outcome. So you can see pressure down right now onto this tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Mid lane, no real pressure onto these towers for the minute. I think we're going to have to wait until the Baron spawns in a couple more minutes times for these towers to really start falling with any pace.
And I really love that Taeyun actually has gone for the attack speed variant build on this Varus instead of the poke build, because he can now be a reliable late game carry. If these fights go long, if he's not caught out in the initial burst, you create space for this guy, he will clear. Even if it's not Monkey getting the resets, as trying to create vision line down on this bottom quadrant, knowing that Dragon Soul for them will be coming up in the next couple of minutes. Just trying to fight over this red buff at the moment as ZDZ might be cool here. The Paranoia has been engaged upon, but the bullet time,
the bullet time, what?
They can't see that the bullets are ripping them apart. Now it is the Otacon GAs that are being expended. Vampire will give his life to at least escort the remaining members of WE the hell out of there. But man, that is a type of fight that you do not want to take as WE, even if you are using Otacon GA.
Even with the Otacon GA, you still give a ton of gold over to EDG off of that play. It makes taking the Otacon almost not worth it for them in the end. And if that's a sign of things to come from Arn, if those are the kind of ultis that he's going to be able to find alongside the Paranoia, then that is going to be huge for the team. This is the thing with an MF composition. You only have to make it work once for it to really be able to just pop off. You can wombo combo the enemy team down in a good situation just one time, and it can result in your victory. For right now, it at least evens things up for them a little bit more. They're still ahead in gold, are EDG. They never slipped behind in that way. Now they're just going to be continuing to push their lanes out and trying to set themselves up for success in the coming team fights. At the beginning of this fight, we were like, ZDZ, are you sure you want to keep sort of stepping up in this situation? Apparently the answer was yes, because the gorgeous combo right here, Paranoia, Magnet Storm, Bullet Time. Those three is an almost inescapable combo, and it rips through everybody. Yes, it doesn't actually result in deaths, but you can see you still get a good chunk of gold off for that one. You're going to be very happy with that team fight right there as EDG.
That was just a smooth criminal play by ZDZ, just being able to bait multiple members of WE and then just slinking on out to the right. Let's see if he can recreate that again. 20 seconds away from the Infernal Soul. This is what we've been really getting tense about. This is a pinnacle moment for WE. If they can secure this, they put themselves at pretty much the best spot possible in the game to leverage and a massive advantage that would pretty much give them almost everything they need to really close out this game and fight for that 3rd seed against EDG.
Absolutely. They're going to have to find their way into these team fights just a little bit better.
Cube just popped World Ender, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That is...
For,
For
fun?
what? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and that's a big tool to now miss out on. I don't know if EDG spotted that. I don't know if they know. Oh, they're going to go right in onto ZDZ. He should just be dead here.
I think he's just going to try to buy as much time and let EDG...
Oh, Angel!
Oh, Taeyun just got sniped up by Angel on the Paranoia. Is going to completely blanket out the entire vision control for WE. Bullet time rips through the front lines once again. But they give over a reset over to shoutout, or Monkey, I should say. Wink trying to buy as much time as he can with this Magna Storm, but On is still in the back of the pit trying to see if he can make magic happen. The cleanse, it's not going to be enough. The flash, and Monkey gets to go to town with Reset City once again. No Infernal Soul secured for themselves, but they're getting a massive numbers advantage, and Angel stays too long on the Rift. And WE now have a chance to pick up this Baron instead.
Yeah, they could just head straight towards this one. It's going to be the ace picked up. EDG just crumble in and amongst that team fight. ZDZ gets caught right at the very beginning. Angel evaporates Taeyun, and it just doesn't matter because Cube and Monkey live, and they can live forever with these combo of items right here. These champions heal for so much. ZDZ is returning to this fight. Low health bars. There's a chance he can do something here.
Maybe, but they're so healthy. What is going on? Actually, I can't fault it. I don't like the execution looks horrendous, but EDG, they're desperate. They don't want to give over as many advantages as possible.
No, for an organization this proud, that's why the World Ender was popped. It wasn't popped for nothing. Fair enough. But look at this team fight, right? ZDZ gets caught initially. This should be the best start you could possibly ask for a team fight. Having the enemy Ambassador killed right at the very beginning, but it just doesn't actually end up mattering in any way. Even after Angel gets the pump. Hang on. Oh, wait.
I'm getting sniped out! Massive seismic shove from WE! Wait a minute, Boxer! Is this it?
Done? Is it done?
It could be! They've
got Baron.
They just killed 3. It's only down to Angel and ZDZ, but this could have just been a series of disastrous throws by EDG, but WE do not waste their moment here as Angel's gonna pop Vampire with the Between the Worlds. Now it is a 4-on-2. ZDZ and Angel are going to have to pull out a miracle to save EDG from going down into group Nirvana. ZDZ trying to dash through all the minions
10
here.
Seconds.
But he goes down, and WE prove that they're the masters of their own fate. They prevail against EDG, and they grant themselves one more chance to get into group Ascend.
Oh my lord. That's not what I expected. Whether or not I expected a WE or an EDG win, I expected another 40-minute game, especially after both teams spent the first 20 minutes kind of just staring at each other, you know, feeling each other out, not particularly going in. The second that WE's composition even slightly came online, boom. Immediate aggression. I'm impressed. Genuinely, I am impressed. I don't know that WE are going to be one of the better teams that we see in this tournament. I don't know if they're still going to end up in Group Nirvana even after the second chance. But coming into today, we were arguing between WE and LNG as the worst teams in the LPL right now.
Poor LNG just getting a straight at the moment.
Well, I feel like we've answered the question all of a sudden of who's the worst team. We'll get to them in a coming day. But WE, they pick up 2 wins today, both versus EDG, but still impressive.
Yeah, listen, it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but at the end of the day, WE wanted to win more. Just straight up, they fought harder, they fought tooth and nail, they persevered, they endured, they persisted, and that kind of grit, that fire in your soul is what will give you the moment to clutch it out when you need it most. Now, as you said, we don't know how far this roster of WE is going to go, but if they can fight like that in the qualifier matches, that extends their season. It gives them a chance to, play however long in Split 2, and then at least look forward to the fact that they'll have another split to play for in the summer.
Yeah. You want more League of Legends. Nobody wants their team to be knocked out this early on. Nobody wants to miss summer. That's a lot. We talk a lot, right? After summer split for teams that get knocked out in the group stage. That sucks, Their split's over and we're not going to see them till January. Imagine saying that, like, next month. Next month, you're like, we'll see you in January. That's insane. That would be a ridiculous way to go out. And more than anything, you've at least earned yourself the right to play another game. At least another game in this next set of knockouts to see who goes up, who goes down. It's something, and at least showing that you can win. It's great for team confidence, team mentals. Monkey has had some really impressive ones. I thought that there was some great play kind of across the board right here from WE. They still lost their games up against the other two teams. There's a lot more to learn from, but it's something. They are showing us something. EDG, what a monumental collapse for them coming into today.
Yeah, and it's very heartbreaking because we were a little hopeful after the roster swap, reuniting On and Wink, the IG bot lane duo that built up a lot of chemistry and synergy, a lane that Wink originally was going to be playing bot lane, like AD carry for, but then role swap to support to make room for On, who was, kind of the hyped prospect at the time for IG, in the departure of Jackie Love. And it's not like it was merited. There was moments where On did play these team fights on the Misfortune really well. He chose bullet time moments for the most part pretty darn well. But there's just these small glimpses where EDG, I don't know if it's a breakdown in the communication or just losing sight of the awareness of where everyone is, but it's tough. It's tough to have a pretty sound lead that you can try and play the game with. It was never a lead that 10,000 gold lead, but better teams don't lose with that kind of lead. They just don't.
No. BLG, Weibo, you don't even need to give them a lead and you're still worried about them later on. EDG with a massive lead, you're still like, nah, they're gonna throw this. Just you wait. They're gonna throw this one. That's why we had the, alternate universe that we were talking about, where if they're able to complete these ones, they're actually competing for top seed right here in this group. If they're just able to close out games where they've already done the hard bit. The hard bit is getting yourself the advantage early on. Closing out is usually easier for teams, not for EDG. Something in them is not working right now. Obviously, they're not done. It's not like this was the knockout. This is just the placements for the two groups. We will get to see them more in Group Nirvana. But it's still not ideal. They're still going to have to go back to the drawing board in a big way.
Yeah. Well, WE, a couple things that I can continue to say about. I still have my, hesitations about a couple players. But as we talked about before, Taeyun and Monkey in particular, and I think, especially for WE, even before Monkey started subbing in Split 1, there is a reason why at least WE wanted to funnel resources around Taeyun. And even in some of these moments where the fights are super tough, Taeyun is squeezing out as much damage as possible. He is maximizing his impact before he gets, taken down if he's, caught, whether by his own fault or the team not, properly positioning to protect him. And given how some of these games play out, I would argue, it's not always his fault. It's so, but Viego got the reset city, man. Player of the game graphic. It's got to be either of those two. Wow.
I was going to say, Karis actually had a very solid game. The Weaver's Wall was huge, and this is the problem with Talia. This is why she has a low play rate. She was doing work. Karis was absolutely wrecking people with this champion, but it never feels like you're doing that much damage in and amongst. Only a big, flashy, seismic shove ever really feels that great on the Talia, but the whole way through doing massive damage for the team. I think you could have given it to kind of any of these top few players on WE right here, I don't necessarily disagree with it being on Karis, though.
Sure. I think what you said about Talia is just, it's so true. It's hard to kind of visualize what an impact of a Talia, like a good Talia, looks like if you're just looking at stats and damage numbers. But it really comes down to these, small moments where you buy space, you separate key targets away from each other with good seismic shoves, walls creating angles where it's really hard for the enemy team to actually function. And considering that a lot of EDG's comp identity was centered on womboing pieces together, if you separate and break those pieces apart, then the individual components so much weaker and so much easier to pick off for someone like Monkey's Viego, who wants to just go to town with the reset train.
Absolutely. And in the end, WE, they managed to do it, at least for my predictions of how I thought this group was going to shake out. I thought the WE were going to be the bottom group, the bottom team, then EDG. They've proven me wrong, and I'm excited to see what more they can do. I think they've got a couple of really exciting members. We've spoken a lot about Monkey. I think that we can continue to speak about Monkey once Group Nirvana starts up for us. EDG, big questions going on forwards, but, we'll get those answered in the future.
Yeah, well, there's other teams that are going to find out whether they have the same fate as WE or if they will be going straight to Nirvana like EDG. But that concludes our coverage of Group A, y'all. That group is finished. We still got 3 more groups to figure out whose fates are going to be set in stone for Group Ascend and the qualifier matches and Group Nirvana, respectively. But again, thank you to everyone who tuned in to this hell of a day that we had. 7 best of ones. And of course, as always, we have to give a very wonderful and endearing shout out to our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL broadcast and product every single day. Thank you, Aaron. And thank you to the rest of our coffee supporters as well. Thank you to everyone that has chipped in with Twitch subscriptions, with YouTube subscriptions, or just tuning in and spreading the word about our broadcast and, supporting us, and whether it's in our Discord or, helping us with engagement in chat and whatnot. Every little bit counts. Every little bit interaction really goes a long way in just, making this worth for us and, helping us, feel like our passion project is something worth doing. So y'all are the GOATs. Y'all are the MVPs. Before we close out, Bloxer, any last words for the fans?
Just want to give one final shout out right here to Wet Noodles, our producer. Thank you so much. It's been a long day. We only did the last 4 games. He's been here since the very start of the day, so thank you to him. Thank you to all the mods as well in chat and everything. And yeah, what a day it's been.
Absolutely. Well, Group A is concluded, y'all. 3 more to go. Make sure you tune in for the rest of the week for more LPL action on the unofficial English broadcast. The name's been Rafa and Bloxer. We'll see you next time.